Halo guys, jumpa lagi dengan saya Morbid. Panitia, aku panitia GGF antar duit in game. Wah, zona GG zona. Wah, Gengolnya hoki banget cu. Rumah 12 langsung situ zonanya. Wah, gua gak bisa live bro.
It's a great call. It's a great call. I think the plane was maybe it would have been a long drop to try to get to Razak from where they were going based off of the plane. So this might have just been a backup call that the, you know, is a little.
Refresh dulu, refresh. Lag ya.
Hillside rotation route, not a bad plan. We see that quite often. And yeah, as you can see, enough weaponry to at least be somewhat respectable.
Akhirnya DA tidak ada yang mengganggu anjing.
Damage on rotations. So again, this is going to be a
Diganggu bentar lagi mati.
between this team and what DA do we get? Do we get the DA who can get through to that late game, looks super scary, or do we get the team that crashes out super early? It feels like, you know, one of the two. There's no middle ground results for DA, it feels for me. But beyond that, who else is down there? Oath. Now, they've got a great springboard to go forward. Now, yes, that...
Udah ada event PUBG dapat skin gratis tuh. Hah? Skin apaan?
But they do get the
coba lu cek.
Gopol ya? Work with themselves. They get a pretty good
Gopol, Gopol Gengol di ini rumah 12. Mades.
Have a very good entryway. Now,
oh, Milbes.
You know, caught a couple of times in rotations. They weren't kind of sticking the landing. And, you know, good old Cammy just straight up flaming phase. You know, you got to let the NA caster have a good jab when you can. But you know, they have. I always love FaZe. You leave them alone. I'll fight you. No, I mean, they actually have been underperforming to their standard, and I think that's pretty fair. But they've also had some really rough circles. If we go back on it, they were as far away from the entry point. This sort of, I guess, format, that's incredibly tricky.
Alah, skin apaan ini?
It's definitely starting behind the 8-ball for sure, but this time around it looks like they're already making their way.
Ikuti langkah.
Although they do have to worry a little bit about Petrichor Road, who's hanging around that radio tower area. It looks like they're going to avoid it for the most part. But yeah, I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head. This is, you expect a lot of FaZe because they've delivered a lot in the past. And, you know, if they hadn't delivered that much and have been so consistent about it, we wouldn't really be talking about it that much. But here we are. So we'll see if maybe the military island game will be the one that everything clicks into place as we check on Zenith coming over from that shark fin area, sending Punage over first on the boat. And we still have a number of teams that haven't made their way over just yet, but a lot of teams are starting to rotate down to the southern part of Military Island, and Afrika Freaks might be in trouble here as Gen G is already kind of posted up.
Yeah, Gen G might not let them.
Thank you, Nayaka.
Sure. Now, who's in the bad area? Of course, it do be Ents.
Ke belakang dulu lah.
Having a sick day, you know, enjoying the quiet life. They've escaped to the countryside, and they're just, you know, getting into agriculture, a little bit of, you know, I don't know, baking. They have no one to worry about for a mile and a half. I mean, they are so far away, but Ents seem to like that. It's kind of a thing. They'll send it off those cliffs at the very end if they have to. I'm not so worried about Ents. It almost suits their playstyle. Now, we said Afrika Freaks could be in trouble with Gen G here, and this seems to be the case. Pino's got a great shot on this, and way out in the open, Hickory decides, oh, maybe it's M24 time, maybe it's time I just run. And maybe that wasn't the right answer, because he's dead. He's not quite flushed yet, but he's knocked.
And now Anonic's going to come up over, and he's going to find a nice little angle on a COD. Gets him down to about half HP, tries to get the last spray in, and lands another one. He got it. What?
Huh?
The last bullet made it through the smoke. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I think that's leaving it short. The beach landing didn't go so good. Afrika Freaks going to lose out on 2 at the very beginning here. Now, the rest can adjust around, but it's not without another team on this side. You said it, a lot of teams going to the south, and FaZe was one of them. So if Afrika Freaks keep going this way, and there's a tension bin... Wait, Buram, are you bridge camping this? Or are you... Oh my word, Buram, you guys are wild to me. Over by the petrol station 1, but there's further players set up down the line. But T1 actually gets some good shots back, and it seems as though they made it at least across for now. Yes, they seem safe. On the other side, there will be DA who are in the compounds, but they're not necessarily fighting. They seem to be more just kind of defending that position.
Oh, a cod gonna be drowning there for Afrika. I guess he was just trying to avoid. Look at Gustav. Oh, he's so sneaky with the UMP in hand. Uba gonna open up with the first shots there. We'll land a couple into EJ. Not finding Hanzia just yet, but Afrika now knows that they've gone out of the frying pan right back into the fire as the rest of FaZe Clan now just collapsing right on top of them. This should be easy cleanup. Oh,
Okay,
it
lang
should be.
po lang.
Nice.
There it is. Okay.
Gustav, you know, the UMP in a level 1 helmet.
Siapa
any of
cuy
those
yang
shots
pulang?
coming back through, we're gonna just shred that helmet. So he does go down, but he'll be picked up.
Siapa
pretty
F
quickly. I don't see
pulang?
anyone close enough to punish that. We need Genji was slightly further as well. So we should be able to get him back up and maybe kind of re-garner some loot. Doesn't have to stick with
Elang
the UMP,
pulang.
but we get to see a good little bit of oomph work. It makes me smile. And you know what? Someone else who's been making me smile is Buriram, because I got to cast them once when I did kind of a more APAC-based event. You know, I got to have a little
Suruh tadi
towards,
fase.
you know, that side of the world. I got to see them once or twice.
Ganti.
And honestly, I love their playstyle. I don't know if it necessarily suits
So
this
fun,
format,
isn't it?
right? Like, exactly. And it's a shame because they may suffer because their playstyle is super explosive, very aggressive. If they make it through this to the weekend, they're a team I'm looking out for, though, because they still play this style, don't they? They haven't really relented.
Oh no, absolutely, and I think that's something that we'll see get even more fun to watch as the month goes on, as they start getting more comfortable, as they start finding where they exactly fit into this lobby. You know, I had high hopes for sure, but I wasn't expecting them to come in and make this big of an impact this quickly.
Dan gue dapat dua nih, dari mana nih?
This is the first time really for them to be
Ya
playing
itu
at
kan.
an
Ya itu
international level
bagi-bagi
this
AF.
high with this many
Oh.
different types of
Gas
style
kaki.
of play coming in.
Udah gas
They
Ki.
have just answered the
Tegas
call. They've
Ki.
come in
Mas
and
Pet
look
live dong.
fantastic,
Sabar dong.
and I would love to see them
Mau
make
rebahan
the
kita.
Mana, Mas?
finals, but they've got a little bit of work to do here.
They
Mandi
certainly
tak?
do. And with DA's positioning, DA going for that kind of nice 2-2 split, which you can hold at this point if it does kind of close in towards the western side of the Millie Island itself, which it often does, keep in mind. That's a very common ending. They will have to consolidate or kind of, you know, bring everyone back towards the same compound, deciding which would be the more favorable. As we've seen now, desperation plays do
begal deh.
happen because compounds are everything. Center circle is very, very
Siapa
important here.
Divine tadi?
Now, what did Oath go for? Interesting approach from Oath. They've not gone for the west. They've gone for the very, like, almost far east at the standalone building over by the military base. So for them, that's going to be quite interesting. We are going to be seeing LG Divine starting to make
Wah, kering udah
their
Divine.
kind of approach on the eastern bridge. Now,
Main whoop.
they're not alone out here.
LG Divine again.
Enter Force 36 setting up for a camp.
Apa yang
Is this
Divine?
real life? And LG Divine again. I mean, how many times now is this happening to LG Divine where they're just trying to rotate?
AF udah
They're just
tusun
trying to
tuh.
do their normal thing. Looks like they
Oh,
might
iya.
have sniffed this one out though, as they
Satu.
immediately pull off,
Gua tadi milih apa ya? Lupa lagi.
make their way around. Maybe E36 didn't have their
Gua
vehicles
milih
hidden as well as they thought. There's no
Gua
shots have been
masih-
taken, but looks
Wah.
like Divine managed to see
Gak
what
mungkin
was
kan kayak
happening.
kemarin kan mainnya.
Okay, so
Wah itu tadi
coming through
homingnya
easily
berani
now.
banget, Jo.
Ooh.
Oh.
Let's talk about that. So
Airdrop gak dapat homing tapi
that's
kita
a
dapat
lot
homing
of
dari
the
orang.
kind of northern island still in play. Now we are seeing Tiamba and Ents
Udah lah,
about to
udah
clash.
lanjut.
Wah, yang zaman Tian.
Again, Ents could catch him on the way out because he's the last player.
Tian
Russell they do. So
teman-teman.
think he's going to punish that, and they
Dewa
become the
Harley kan
gatekeepers
yang
of the
hilang kan?
northern side of the
Barusan.
bridge here.
Bukan.
Now beyond that though,
Udah
this is going
dong,
to be
gitu
that kind of
aja.
Iya,
shared
Harley,
compound
udah, udah.
on the opposing side. Of course, you can
Nomor
see a team
nih.
in there now against the rest of Tiamba.
Nah, yuk PUBG.
That's kind of a prime take,
Jojo,
right? Like that's a really nice
Bawang
spot.
nobar.
DA now gets set up in a good spot. Buriram become really
Aduh lu,
powerful here.
VDM lu.
I'm looking at the likes of
VDM
Oath, 'cause
lodong.
they had a really good springboard, but again, they're now going to be a little bit behind.
Ayo menit berapa lu?
1056.
Tak ada. Gua lagi refresh.
Spot two.
Sekarang berapa?
Damwon is looking awesome
Empat,
as well with
lima,
that little
enam.
hillside.
Wah,
Gas.
lama banget.
8, 9. Siapa yang lama? Lu.
Wah,
They
Dikasih
come
cepat,
from the
bro.
military base and try to work
Pas
their way
Patriot Jar
north
dalam.
into
sekarang
the
Ja.
hills. right there and just kind of
20,
third party
21,
onto
22.
different
Dari mana lu nonton?
We'll see what happens.
Tweet.
I'm interested to see what
Apa?
Ents decides to do. They're hanging out on the
Tweet.
mainland
Tweet.
still.
Yang mana?
and
PUBG
they
mana?
took out the last
Ya,
player from
PUBG.
Tiamba, but that now
PUBG
has left
biasa.
Tiamba
Nah,
fully aware that
Nah, gua baru bahas.
11, 38, 39, 40,
Kena
1.
Genji.
Game sort of
Pindah
team.
apa, pindah
If
apa.
anything, this format does suit
Pas.
their playstyle. They haven't had too many games to really get through. They were one of the later additions to this, of course. So they didn't get the full run as we've seen some of the other teams have. But they've been doing somewhat okay. A couple of nice Miramar games that certainly caught our eye when that circle went towards the east. So again, I never really worry too much about Ents. They just kind of sit there and they just hang out and chill. They'll be fine till late game.
and they even have a boat right there if
Whoop.
they wanted that. Although I
Whoop,
imagine
hold
Tiamba
up.
would probably be looking right at that. LGV
Ah.
gonna go for a swim, and while they do
Renang
that,
kita
make
di
sure
sini
you
masih
enter
dengan
in the
lepis.
promo code that you see right underneath the leaderboard. That will be good for a coupon to vote on
Tim
who you
renang
think
nasional
will
dari Vietnam,
win
LGDP.
this weekend.
Tahuan seperti
Some points by voting for the winner.
kita
Now,
mati.
if you watch this weekend's game, we will also be giving codes away for those points. You can get
Allah, kau
1,000
lewat-lewat katanya.
for every one of those codes, up to 80,000 for the
But-
entire
but-
tournament.
Headshot sekali,
Get
kena.
one pick
Langsung.
of coupon per week.
Tetap.
Di revive sama Aquaman deh.
While we see Detonation Gaming try to land shots and
Masa gimana Pet
well,
rumah korap kagak chattingan,
like
guys.
it is, they're failing
Lu minta
miserably.
dicekek sama ibu negara lu.
It ain't easy, it's tough.
It's in the water. It's in the water.
They say that
Tidur
shooting
kan,
fish in a
ya
barrel
kan?
is tricky,
Dikekep
right?
tuh
That's
ke
the
bantal
way the
terus
phrase
tenang
goes.
kita.
So I've
Tatan di
tried
fallback
to-
sama hostnya.
100 yards away,
I
I
guess,
guess. A little bit
maybe
more
like
difficult.
300 meters, 400 meters. Yeah, don't be a nice guy. I'm making a funny joke at their expense. But we are going to be seeing the circle update pretty soon. We've got about 10 more seconds until that one hits. And you'll imagine it normally kind of goes again towards, that's why we talked about, DA's position. It's a really strong compound to be towards. But Tiamba taking those yellows, they're going to be loving
no.
this.
Ini Johnny narik ke DA
Fantastic
sih
for
seru
them.
sih di
Terrible
asli.
for the Southern Band. Oath, a little tricky now because that cross through is never nice. It's quite an open area. With the update that came through a while back now, there is more playable space around here. A couple more dips and defilades.
Ayo
A
Kia
bit more
pulang.
cover, as you can
Itu udah nggak bisa
see,
diapain,
because
Pojok
just
kan.
knocked a player out of
Di
it.
poster langsung tuh.
Down again, probably gonna be not loving this. This is Korean
Oh, pulang
action
satu.
going
tuh.
down now between these two
Pulang
teams.
satu tuh.
Genji cold
Oke, mobil lewat.
Oh,
of a freak
mati
freaks
dua.
earlier on.
Hmm,
And he
mati
might
juga
just
nih.
get another one here. Pio's really doing some
Mati
work. Gets
tiga.
pulled up. Yeah, Pio gets the flush.
Sunjang.
Straight clean out there. Loki's looking
Hmm.
a little
Oh,
bit tagged up.
pulang.
Hill on the off angle, looking for a bit of a deeper one to play with.
Ayo
Good
pulang Kia, ayo
nade
bisa
and
yuk.
then the trade coming in, but Genji.
Pulang ini Kia nih.
Wah,
These guys are
disengin
looking
Oat.
scary today.
Oh, that was bad by Damwon there. He tried to
Udah
hold
dong,
that
udah mulai
topside, but
bettingnya.
look, and this is what I
Wah,
told you
lu deh, lu
Oath
mati
would
deh.
try to do. They're
Satu
gonna
sek
third
isi
party
Orbit,
the
oh,
lead.
apa sih, Omar?
Meanwhile, FaZe
Wih, rame banget bikin ini.
as Ents try to make their way across from the other bridge, they're gonna run right in
Wah,
the middle of
Genji,
FaZe.
Yes,
Wah,
pulang.
Oh, ada yang datang rusuh.
Tuh, pulang.
They've settled that down
Oh,
for now, but look at this.
Ayo
Oath
Kia,
pushing
satu
right
lagi.
up
Oh,
on top of
nice.
Genji.
Wah,
Genji.
ganggu.
Such good
Yang
time.
megang
Yogi
Kia
pulang.
Feel great
Yogi
about
pulang.
dodging a fight or two. We talk
Enggak,
about
gua
the
Tiban.
lack of experience
Yogi
here and there
Kia.
with some of the NA teams, left at least on an
Yogi,
international
Senggol sama
scale.
Okunyuk.
We did just see Ents
Kunyuk,
continue
kunyuk.
to pressure the
Kena
issue.
karma dia.
We had Korean on Korean action, and now we got EU on EU action. And
Bisa
don't mess
ubah.
with Ents in these
Kok
moments.
LG nembak?
They are the coiled snake waiting to
Oh.
strike, and they found at least two. I'm pretty sure. I don't think Uber's recoverable here. So,
Total dapat
of course,
1,8.
Southern Base, again, a little bit of a risky rotation on
Yung
this one to go
Genji
straight
tusun gak
through.
tuh? Iya,
But Ents
itu
just
dia.
hold the line. They're very comfy on this. But again, credit to Oath. I love the way they approach that.
That's certainly not looking great on that northern coast. I mean, you've got numerous teams just hiding in any little bit of cover they can find. Enterforce 36, meanwhile, going to spot out Mill from Petrichor as Petrichor trying to
Yan ba chicken nih?
make their way up, kind of
Gimana
backfilling
ini?
where Oath was. Enter 36, though, they need to be careful. They're right in the blue. Obviously not doing too much damage just yet. And you also have Zenith that's hovering around that area as well. T1 holding down the compound, not looking too interested in pushing out from that, but they will be looking for lines of sight onto
Yah,
these if
pakai
they can
yah.
find them. But you
Nyambut
know how these
deh.
hills are.
Pohon.
It's really easy to duck and dodge in between these little ridges here as
Alah,
left, try to take
kok
a few
gua lama banget ya delaynya ya? Pabjeeeee lah, yang Discord lah.
Absolutely love it in every game I seem to play. Whenever there is the option to get
LG
emotion,
divisi
I
hoki
will
banget tuh
probably use it.
nyebrang,
Regardless, we are
dapet
seeing the circle update
circle,
southeast. It
masih
moves
bisa
their Zenith. It's going to be towards the
go
sky
apa
to kind of
berenang
find
tuh.
the first and kind of draw blood on this fight that was slowly building on the southeast side. But the circle isn't too brutal, but actually third
Apa
party
tuh,
Rello out of
Dimas?
nowhere
Gede
finding
banget
Kawat
tuh.
ini
it's a little bit of
chicken.
action, and that was quite a
Day.
distance, not too far,
Jangan
but
buat
it's certainly
chicken ini
keeping
ya.
that south side
Iwan.
within their control,
Blur ya?
kind of peacocking up, and a
Furia
good
dah,
time to
Furia
do
dah.
it. Yes, it'll get you
Furia
attention,
bu,
but it
Furia
keeps
kan
at least
sudah
the
lolos.
southeast
Udah lolos
really
nih.
not wanting
lagi,
to
guys,
rotate
main
that
lagi.
way.
Dari kecil aja, Bet.
Wah, kemarin tiba-tiba lolos
The
saya
only thing I'm worried
Furia.
about for Oath really is that they've got a couple of teams off to the west that have to find their way over across the road in Daytrade and Buriram. So we'll see if they're. It looks like they've got Pat Caps and Balefrost all looking over that way. Reload going to make his way over as well. E36 meanwhile still stuck
Dia
on the
nge-ban.
edge here between Zenith and well, looks like Petrichor might be giving up on this as they hop in the vehicles. Well,
Yes.
looks like Petrichor might be giving
Maybe
up on this as they
cut
hop
the
in the vehicles.
losses and just move it out, but
Dead trade mati.
Trade, this is a
Mampus.
dangerous run. Burram right there. You're gonna
Satu
get
lagi
straight
deh.
down
Wah,
there.
Rio.
Panda.
Lolos kalau nggak bisa dapat lagi tuh.
But yeah, you might escape one, but you're gonna right towards.
Mati lagi
oh,
dia
they're
ketemu
gonna
Oat. Nah kan.
farm this.
Wah,
Yeah, two
pulang.
dead,
Ada
three
dulu.
dead.
Ayo pulang.
Oh,
ya, 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 ya,
Real
ya.
pretty here. That
Event.
southern side is all
Event,
theirs.
event.
That's bad sitting. Real
No, that was
kemarin gua
absolute.
pilih
side is all
tolol
theirs.
mainnya
That's
lo.
not bad work.
No, that was
Defense
absolutely
kan?
huge. That was the one
Gak
thing
ada
that
on,
I
kan?
was
Gak ada on.
concerned about. If they were
Iwan
looking
gerak satu.
over off to the east, looking at E36, I was concerned that they might not have enough people looking for the push from the west, but
Ya kan,
they
Ri?
immediately
Ah?
get everybody
Nice.
over there, all
Buriram
hands
nih.
on deck, and
Bah,
clean it
dipusin sama
as
Jan.
Jangan dong.
quick
Wah,
as you like.
dipus
And
nih.
now, as he said, complete
Wah, dipus.
control over this southern side of the
Wah,
circle
udah.
in the
Pusing juga
hills,
nih.
while DA and
Wah,
Buriram
masuk
fight.
ini bom.
Gimana?
Wah, rematch aja yuk, rematch yuk.
Here
Wah,
comes
Coba
rematch
lihat
dulu nih.
lempar pomen dong itu. Gila lu bisa ngeliat crossingin rumah
Di Lautos itu Mas Pet tadi kecepatan angin Mas
Oh,
Pet.
that's a good
sambil
grenade.
loncat ke beat itu beat deh.
Apa bentar? Oh, gua nge-lag ini.
Let's see if they show
Pakai ilmu fisika itu.
here. Definitely shown enough to get his attention. But Zenith just seems to want the position for now. They're just going to lock this down. But there's Aquafire. We set that off angle. It could have been dangerous. And
Di finish
it
deh.
is. It's actually caused them to lose a player completely
Ya kena dong.
there. But I don't see a way to
Tuh
get back in.
720
Wah,
tuh.
cuma punya semok ya kan.
Apaan?
Zenith a little bit late on picking up that flank man. They're going to try to go for the res onto Dang Shay. Meanwhile, Detonation Gaming White, they're starting to creep uphill here from the north side. You also have E36 down to the south that's holding Oath at bay. While Oath tries to push through that, so a
Rumah
lot of
sepetak.
fighting going on in the southeastern
Wah.
side.
Wah,
Waiting to see
ada
what
deh,
the
ya.
circle is going to
Wah, ganggu nih.
everybody putting
Tab
priority on the
Chrome-nya
skill
exit
side
dulu,
on
Bit.
the top of the hills.
Nggak ada lagi. Tuh.
Oat nyayur deh.
Oath have pushed this. Look, they were over
Ke
towards the
tengah-tengah.
DA side.
Wih,
It's a
Oat
dangerous move to go for this. There's a lot of scrappy bits of
naik ke gunung deh.
Dia kelas 1. Oke, BRO serius dulu BRO.
on this and also lost out on potentially getting back to that circle safely. It might be time to disengage from this one, but they're caught. They now have to stand and fight here in the open. Maybe a missed call on this one. Underestimating that circle position, going to get a lot of fire towards them. And Patcap's on his knees at this point, hoping for some help to come in. Sasu's just going to keep some fire from afar. Pure Boy's not far from this either.
Bah.
Both are in a bit of trouble here.
Bom bim salah bim.
The only thing
Mana bomnya? Oh,
the
tuh.
thing that Oath has going for him right now is it's just this duo from E36. Nobody else really starting to push over in this direction because there's no real reason to.
Di flank.
Kanan bawah. Ya, kenapa?
Ya, dilihat nggak?
Witin juga nih.
Ketahuan. Ketahuan deh.
Oat ini cek deh nih, udah.
Sisa 30 deh peler deh. Knock lagi. Satu deh Mayora. Udah tinggal-tinggal.
He's really struggling here. DA and Buriram are still kind of having a little bit of a back and forth, but for Oath, it might be time to have to back away and leave pack caps. I don't think they can get back up at this point. The Blue's going to start moving in. I don't like that overextension towards the east there. I understood the idea, but I don't think it was necessary, especially when they didn't know
Nah,
that next circle
BRU,
position.
nice.
And it could have put them out as it potentially did.
Parah.
DA siapa yang main DA?
Pick up pieces and move on with, I think, 3 of them standing and at least a somewhat safe south side. to the circle. The North, however,
Siapa aja
as
sih
you can
yang
Wah,
see,
emang
not
5M
so pretty.
masalahnya.
LG Divine and
Udah lodong.
Tiamba about to have a little bit of a fight,
Baru
and DA
pulang,
and
Nang.
Buram still just taking chunks out of each other.
Pulang.
DA actually looking their confident,
Astaga,
playing
memang
great
tolol.
ball, right to Bury
Memang
Rams.
Ari.
Decimate them. Quick answer like
Ah.
that. What we've come to expect from this digital
Tidak,
athletic
Ari.
team. So violent and aggressive when they finally start to push here. Now LG Divine trying to trade back with Tiamba. It's a 2v2. Let's see if LG can take care of these
Ayo
two
dong, Tiwan
players
dong,
and
bisa
maybe get
dong.
their reses off, get back up to 4 up.
Impressive work
Oh.
from DA there. The fine
Memang ya.
balance of when to be aggressive,
Oh,
it's a constant discussion
Ada
point.
aja.
But for now, we're looking at phase and end. So
Ari.
further phase.
Ari, aman Ari.
Just wrap
Aman,
it up.
aman.
Gustav,
Aman.
you're a great player. It's not happening in this game right now, and he knows it. He's done for. Ents 4 alive for Ents as well, and somewhat decent positioning.
Tiwan
Look at
kena
that.
lagi.
The ridgeline that looks over down towards that fight. Zenith making their way through again. Destination Gaming are gone. That's
Rata
now
nih
the
Tiwan
only
nih.
teams remaining.
Rata
And this
Tiwan
team-
Tiwan dong, jangan
nih.
dong.
Zenith on one side,
Tinggal
Ents on the
satu.
other, and then quietly on the other side of things, Oath are even about to join in. Look at them in the vehicles. Oath are going mad today. They're just trying to take every fight, clean it
Tiwan
up,
bisa
secure
dong,
some
Tiwan.
space. DA are probably loving this too, because they're sat there quietly keeping their 4 standing, taking the room. And Roth
Nah,
now,
NC,
too many
bagus
eyes,
berarti.
too many eyes looking his
Cakep,
way.
NC.
Nah.
He will lose his life
Iya,
with
iya,
a valiant
iya,
attempt.
sekarang ganti, Wan.
But beyond
Darah
that, though, look
boostingan.
around at how many teams are still over this
Wow.
side.
Wah,
Walah.
Oh, this is set
Ya,
up so
balik,
nicely for Ents.
Tiwan.
They can just peek up over the top here.
Ah,
Third
Owat ini
party
menang
does
udah,
not
Owat
get
nih.
too aggressive
Masih ada
onto it.
Divine.
They managed to clean up
Sama
whatever
DA.
was down there. T1
DA masih
does
ada
not
yang
get
megang.
100.
Owat nih ini.
Still alive for Tiamba, but LG
Nikmatin,
Divine does get
nikmatin.
one of those reses up. They get back up to 3.
Bisa
They
lewatin
have to make
3
their way
tim yang
across
di-pick
the
ya?
street, but they can't
Iya.
do
Tinggi
that
kagak megang
without
NC.
having first taking care of M200.
Nah, ada duit gua.
Enggak ngepick.
Still
Miskin.
4 up, and still 4 up. Oath on the south side with
Udah laku
3,
kah?
and then everybody's going to be looking over in this direction very
Belum.
shortly.
Yeah, this fight in the North will conclude, I feel, pretty soon, M200, but you're right, it's the Ents, DA, and Oath fight that's going to really garner my attention. We're going to be down to 4 pretty soon. I don't think M200 can leave. Once he gets past that smoke, he might get some
Headshot
damage,
badan
but he
sekali.
can't cross actively. Now, I'm going to keep my eyes on Oath, because I know they're getting aggressive, and I do want to see there it
There
goes.
it
We're
is.
down to 4.
Whoop.
Now, this is where
Whoop.
it's about experience,
DA,
right? Ents
Divine.
are veterans at this. They are very
DA melawan
rarely
Divine di
forward
sini.
decision-making moments. I feel they generally look
Iya
quite
sekarang,
good.
Angel.
DA,
Kalau
if they've
otomatis
got the
sudah nggak ada
balance
harapan
right,
kita.
they can look fantastic. Oath, man, they are a bit of a. It's a hard one to call. They can sometimes
Ada
look
deal
fantastic,
yang
but that lack of experience sometimes can just.
Siapa yang megang Awat?
So we're gonna have to find out. Now,
Ada,
bear in mind,
ada,
LG Divine
ada.
have to
Oh,
cross the
3
road, so
tim
they
ini
should
ada ya,
be
kecuali
Ada
NC.
dua
a
tim
lot of
nih.
smokes to invest here.
Divan
NC
sama
This is
Bisa LG
such
TV
a
doang.
tough position
Oh,
for
DA
Oath to
siapa
be
dia
in. I
tadi
mean,
tuh?
there's-
Saladin.
yeah, it's
Saladin.
been
Ya
confusing.
ada,
They
ada
can
dia,
either
Kaladin.
push around to
Kaladin.
fight into Ents or
Tartal
fight into
terkenok.
DA.
Jeksi.
Right now, DA
Divine Jay-Z.
fortunately is looking over at LG Divine, so Oath not having to worry too much
Harapannya
about
dia Owat nih.
getting sandwiched, but trying to sit around and,
DA ngeratain,
Oath trying to wait for
LGD,
Ents and DA
terus
to fight
Owat
each other.
ganggu
That's, I
DA,
don't know if that's
NC
going to work
ganggu
out.
Owat.
It's just the way the
NC
terrain
yang
is
pulang.
set up.
Liquid
It's gonna be
udah,
NC
liquid
yang menang.
really rough.
I do want to look at with LG Divine being closer to DA's side. It's going to keep DA from being able to take territory, whereas Ents have a
Wah,
pretty
di
clear side
gatekeeping
because
itu.
Oath are on the low ground. Now it means
Hah?
that I'm
LG
waiting to
tapi
see
di
if Tixu
gatekeeping
maybe
itu,
splits
Cok.
off, or yeah, already Tixu is taking space, shifting further north, so the circle becomes so much easier
Hari
for
ini
them to
last day
control.
kan?
So Ents just have a little bit of an easier time. Yeah, of
Iya.
course, DA can get kills.
Iya.
But you know the
Apa
kills
tuh
don't equate
lompat-lompat,
to
Cok?
prizes this time around. Ents get that nice 3-play
Jadi
stack, and then you got the
kelinci.
one solo almost watching
Apa
the rest of
kanguru?
it. Oath,
Wah.
getting close
Alah
to
nonton
the
duluan,
DA
Cok.
side,
Deal
but it's not
alah.
spamming away on
Dia
the
nonton
side,
duluan
but
mulu
they
loh.
capitalize comfortably, and
Iya,
DA playing
astaga,
this very well.
Orang belum
Bener,
loncat.
Lah, emang?
Orang belum loncat, bro. Orang di
beda
Discord.
berapa detik, Cok?
Alah, orang di Discord.
udah.
Ah,
Owat ini udah, Owat.
Bisa dia,
Here for Oath.
Bisa,
They're not
itu yuk.
forced into pushing anything just yet.
NC megang siapa ya?
Wah,
But,
Deal, deal.
both DA
Wah,
and
beda 10 detik,
Ents know
Cok.
that Oath is down there, and I mean, there's some hard cover for sure.
udah gila
But
lu.
they would love to just try to survive, stay alive,
Baca,
and
bro.
just play your life here. Wait
Pas-
as
J
long as
extension.
possible
Wah,
to
iya
try to
ya,
move
yang
and
enggak cuman
hope
Owat
that-
doang ini ya.
Just hope that Ents and
Kaladin
DA start
ini
fighting
menang,
this one out,
Kaladin.
and then maybe
Owat,
the
Owat
third
ini
party
udah,
go there
Owat.
and get lucky.
Owat ganggu, Owat harus
Brain
ganggu
we have in
dulu.
this as well.
Ini yang
I
tiba-tiba
think
pada dukung
DA
Awat pasti duitnya pada
might
nyangkut.
Iya nih, iya.
So keep in mind, Tixu is going to be the kind of, I feel, extenuating
Let's
factor
go
in this.
into
If he can
NC
stay alive
perang
in
sama
that
DA
position
dulu
long
dong.
enough, DA will get
Ya
the
dong,
better ground
di
to play
circle
from, I
lu.
feel. But Tix,
Ini
Iya,
terus
Mas.
ya.
MK14's perfect for it. He
Jangan
could be
OAT
a
dulu
real
dong. Nah, DA
problem
main
to
C
them.
nih.
I think Smash is already considering that. Now, while that happens,
Dia
DA has to
main
be
C
careful
tuh.
of course,
Biar
the
OAT
odds
yang
of
menang
now
gitu.
moving across.
Iya,
It's actually
OAT
taking
akhiran
advantage
aja.
of
Gitu,
that ridge
perang
line
kiri
considering.
kau.
So
DA
at this
Nah.
point, this is
DA
anyone's
jangan sampai
game.
blunder
DA
lagi
a little
sih.
bit further back on the circle,
Jangan
Oath
dong.
playing quiet, and as you said,
DA
third
perang
party,
dulu.
that's what they want.
Nah,
They want
sama
to
DA
see
nih.
team
DA udah
turn.
dari
benar,
kemarin.
Oh, TG sedang ngeflank, melebar TG.
Salah mulu DA ya kan.
Udah, ayo.
TG sudah melebar.
Nah, ini nih asik nih. Yuk, NC sama DA perang yuk.
Look, him and Squeaky,
Ntar
they
kalau
are
udah rata
formidable
OAT
players,
masuk
and
nih.
he's getting them so much
Awat
space here,
ngebersihin
Paul.
ya sisa terakhir-terakhir.
Oh, absolutely. And
Tapi awat sih
it's already making a
beres-beresnya
play
dari
for the center
tadi
of the circle.
terparty
DA
ya.
just kind of hanging out, content hanging out on the edge
Yeah.
here.
Wah, cuman
Not
di
taking up too much real estate.
kanannya OAT masih
But
ada
one
2
thing that
orang ya.
Oath really has going for
Iya,
him right now is that
Awat yang
Ents
ngebersihin.
doesn't really want to take the fight with Oath. It's such a difficult fight
Ya,
trying to
Orang
run
Ents nggak
downhill.
lolos.
Nah, yuk,
Ents
perang
has-
yuk.
or Oath has hard cover to really play around. It
DA
would
sama
just
NC
be
yuk.
too much of a pain really for Ents. So the easier fight for Ents here is to go towards DA. DA, as we
Ents,
said,
yuk,
just
yuk,
wants
bisa
to
yuk,
hold the line right now until they actually have to move, and Oath is completely happy to let both of them do that.
And I almost
Cara
like that
kedepan
Ents are kind of
tetap
trying to
kuat
funnel
ya,
almost DA into that Oath fight, and Oath are waiting on the side, and they
Wah,
can't
Watt
really
blurnya
be
ada nggak habis
proactive
ya?
in this Oath. They're kind of dedicated to this spot, right? So it's going to turn into where's this next circle going to
Taylor.
adjust to? About 10 seconds until it hits. This could screw over some of the teams in this one, even if it just centers up. DA's territory is quite small at the moment without being
Dapat di
open.
mana nih?
This Tix's
Bong.
angle again is going to be paramount. And if it's not, it forces them
Oh,
into
DA
a
harus
zone.
maju.
There we go.
Tekanan
Okay,
open
so
dia,
Ents
dia.
gets the better slice of the
Udah
pie.
perang sama NC
Oath is
sudah.
still very much in.
NC
Now
menang
it's on
posisi itu
DA
enak.
to
High
get
ground.
Udah.
proactive.
Ke spot kah?
Announcing a lot of smokes on
Oh,
both
deal,
sides.
deal.
Everyone looks
Deg-degan di sini.
Ayo, bisa yuk.
Wah, lewat kanan dia. Lewat
Ke kanan
awas.
aja.
dong.
Doesn't have
Kiri
Kanan
dong.
aja, DA.
DA kiri dong.
Kiri open, ya kan? Kiri open.
DA dong.
Kiri
Ya, harus
dong,
kanan.
Kiri dong.
DA kanan.
Naik.
DA kanan dong. Ke kanan cuy, gue spoiler loh. Mana sih?
Astaga, spoiler dong.
Gak percaya
Awat
bro.
kalau bisa nantap PP9 bisa menang dia.
I don't know if DA has even seen
Dan perang awal.
or a player from Ents here in
Tahan dulu Awat,
at
sampai
all.
PP9
I
bisa
don't think
menang.
anybody's seen anybody for the past like 5 minutes. They're just kind of assuming
Sama-sama
where
nahan
they
ini ya?
should be
Bisa
based
yuk,
on
Ence yuk.
how this circle is playing out.
NC dong ngepush tipis tuh.
So it's fine margins, right? It's
DA
high risk, high
kanan nih
reward
kan.
for Ents the moment
Kanan
it
dong
looks for
DA
Tix's
ya.
positioning.
Kiri dong DA. Ya
Now,
kalah kanan DA.
Kanan.
have
NC
pretty
tuh
much
enak
so
tuh.
closes to
DA
try
DA
and
udah nggak
exploit
mau
that
DA
idea.
udah nggak mau
Once that
salah lagi
hits,
cu.
It's kind of
Iya,
even now.
kasihan
Udah
tadi
lagi
Isolate
main.
Tixu now.
Nah, kiri dong.
Gila, memang
Nah.
ini
What
tunggu
happened
dong,
was
ya
two
kan?
people
Ini
going
nih.
evenly. So still a very,
Kanan,
very
Cuk.
scary prospect, and Ents still
Kiri, itu
heavily
udah, DA
leaning
udah.
towards the north. They
Kanan
really
cuy.
want DA to be open towards Oath.
DA yang megang high ground sekarang.
Yeah, they're trying to funnel DA towards that southern side, I think, trying to make DA reveal themselves and hope that maybe Oath will give them some assistance. DA, for their part, they're playing this so smartly, very, very slow. You know, this is not something that we
Dari
go
kemarin
back to
dia
DA,
udah
is that
salah.
They're hyper aggressive. They try
Apa?
to push the fight.
Harus
They
lolos
kemarin
ini.
dia
this
blunder
time, now
mulu
that they're down
kan.
to this top 3 situation,
lolos.
they're playing it
Harus.
so slow and so
Ya,
smart. And this is just one
Mesti
big
ngejar
Yoi.
for
smash
AF ya.
Tuh udah pulang.
all 3 of these teams.
Lu sih nggak punya elang.
It's gonna pop off
Mikir-mikir,
eventually. When
kiri
it
aja.
does, it's gonna happen in the blink of an eye.
Up, zona
And
di,
keep in mind,
tengahnya
the
di.
smokes will be put up.
Wah,
Yang nggak ada
There's
dong.
verticality here.
Nggak ada.
There's still a hillside to play
Wah.
from. So
Bisa
again,
menang
the
semua.
terrain is going to be a quite defining
nggak
factor.
tahu dah nih kalau
As you
circle
can see,
terakhir
that's
gini
the
nih.
center point
Oke,
itself.
tinggal
Very
DA nih.
realistic.
Oh, defense cuk, chicken cuk. Gua spoiler.
Ridgeline might work well for Oath.
Ya, perang dulu kan.
Ya dikasihkan di pada ada
Udah
mati.
spoiler dong,
As well,
Wit.
they've got a good view on a couple of their
Spoiler,
players.
cuk,
They can try and
define.
get however
Chicken.
they please. But DA's not without
Hmm,
themselves.
pernah
They've
tuh.
got
Ya,
the better step
aduh.
to high
Oh,
ground.
sini
So these
Kipiki,
nades
bro.
get scary,
knock
so they
dua.
can just roll them down the hill.
Wah,
Udah
itu
udah knock
dapat.
dua tuh.
This is
Kenapa?
great news for Oath. Both of these teams
Ence
all
kena
DA
set
udah
dua.
ketok juga
Iya,
to
dua-dua
play
nih.
the
Jangan
north
gitu
side
dong,
here.
Cok.
Woi, jangan
Spoiler.
kayak gitu.
Alah, cuk.
Katanya barang apa
And now
cu
they
di
can
Discord
pull away
cu.
from that. They don't even necessarily have
Gua
to
cuman
pressure
ngarang
that
ya.
issue. They've got the
Gua
first
ngarang
blood
juga
of the
padahal.
fight.
Kadang ada.
Don't expect the
Lah
fight
temennya
to
dibakar.
right back
Ya
in.
ampun.
Tit for tat between these two.
Tigzi, Tigzi.
Probably burn
Ya,
alive
OAT
at this
terus
point.
aja akhir-akhir yuk.
Hari-hari
Dig
ngetrol.
trying to
Ya,
set
OAT,
up
OAT.
to try and deny the
Tapi-
play over the ridgeline.
Bagus,
Oath
bagus.
will
Oke,
start
lepas
working
gak
up
tuh?
themselves as well.
Oke, oke.
Tadi
They've
OAT
got that
nih
move
tadi.
pressed them
Iya
are
kan?
able to be picked up. They still
Ya,
want
OAT
to
akhirnya
stand there, but
belakangannya
Squeaky
OAT.
got that off angle,
Sabarnya
the
OAT.
deeper angle
Oke.
to play with.
Wah,
I don't
sabar
know
cuy
who it
ini
was
mah.
that did it, but there was a smart play by one of those boys from Ents where they threw the Molotov down there towards Oath, and that was just enough to let Oath know maybe we don't push just yet. So it kept them from getting third party right there. That was really, really smartly done by Ents.
Fix.
Oh,
Gua main VDM lewat deh.
wah, video shotgun.
Video shotgun nggak tuh?
PA about to crest that hill. That's where things get scary.
Wah,
The
Ot
smoke
sih
is
ada
keeping them safe
kayaknya Ot
for
bakal
now.
fake DA
Ents
nih.
using the
Ada
low
ses-
ground, so
Enggak,
Ents
enggak.
are gonna have the angles
Udah
on this.
baju
Keep in
LNC,
mind.
Cuk.
Keep your eyes on Ents because they're gonna work through
No
this. They look
SNC.
like they're already kind of building up. They
Wah,
have
deal cu. Spoiler mulu lo.
They have no options left.
Deal.
Right side
Hah?
open, left
Dulu,
side
Bin.
open.
Apa?
Wah, sorry
With the
guys.
fins. Do
Sorry,
not
guys.
mess with the fin
Wah,
like this.
DA.
That
Wah.
was
Ngemit.
right. And
Apa,
now
tiga lawan tiga, tiga lawan
to
tiga.
just one player. Smash still alive, but that's it. Can he do anything with this? Maybe Oath gets
Yo.
a little over aggressive. Who knows?
Deal.
Apa cuy?
The victory.
Bilang
memang.
Anjing.
Berkali Ot.
Wah, tuh Kaladin
Rematch.
marah-marah tuh. Hah?
Rematch.
Explained it for the past.
Rematch. Rematch.
Rematch.
Karma spoiler.
Perfectly. They knew exactly what they wanted to do.
Terparti
I
pasti
mean,
itu cuy.
DA
Terparti.
did exactly what they needed to do too. They
Kabar kali, Ot.
Jeng jeng.
place to push. I was a little bit worried for
Jeng
DA
jeng.
going for the
Jeng
red
jeng jeng. Jeng 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 jeng.
the smokes, but fortunately,
Aman deh.
Aman deh.
down Oath.
Kenapa kau
waits
nggak
till the
milih
perfect
Eagle
time to come
lagi,
up.
Ari?
They don't even have to- they
apa
have-
itu Eagle tuh?
Eh.
Baru dipilih rank 16.
Dia udah di tengah mati pula.
Di tengah PS2.
Gex masuk.
Troll.
3 6 9 12.
Berapa lama?
3 6
Aku cuma
9
berharap
12
lolos. Kasihan tuh.
17 cu.
DA dari kemarin gitu terus loh.
Iya, Cuk.
3 6 9
Oh, wasit tadi enak kan? Tinggal sabar doang.
Ah, yang main 17 cu.
Terus apa?
Absolutely. I mean,
Yang main 17 ini. Oh, warnanya hijau tua semua ya?
Pala kau 17.
Tadi yang main, tadi masuk siapa harusnya?
16.
Abis ini triple A masuk.
Nah, sekarang yang masuk triple A.
Oh, sampai triple A ya. Kok si Gexnya juga hijau sama ya sama triple A? Wah, Wikipedia-nya salah buat. Salah warna.
Tuh IG-nya tuh, Fancy sekarang Mas Pep.
So NA, if I'm not mistaken, has what 3 through now, and I think EU.
Alah, ini lagi.
lagi.
Aduh, halo.
Kwakmin Sean. Samida.
Yogi Hamira.
Di follow nggak tuh? Aduh, Mas Pep. IG-nya apaan kemarin?
Tadi live stream tadi dia di itu di IG.
Iya, tadi dia live streaming di IG.
Tadi nelpon gua, cuma gua nggak mau sini lepas.
Mimpi.
Mimpi lu Yak.
Gue bingung kayak gitu.
Ya kan, Re?
Kita nganggapnya gila, cuy.
Tadi dia mau ke Indonesia temen gue.
Kaladin LDA. Yuk ranknya yuk Bill. Yuk apa nih? Tetap. Apa emang tadi?
Dari trade deh.
Saya udah merurut dong ya enggak?
Ayo, udah kalau sudah kamu rebut, ayo.
Kaladin sama Jexy lock nih. Kaladin rank 2 kah?
Iya, aku udah. Kaladin rank 2
Lagi.
Oh itu NC, Deal.
Gua mau apa Miramar ya?
Angel dong.
Lagi.
Pertanyaan gua ngerti.
Miramar kan ini. NC bit. 벤치 lagi, Bi.
Berarti salah buat tadi.
네, 승리 축하드리겠습니다. Congratulations. 네, 이렇게 해서 위클리 서바이벌 1주차 12번째 매치에서 승리한 오스 팀의 릴로 선수와 인터뷰 나눠봤습니다.
Kok mukanya beda main kemarin ya?
Watch out, watch out, watch out. It's RKO out of nowhere here as they come in. The ultimate opportunists get themselves the position and get themselves the victory. Moving
Abis
into the week.
abis Sence siapa?
Unbelievable
Yang main siapa bisa
coming
sekarang,
in from the boys. They knew
Ini
exactly when to
tiap
take
yang
that
menang
fight.
weekly
In
final
what
diambil
was
4 ya sih?
a
Nanti buat diadu
picture-perfect
lagi.
scenario
Enggak
for
ya?
3 teams on either side
Enggak
of
kayaknya,
this
Mas.
hill or either sides of this hill. And they
Kira
able to
tiap
take
Tapi
it.
nanti di hari
We've
Sabtu
got
itu nggak
Frozen
tahu tuh
coming
siapa yang
here
main.
to break things
Nah,
down.
itu.
Froz, that was
Kayaknya bottom 16 dah.
oh, very very well timed there.
Tahu deh.
Biar ngeganti yang si MCG. Nyari satu lagi, satu tim lagi yang nggak bakal main. Ya.
The first team is just waiting to strike whenever those first two teams are just getting picked off one by one, and
Tadi
we can
lagi
see that.
GC.
Berarti siapa yang masuk ya?
Maaf emang Ari.
Gua Kia lagi, Bin.
All the utilers already in that first engagement against each other.
Definitely
Wah,
so. Let's take a look at the
balon
highlights coming in
terakhir
from
ya.
this game and Cameron, damn, North America.
Bagian geng ganas
fine.
cuy.
Really good, but also EU as well. When we saw the first circle go over towards
Timnya sama aja ya.
with Oath
Jangan
and
berubah
DA
ya.
both landing on it because
Iya, terserah lah.
for two teams that we have
Kok
been picking
gitu?
up over the course of this entire
Gen
week,
G.
survival is
Nih.
like at some
Gen G
point
gua
that
pasif
you
ya.
break up somewhere,
Tukang
you're gonna get
party
the win.
deh.
I don't know about you guys, but I assumed that just because of the situation, it was going to be one of those two teams to win. You see them along with Ents
Tuh
in the
16 per
final
16
circle,
Morwit. Nah,
sort of
ini nih
played out their fate
granatnya.
in that way, but there was a
Jago
lot of
ya.
fighting. The fact
Tuh.
that the
Bilang pas
military-based
gitu,
circle
Cuk.
forced so many teams to make these rotations
Makin
and fight over a
memfisikan
lot of these key areas. There was a lot of combat throughout this game. We're seeing action.
Gak
from Team
tahu
One,
anak
we're seeing
matematika
action from
kayak
Zenith,
bikin rumus
which is
dulu
good to
aja.
see from them.
Pythagoras.
But the fact that DA and
Akar kuadratnya juga dipakai kayaknya.
the late game just shows once again how important it is that if you do get to these engagements, that you want to make it clean as possible. You want to keep as many up as possible, no matter how many teams you fight.
And you heard it in the interview as well, Froz. Of course, you want
Siapa
to be
lagi
the
tadi?
first one to engage here from Oath. Ents and DA being pushed into one
Siapa lagi
another.
tadi?
It
Gua
was
udah
the
kan?
perfect strike coming out from Oath. I mean, even if it was 4v4,
Yang ada yang
ideally, you
kepikiran.
could have been the
Bit.
last one engaging anyway, no?
Ya udah duluan ya udah gua.
Yeah, of course you always want to be last.
Tadi dia
As
live
we
pakai
talked
bahasa
about before,
Inggris.
the other teams are getting picked out one by one, and
Kan
you
Ya,
just-
tuh.
Mana?
But one thing that Oath did so
Tuan
well
rumahnya
in this game
Korea.
Orang baru kah?
is disengage.
Eh,
We saw them
makanya
just,
disuruhnya
Siapa lagi?
side to the end there, how they were trying to
Dari
rotate
nama lah.
south side
Yuk, kapan yuk?
east. They ran
Kan
into
gua udah.
Apa?
Sama.
Oh, sama.
And we saw that they started losing players. They started getting knocked.
Yang belum apa
They
aneh
was-
sini?
They got 2 of the kills.
Jojo udah threat.
After that, there was still
Duh, gua kan
one
day
for
trap.
6 play left. Even though having the number, Ove said,
Yogi
"Let's
Elang.
not fight. We're not gonna win anything from taking this. This is not the position to play from. Let's just smoke out. We'll take our vehicles. We'll back off to the west side, and we'll play out the game from there."
Iya,
That
iya.
was what actually got them the
Kia,
win
gua
of the
Kia,
game, because
Elang.
from that, going back to the west,
Siapa rank?
where they played the end.
Yuk rebutan yuk.
And
Siap,
the-
tadi-
Elang paling terakhir AF, apa lu Elang?
Comes
Kill 2
out
ya,
with
kill 2.
congratulations to them.
Kill 2.
And
Yogi tadi apa? Yogi Kia.
be chomping at the bit.
Oh, Deka kill 2. Oh, Yogi duluan Kia.
Gua dulu dong, gua T1.
At this point for
Defend
them,
nggak ada
you
yang
have
mau
to
Yogi
see
Kia.
how strong their mental fortitude is, not because they're
Siapa
looking
defend tadi?
great, but it's the constant
Si
Jackie ya?
Aladdin, Jackie.
so well that we
Lu apa,
keep
Jack?
talking about them, but they still don't have that.
Lu nge-pick apa, Jack?
Jackie Divine.
We hope that
Jackie
they have
Devin.
that
Jack-
Jack Z itu Devin.
but also amongst
Lu Jackie apa?
there with them,
Gua
to be able to
itulah
just
T1
calm
lagi
down,
lah.
it's fine. Do not let this tilt you.
Lang?
Fire now that it's
Miramar.
yet another
Canba.
solid contender.
Iya, deh.
The next one is very likely going to be theirs.
Yang main apa ya sih?
Froz?
So I've talked with DJ Athletics, and I feel like this is not really a bad thing for him to actually get these high placements all the time. Basically, what we're seeing is that they're getting a lot of practice here. You got to remember, this is the first time they're playing on a global stage like this. A lot of these teams are unknown for them in terms of how to play against them. And they thought that they had good preparations coming into this tournament itself. And I'd say, yes, they do. Look at how they're getting those top 5 positions
Ke
almost every
kadang-kadang
game,
mirip temen
and they're
Escrow.
not always playing it the same way either.
Gas bayar.
See them all the time shifting a little bit. So
Di mana nih pengumpulan? Tempat kemarin lagi.
I would be scared about what DA can actually pull towards the end of
FR LS2.
coming into a global stage.
Gas.
Boleh, gue juga farming di sini nih.
How things are going to develop over these 2 months and who is going to be able to rise to the top during all of this.
Pembayaran.
Evolution as time goes on. Let's take a look at the schedule here and see what's what. We have 4 more games remaining for
Lagi butuh deluxe bro.
Iya nih, Pak Panitia kagak ngepick nih dari kemarin nih.
Nanti final bro. Plus 102.
Iya.
Sabar baru loading.
Extremely important to try and push your chances here in PGI.
Ini AF itu katanya.
We have Miramar
Aku mau ikut final besok
13,
juga.
and obviously we have seen some teams in particular
Oh iya, Tixi nabung dulu buat final,
Miramar.
cuy. Tixi cukup.
Final jual AWPMK 2 ya kan?
Gila.
Goblok.
500k tengahan ya kan, Dre?
Came from Katsu Point. Came.
Besok.
What the?
Hari, Mas Pet.
See, now you're just bringing up Miramar.
What it mean Katsu Point?
Games that made me really fall in love with them on Kia.
Bah, udah
During
di
the
lobby
late
nih.
season, as you said, they look so strong. The way that they played.
DA siapa, DA?
Lah Kevin cu.
So many kills, one of their biggest features. But
Nggak
that
ada yang
is, I
megang.
think, one of the big reasons why not only Diamond Kia, but also a lot of the Korean teams are struggling in this
Ikon,
format. Is
ikon.
that it doesn't matter how many kills.
Nama
it doesn't
40.000 lagi
matter
gue bit.
if you're playing on the edge.
Ya.
Bit dia nggak ada yang megang bit.
Everyone, you're picking up 10, 11.
Apa
DA.
ada?
If you do not have
Paladin tuh.
to allow
Oh,
you
Paladin.
to get
Beuh,
that
masih
win,
sete
that's
dengan
one of the things that all
DA-nya
these
ya.
Juga nih.
fact that we
Ya
have, and
perlu
Pabjeeeee pointed out
ini
earlier a
harus
little bit as
menang
a
nih.
joke, but it's true right
Itu
now.
Ot
The
sabar
fact that
kali
we have
memang niat
three North
cari
American
chicken,
Sabar bit,
Cok.
gue lagi farming ntar ya.
Sabar kali dia.
Historically,
Sabar Cok.
Udah cukup
international
anjing
stage before we
10.
have a single Korean team
Soalnya udah berasa
is
kill banyak juga
shocking.
dia.
It's still week 1.
Udah lebih
There's
dari
still 2 months of this to go
udah
on.
10.
But as far as what this start
Ya sabar lah,
shows,
Sabar
Menang
kali
dari
memang,
kita.
memang sabar itu.
very
Tinggal nunggu doang dia.
And surely, aside from the
Buriram.
South Korean teams,
Buriram tuh dari mana?
it's destiny
India.
for DA
Deal, bayar
eventually
dulu,
to be
deal.
able to
Sabar
go
dong, gua belum login
Excel
tuh.
2456.
As we go on to Miramar now, a big thank you as well to Intel.
Red pin.
Spoiler lagi ya, biar seru.
Berapa?
2,5.
Mulai itu dong.
Alrighty, it's Miramar time.
Wah, anjir, anjir.
DWG kok divisi LoL kuat. DWG gimana ya, Korea juga guys. Korea tahu sendiri kan ada siapa di LoL.
Wah, hujan deras lagi.
Gua nggak panik.
Ari pakai deadku dulu. Ari.
Bibit pakai duit dulu, dulu bit. Gua bit. Sabar,
Ari
gua
sudah
kira
cair,
dia.
Bit. Dia Bit beli sniper.
OTW kesana bit.
Ya, merah.
Oke.
Ada culun
Bener
di
dong,
sini.
Gen. Aduh.
Filmnya farming kah?
Rincon.
Bisa sini.
Oh, ngoblur.
Timnya kita nih.
Round plus 102. Ayo cepat. Biar di F8 quit nih gameku. Biar nggak ngeblur Twitch-nya.
They deserve it so hard at this point.
Alright.
Like they're
Gimana
playing
tuh, Bit?
so
Oh,
well.
dia.
Round plus 102.
And it's been to see
Nggak
them
tahu
get
guys, ini
so
masalah
close so
poin
many
nih ya.
times
Cuma
now, just
katanya
not
sih
be able to take that
banyak-banyakan
win is just
chicken,
absolutely wrecking me. So
banyak-banyakan ngumpulin
really
duit.
wanna see DA be able to pull it out. And to be
Pick
honest,
siapa belum ngepick
Miramar
gua.
has been their map.
Gua kagak
Their-
main
their
katanya
stats
judi
on
kagak
Miramar
bagus
been-
guys. Bad influencer nggak boleh.
Marahin.
Bener-bener loh.
Probably do that to you, but
Asli.
Kan judi Mas Bet tuh,
okay,
itu arisan.
dead center. This
Ini
is
arisan
good
kita.
for just
Ini
about
arisan.
Ini arisan sebenarnya guys yang kocokin cuma dari tim PUBG aja.
Iya.
Nanti keluar siapa namanya.
Iya, itu. Sama.
Kita hanya menebak kok.
2,5 Ri.
Oh, 2,5.
Wih,
Gua juga bit 2,5 ya. Bentar. Ntar lah.
Nah.
Ntar langsung potongnya bit. Lagi nama juga menangin kok.
Waduh,
Wih,
pede kali itu orang. Bang. Siapa itu?
F8 quit dulu. Ah.
Untung aja gak ada Doski. Kalau ada Doski
Gak
bisa ngelawan dia, Cuk.
Oh, dari tadi masuk, Cuk.
Tim AAA itu apa, Cuk?
Nah,
Dari
Triple A,
Thailand.
attack all around.
Oh, kayak baterai.
Itu Tony AF pas kita apa tuh?
Di baterai episode A.
Si Kevin ya.
Dulu paling keras di sini ya, dulu.
quite soon. I don't want to say, you know, quite the liquid style.
Tapi dulu.
We go as soon as we
Saking
can, but we
kerasnya
want
semua
to be on
dilawan.
the move fast enough.
Belum kau ini kah? Quit kah
This
pindah
is
pindah tim?
I mean, it's great. It's obviously 100% playable. You know, you can multiple paths to get inside, depending on where you want to play. But you do have to you do have that 50-50 decision to make, right? Do you think it is going to go north of San Martin, or do you think it's going to cut south? Now we have already seen
kemarin menang.
Wih, pas nih 2,5 di Gi.
on a circle like this before, but you know, we've seen them play around that water treatment area, that god compound that's just to the south of water treatment by that big cliff.
Sabar, gue nyambat indigo dulu ya, biar masuk dulu mandarannya. Ya kodam bro, ya kodam bekasat, ya kodam hadir.
Ya Rijal hadir.
Sudah setengah bisa nih. Hah?
Wah, ini orang cuy.
Gila.
Udah.
Gila aja.
Udah ditransfer
Anak
energi.
buahnya ini cuy, anak buahnya Kipran Lewu.
Should probably be getting back together here pretty soon as we're getting it's only about 4 minutes.
Nonton yang map rotasi juga seru nih.
Woi, tahu.
Looking at Zenith on the way, they're gonna start.
Apa cuy? Gue kan nggak spoiler bro.
San Martin.
Nggak spoiler mata kau.
A lot of people around like Power Grid, I guess, is extremely central in this. I don't know how
Areanya
much
tengah
you'll
banget
take.
ya HDP ya.
But again,
Jangan keluar apa namanya?
eyes on the Korean teams,
Jangan
man.
liar.
It's gotta
Nah,
happen
iya.
surely.
Jangan keluar.
Orang helmnya kemana cu?
I gotta be honest, they don't look good.
Ada pasti
obviously we've said it before, but
Enggak, itu helmnya buat persembahan doang Mas Pet
a
tadi.
million times we could
Semua
say
orang tengah jalan screen.
Dapat drop cuy.
that's actually
Ya jadi siapa jadi emang ada?
ada in this
Wah,
format.
ada orang yang lagi gitu.
Or T1 rather. T1 is you know, repeatedly finishing around that 5th, 6th, 7th area. It's just getting
Nggak tahu sih Turtle.
once they get to like circle 5, circle 6, that's where things kind of start
Tunggu
falling
keluar
apart
baru
a
dia
little bit,
ngeliat.
and that's kind of what happened last time. I mean, we saw them get in there and then they just get pinched. So you know, it feels like out of all the Korean teams, T1 is probably there, but man, I just don't know what to do about Almon. You know, Genji has looked okay at times and just terrible at times. The Freaks, they've come in looking okay, but you know, they obviously limited amount of games, but you know, it does seem crazy that we could go into our first weekly finals and have
suka greedy nafsu
maybe
nge-push
one
gitu loh.
Korean team in it.
Iya. Suka nge-push.
It's certainly something to consider.
Kayak
But
main
for now,
normal
we do see
kagak nyari
DA
chicken
starting
dia.
to build up. That is going to be Mert having a little look around, maybe go pick up his boys or kind of join the rest of the herd. Looks like Code Marco's kind of leading the way for them, kind of heading right on through. Now, again, LG Divine, they were the ones very central on this, kind of starting off in San Martin, quite split apart at the moment. We did check in with them just a second ago, and you can see them still in their loot route, just doing their thing. T1, down one, all the teams on the east about to meet, and that's a little scary. Destinations over there too, so you're going to have a decent amount of teams heading this way.
Wah,
Hopefully no one lost on rotation.
Iya.
Considering
Yo,
there's a lot of
gini
Korean teams
kroyo.
relatively next to each other now.
Jelas
And the Freak Freaks
kuat.
were the team on the
Ini
eastern
orang apa sih
side,
ngelut
so if they
mulu?
slot in this
Temannya
way,
udah
they're
di
going to
mana?
potentially again clash.
Yes, kena kai main.
Yeah.
Ketemu sama
Part of Freak Freaks look like
Oh, aman.
they're posted up though. They've got a little 2-2 split.
Belum yok, Maman yok.
Going down towards Minas, and they look fairly comfortable. DGW meanwhile
Groza mah
making their way
dimanapun
around.
juga
Looks like
enak.
Damwon going to spot him out, take a few shots in that direction. They do have T1 that's kind of wrapping just even further east than them, as we've got 3 teams all trying to make this long wrap around to the north side. And maybe that's one of the problems that they're having. It's just these normal rotations
Bener dong,
they're taking are just not as free as they
Mang
used to be.
bangke lo.
Don't peek that again.
Aduh.
Yeah, pretty early on that one.
Kalau lu
Doesn't
kalah
fancy
aja,
it. Ends
menang
taking
gampang,
the longest
250
route
paling
available.
grinding 3 jam.
Of course, taking the scenic route.
3
as
jam.
the team, you know, tend to like to do.
changing
That'll be fine. They can
sometimes.
slot in on the northern side. You know, look how
Tenang,
open
tenang,
Water Street is.
relay.
I mean, yes, the plateau to the south
Wah,
of it's pretty
jauh lah tuh
rife,
tuh.
but
Yang gua
there's
tuh
loads of room. They'll be absolutely
lintang
fine.
benua.
South side's a little bit busier just because that road out of Picado
Pasti diusir cuy
is
sama
pretty
Genji.
rife with teams. DA's over there. You've got
Yang maksudnya
Dangerous
Genji.
Gaming,
Oh,
Gen
yeah.
G. Lots of teams will be able to see that. So a little bit
Genji
trickier on the
menyariskan
southern
kali.
rotation, but the north's pretty available. So as we
Apa
say
juga
that,
diras
here's
sama
the
dia.
shots coming through. So a A little bit of posturing more than anything.
Gen G gonna regroup after this little bit of a 2-2 split. I'm not sure if they were put off by the shots from DA or if they heard day trade
nyari
their way up
helm
from the
baru
south.
pasti.
It might have been a combination from both, but DA for their part not sticking with the split that we're seeing so many teams adopt in this circle early on. Instead, just saying, you know what, this is a good compound. We like it for this circle. We're gonna place our bets, thinking that this thing is gonna cut south, and this will be a fantastic place for us to just kind of post up for the early and mid game, probably all the way to late game if we get lucky.
Because this is a center circle, it'll be a relatively quiet start. So just in case you're tuning in and wondering where some of your favorite teams are, they're probably already through to the weekend. At least they're favorite maybe in this. So the likes of Sonic are already going through. They were one of the first teams to qualify, and they did it in some real style. Heavy hitters over in NA did great. You had infantry going through in that second game, then Na'Vi, Shoot to Kill, Liquid, K7. You know, plenty of these teams finally making their way through. 4AM did it, Virtus Pro, TSM, and obviously Oath as well. So you've kind of got the lay of the land. So if you're not seeing your favorite team, it's probably because they're through or they're still waiting to play, which again, if you're asking the question of where is this team, they'll be waiting for the weekend. So they're probably pretty happy as they stand, and it's time to keep eyes on the lobby, I guess.
Yes, indeedy. Well, we see Buriram from the south side. Again, Buriram has been looking fantastic. Another one of those kind of, you know, DA light, I guess, type of situations where they have been coming in and looking fantastic, but they not to the extent that DA has, but kind of similar in regards of how they've been doing it. TGW, meanwhile, I think this is only their second game after making their way in, finished 9th. In their first
Morbid tantang amat nih,
now
kebelet
we are
berak apa
also
gimana?
joined by Attack All Around. Didn't get too much chance to talk about them, but a really big SEA squad. And there you can see where they're hanging out over there on that western edge, waiting to see where this next circle takes us.
Yeah.
Okay, centers up again. This will compress a lot of the teams. DA will be relatively happy. Zenith very good positioning too. Keep in mind that San Martin area might get a little bit busy, but San Martin can house multiple teams if they are desperate. But teams don't like to take those kind of backup options, it feels. They want the prime spots, and I don't blame them. Gustav's going to claim one for FaZe. Not a bad position at all. Yes, it's a bit vulnerable to the hillside wrap around it, but FaZe will be happy with this, and you can see LG Divine going to move back to kind of almost one of the starting positions at the forefront of Hacienda, so they'll be okay over there. Eastern side, I'm looking at the southeast, it might get a little bit busy on this one. Also, Ents might be in for a spot of bother. That north side now not so available, and there is always that kind of field or that kind of open area that surrounds Hacienda slightly to the north-northeast. It gets a bit tricky. Buriram already in towards a bit of a fight with Daytrade Gaming on the other side. Edie, no, just send some shots down range, and we know these guys are sharp as attack. They do not miss.
Tambah lagi satu, mati.
Don't go to the one by one.
Mati.
Flash.
Ada lagi mati.
And already that's going to be a flash to follow. And yet,
siapa yang milih Dai?
Turned up with at least 2 here.
Jojo.
Two men to
mati Jojo.
Again, he finds the 1v1, but this time gets outdone by the barrel on the other side.
Baru tadi antem
Radro is coming to provide some support. I don't think they were expecting the full crash from Daytrade, and to be honest, I wasn't even really expecting the full crash from Daytrade. Just giving away this turn. I mean, there's no real reason to, obviously, right? Kills don't really matter, but and then this spot in and of itself isn't, you know, fantastic. It's on the south side of this new circle, but you know what? Daytrade committed to it. Lose 2, but they get 1. And Buriram now
masih 2, kemarin aja 1 menang sendirian.
Beda TSG, ini Buriram.
Kan TSG
still just
ini Dai.
Sama aja lu ngomong, sisa gua sama Yogi. Beda kalau lawan Emaan.
They've been just hanging around on this edge, seeing if they can maybe sneak their way in late, avoid all the alien fighting for the most part.
Alien.
So far, so good. They do have T1 just off to their north and Afrika just off to their west. So
boleh ganti nggak, Bir?
Keep an eye on here.
Jojo udah mulai nggak percaya rupanya saudara-saudara sekalian.
Cutting off some shots.
Diemnya tumbang dua.
Freak of Freaks. Similar sort of scenario. Yeah, it's center circle, right? It's why I kind of like
Iyalah di
the
fallback.
circles that the teams hate because it makes
Orang
things fun.
love from
quicker.
Indonesia
So, you
kan.
know, but again, we get to kind of talk about the approach to this circle.
Chat lagi Nyuk, chat lagi.
Well, while we do so, we can talk about your approach to typing
Bilang
in
from
this
Tony gitu
code
kan,
and
dari
getting
Tony.
yourself a coupon for voting
Kali aja
this
di fallback
weekend.
kan.
Make sure you type it in. You get 1 coupon per week. And then when we get to the weekend, the codes will be good for
Tapi mukanya beda banget loh hari ini
points,
emang kemarin.
or the EP, which you can get 1,000. You can get 80,000 over the course
Nice
of the
trick
entire
Kapannya beda,
tournament.
Maksudnya.
Remember, we've got
Sering-sering aja ya.
lots and lots and
Mereknya
lots of
beda.
games left to play over the next 2 months.
Itu dia.
So make sure you keep your eyeballs watching.
Gila edge no. Mau gimana, Cuk? Kagak jelas aja
Okay,
ngidupnya.
circle update in a couple of seconds. This is where things get a bit trickier for most of the teams here, especially those on the outskirts, because it probably wants it towards it. And no, it does move a little bit further southeast, kind of towards Graveyard. We saw an ending quite close to this, funny enough. DA happy, Daytrade happy, GNG happy, probably Zenith pretty happy with this too. Freak of Freaks might need to consider pulling themselves back together. FaZe already on the move here. They're going to try to get into a prime position, but we've seen these sends being very precarious for FaZe. I worry for them in this scenario. That north
Tapi
side
kayak
is
memang
about to get busy.
gitu mesti dikasih tengah
Everyone's
zone
on
deh.
send,
Mainnya
13 on
kalem
the
kalau
move,
main tengah
Freak of
zone.
Freaks on the move. This is all towards that eastern side, but I'm looking at ends. I'm looking at
Kemen.
I'm seeing all these other teams trying to build
Kemen.
their way in. On the fly, doesn't land on the drive-by, but keep your eyes on the kill feed. Tixu's gone down. That's going to be probably pretty commonplace here. This circle is when it really explodes.
Kemen lagi nih.
It's not.
Wah,
letting E36 pass. FaZe
seru ya kalau nggak tahu orang rotasi gitu ya.
Punten.
Kena deh dua.
Emang Tixi ini emang dongo ya.
Military island on Erangel, so that's going to feel pretty good.
Gak jelas tuh.
But FaZe need to be careful. Zenith are going to surely have vision on this, and they've just been picked up too. So again, FaZe need to be careful now. And I'm looking at who else is on the move. Tiamba's in the vehicles, maybe looking for a position they can send to. So keep your eyes trained on where they decide to go.
Ya, Genji ketemu di football.
Absolutely nuts. The movement of Skittles all over the little mini map here. Tiamba going to try to find somewhere, and they are going to go find a little ditch just off to the side of FaZe here. Genji, as you said, had the compound over there in Graveyard. They managed to get a knock on a FaZe. Looks like that res came through, but they have to worry now about Ents that has moved into the actual Graveyard, while Genji holds out in the church. They have 36 to their south, and this is another fight. Pabjeeeee finding themselves in the middle of a scrap once again. This time it's going to be Kia Damwon.
Mas satu nih, Bro
Not
Riram nih.
going to find any joy just yet. Indigo, though, spots out Naradra. Gets him about 50 HP, but no knocks.
Oh, yeah, but I always feel even if Buram do go down, they will get a couple with them. I don't feel as though they're a team to get wiped out, but these nades are getting lined up, so Buram better be ready for this. Already you can see the spam coming in.
Nice! Itulah. Siapa tuh
And
Buram?
still, Buram struggling on this one. Is there another third party? No, it's got me out actually. Pretty far off from this.
Ada yang ngeluh nggak tuh?
Radra's
Denger
gonna be
nggak?
careful too. It looks like they're going to push Gale already on the ground. They're trying to wrap around this smoke.
Tunjukkan rematch kan?
They missed
Weh,
one
lu
of
lihat.
this one, but now they're going to try and
Jutsu.
find the second. Radra does get called off. Nice work from Down One Gaming. At least they're trying to work this out now. Maybe solidify this spot.
Nice work from Damwon. Still up for Buriram, so they still have their insurance policy off in the distance. Wait and see where this new circle is going to take us.
Gue udah bilang Jojo nggak percayaan.
Dua
kalau kayak gue sama Yogi gimana nih?
AAA who have made their way in as well, and that's
gila,
going to be
emang
once again. And we talked about it earlier. DA placing the bet. This thing was going to cut south, and that bet
Nih,
has
Ri,
paid
dari
off
kemarin
in a
Buriram
huge
tuh
way
circle-nya
so
gitu,
far.
Ri. Malah dia nggak punya keluar zona.
They'll be super happy with this.
Enggak, match sekarang Buram jadi kadal gurun, cuy.
Straight in the vehicles.
Kadal
There's
gurun.
not much here. Maybe another ditch. They are very good.
Keculik
Oh no, Shimboy's got him. AC's flushed on this. They're going to arrive with 3 now. No way around it. And all those teams in the north, Zenith are going to have to move themselves as well. As much as they can do the damage now, they will find their way in. And Graveyard can live up to his name. They're sending in 36. Waiting on the other side.
Salah masuk lubang ya sih.
DA punishing FaZe in the meantime as soon as they try to pull up. This could be a 16th for FaZe if they lose out on that final player. I think his first FaZe still alive. Maybe with the opportunity of a res, but at this point, this is a disaster again for FaZe Clan. They are not coming alive this time around.
just nowhere is safe. I mean, there's so many players still up, so little places for them to play from. You can see everybody just trying to find any little ditch that they can hide in, any shack, any shed, any rock that they can even hide behind. They're just getting picked apart by anybody that's got a secure position. DA doing work. They did the work on the phase already. Now they're finding LG Divine. Roth gonna take care of Tiamba, and that's done and dusted. Zenith making their way in from the north side, and they're going to be hanging out on the very edge of the circle. Although they do have to worry a little bit about detonation coming in from the north as well. But it looks like things might be starting to calm down a little bit as everybody has either died or found a place to call home.
Yeah, some more precarious than others, of course. Zenith having to leave that nice compound there and over towards north, kind of on foot now, it looks like, or at least in the open. Beyond that, as said, graveyard littered with bodies. Afrika Freaks still in the northeast. You can see detonation working their way through as well. Electrical Road down to 1. And Hickory should be picked up pretty soon. Yeah, no one can really exploit that. No one's going to be able to get the flush on it. And we wait for that next circle. I said, unless the Afrika Freaks really struggle to find a way in, most teams should be okay at this point. Unless someone tries to make maybe a land grab to something a little bit better. And Cad's at least got himself into a bit of cover, so he should be okay. We are seeing a couple of teams starting to look towards vehicles. I think Zenith's considering a move pretty soon in the distance. I'm pretty sure that's them on the go. LG Divine going to get caught off a little. And yeah, DA in a bit of trouble here. And they've moved out of the initial compound. They've tried to kind of spread themselves, not necessarily thin, but they've gone for a little bit of a land grab towards the south as well, leaving Mert towards the compound. Metralis over there too. Good nade. Good Marco's pretty dead at this point. Barely any HP left. I don't think Smash can save him this time. No. J-End will get the confirmation on that one. And now LG Divine stay alive with 3.
I wanted to say it earlier. I loved the fact that DA had started making this push across the road early and being a little bit proactive. Unfortunately for them, they just never got to spot out J-End, who was playing that wide flanking position for the rest of LG Divine. Now the circle has cut up north. Gen G has a compound right in the center. This is looking real nice for them if they can manage to hold off any teams that might be starting to head in that direction, maybe looking to crash there. As Afrika that has to find someplace. Kia that has to come in. E36 still hanging out in that ditch, but here comes the push from Damwon. Where are they going to go? It's just going to be the shack.
This should be the first time we see a Korean team probably win this. Considering the positions, even just excluding Gen G's, everyone else is still in a really good spot. This should be the first game we get to see a Korean team potentially solidify their spot. Now, that's not confirmed. There's still 14 teams, but you look at who's in which position and how many are alive. It seems to be the case. However, for now, we once again see Afrika Freaks a little bit of a scrap themselves in Salmon Gaming. So DA still building up in the kind of, western side. They are well out of the circle at this point, but looking to kind of forge a way forward. Faye's going to get some attention from detonation. Fuzzface sprays down, commits to it and loses. He gets the 1-for-1 trade out, but Faye's eliminated in 14th. And again, underwhelming results for FaZe. Unfortunate for the fans, but for now, we do look towards the teams on the move. There's going to be Afrika Freaks holding the line. That high ground is theirs, but on the other side, will they know who's approaching under? Kale, Cad, EJ, all starting to work their way forward.
Yeah, pulang yuk.
While this is going on at the same time, DA is starting to push into Detonation Gaming. They're going to see if they can maybe third party on this count. But no, a good grenade from C's is going to be right in the feet of Betrayalius, and now
panas.
Panas. Goes down as the push from DA is starting to fall apart here. Smash staying alive, but here we go. Damwon and Afrika still trading back and forth. 2 up for them, and nice push there. Indigo going to be the last one up. Get that res, they'll be back up very strong. And now LG Divine comes in behind DA because
why not? DA's looking a little done for. So
can
looking at Zenith, though, still 4 alive, decent enough positioning. If they can clear out this side, if they can deal with LG Divine, they'll kind of control this edge and have the safety of that road that's very hard to play on. But again, you can see how dug in LG Divine are. They still have those smokes up so they can focus on the team in front of them. But Shimboy's connected towards Levi, so nice work from him. Shimboy's certainly been making a little bit of a name for himself. Some good shots coming out. Kickstar trying to join in as well. and everyone else just kind of tucking down, keeping their heads low at this point, not wanting that much attention. Circle update in about 7 seconds. We'll see who's got the prime cut here. Keep in mind that graveyard building is still very much in play. A little bit of that eastern side as well. And there we go. Okay, so the graveyard building will stay in play, but not a great deal of it. The graveyard itself will be removed. And Levi's again knocked. He's going to be bleeding. He's just going to be hemorrhaging blood at this point.
Interested to see where Dom Juan decides to go, where E36 decide to go. As you said, Gen G still has that compound. They're feeling just fine. They've got ENTS off to the north, AAA off to the north as well. T1 has a great spot right in the center, and nobody really pressuring them just yet. We'll see if they can maybe take an angle onto Zenith here. As Zenith, as you said, has just had complete control over this low side.
You can see LG Divine are not looking great. That is fire on the floor.
That is fire.
One nade would be quite scary, but everything else in front of them is also quite scary. They're going to have to try and make their run eventually, but they know that someone is waiting on this other side. It depends who's there. Nation Gaming on the other side, though, going to make light work of one. Good adjustment on the second. And Nikki is your only one standing, and well, I say standing lightly because they are prone. Trade not available. It gets down. It doesn't matter. It's done for. Good timing from Zenith to make the damage too. This was that side, but I'm seeing T1 maybe a little more responsive in this, and they're the ones closest nearby. Zenith can get punished if they don't turn around quickly, and no, they don't. Off there will suffer, but actually Amplified gets knocked by his own teammate. So now Zenith have a chance to fight back. Maybe they can keep control of this.
Dari kemarin.
Day trade actually in a good spot too.
Gak ada remake, gak ada, gua masih hidup 4 cuk.
Gak ada remake. Perfect little spot that they were in to come clean up Zenith, and they actually do it as well. Day trade, Veronica getting taken low,
apa bos?
Enggak bos. Tanya aja bos.
AAA slides
Singgung
out
orang dia,
perfect
Cok.
time
Wah,
to do
bahaya.
some third party for themselves.
NJ gua masih hidup cuk.
Pulang.
NJ gua bro.
Rematch yuk.
NJ gua bro. Masih hidup NJ gua bro. Walaupun cuma 2.
Gua masih hidup bro.
Fins are outside the door. They want in. The dead have come back to life, and they're banging
Gen 6 atau AA yuk.
Gen G
Abis
just cowering
bisa
inside.
Lihat guys, ada yang tangkap Death mati nih. Belakangnya ada BRU.
E36 in a good position, gotta say. Outside of that, Triple A still in this. This is a
Triple A
really
yuk,
weird
bisa yuk.
lobby. Now I
Kenal
thought this
satu,
was
nice,
gonna
nice,
win all day long, but in review,
Nice.
it's just Gen G really now. I mean,
Buriram tuh
I
ayo.
don't know how we got here.
Daripada Duriram.
Yeah, they're down to one.
Tarik kaki.
Again, is this really
Memang
gonna be
alien.
36 going through in their place? I mean, having this many alive, Gen G have the
Tukang
compound, but when they
tarik
leave,
kaki.
you see Ents waiting to punish that. So I want to see where the circle goes. If the compound stays in, Gen G are laughing. If it moves away, that cross is
Ditungguin
treacherous.
sama Esther.
Iya, penunggu rumah cuk.
2 seconds now.
Tahu dia,
Where's
tahu
the
dia.
circle going?
Nah, keluar
Alrighty,
itulah
we've got a
memang.
problem on Gen G's hands. They need to get rid of the fins. Keep
Triple
your
A
eyes
ini.
on it.
Ah,
They
sama
need to
Enter
clear
bisa
this
sih.
shit fast. They're
Triple
gonna
A
do just
ini
that.
mah.
Find Squeaky real quick. Now Diggory, not loving this. He is just waiting in the
Wah,
corner,
anjing
hoping he
gua.
gets away with his life, but I don't
Wah,
feel so.
beda.
He's gonna
Anjing
try.
gua.
And there we have it. We're
Let's
down to our top
go.
4
Sisa
here.
siapa nih?
Now,
Deathtrip sama Gen G.
36 with 4 alive.
Oh,
With 3
ada
and
E36.
Pabjeeeee with 4.
Ada
Pio's
E36.
finally
Yuk,
gonna find
E36
Pure Boy.
atau
Now
Jadi
they do
ada
have
itu,
one alive, so the little
aduh.
snake's
E36
still around.
Triple A yuk.
But this cross is dangerous for Gen G.
Tapi nggak circle dia. Nggak circle dia. Harus maju dia.
But
Harus
they
maju.
may be more focused on maybe Day Trade or someone else who's in front of them here.
Memang
Yuk,
This
rematch
is
yuk.
the weirdest position I think I've ever been
Rematch
in
yuk,
in
rematch.
competitive
Udah dapet
PUBG
tengah
casting.
kalau.
I'm actually
Yuk, rematch yuk.
worried.
Bisa ya?
Nggak ada, nggak bisa,
for
nggak bisa.
Gen G.
Bisa lah, bro.
Even though we're up, for
Bisa.
some reason, it just
Bisa.
it feels like
Eh,
something is gonna go
E36
wrong at
bantai
any
dulu tuh
point.
dah
That's
itu.
They should be
that's just how
fine,
it's
bro.
been. They should
nggak
be
boleh
good.
dong,
They should be
There's
absolutely
always
fine, but like you
experience.
Wah, siapa
Harus
lagi
bisa.
AA cuy.
you look at this,
Ah,
you look
ah,
at
ini
this top
chicken
four to
nih.
anybody
Lihat, ah,
who's ever
chicken
seen
tuh.
a single game of competitive PUBG.
Baru
they'll
main
say
satu
Gen
game
G
langsung
wins
chicken
this
GG.
Iya,
10
makanya.
times out of 10 going away laughing.
The power
But
of
just the way
alien.
things have been
Baru
going
satu
in this
main,
lobby, it's
baru
just been
sekali
so
main chicken
wonky
sih
and
mantap
so
banget.
weird that
Oh ya,
nothing
hoki
is
sih ada 2
guaranteed.
itu.
Pinoy.
you're not
Thailand dong.
But
Thailand
as
dong.
said, we
Thailand.
looking at this,
Attack all around.
it's got to be a Genji win in my mind. E36 great, but the experience
Triple APB,
a bit hit and miss
triple
for
APB
me.
e-sport.
Gen Gold masih enak sih di sini.
Enak dong, iya dong, chicken nih.
Triple A, first time we're really getting to look at these guys.
Oh, day trade ditabrak.
Bilang apa, Tay?
Oh, dapat
It looks like
satu.
attack all around. Gonna kind of dive in on that. I'm
Day
keeping
trade
my
dapat
eyes
arah
on when
situ
Genji
tuh, nggak ada
decide to
hilang.
make their move.
Oh,
They now
Games
know
mau
to
diculik nih
get
kakinya nih sama Pio.
Looks like Pio. He always seems to be
Pio,
the
ini
instigator. That's leading the way. Now it's got to
Oh,
be
kaki
clean.
game mau ditarik.
They're not really looking this way now. They
Yuk,
will be.
Genji,
Needs
yuk.
come out. It's gonna be time to go.
Genji.
Onyx gonna lead the way forward.
Push anjing.
Greedy lagi yuk, Genji yuk.
Allah.
Orang gila gak tuh?
It looks like an action movie, but it's not looking so good for Triple A.
Ah,
Trade comes
no,
back through
nice.
Essa.
Ayo,
Let's
Genji
go
rata,
down.
Genji
Ganggu
rata.
lagi yuk, yuk Genji rata
Ada,
dulu yuk.
ada.
Genji rata yuk.
Oh, lihat dong.
Will go down as well.
Wah,
And that's a
bahaya.
Gen
Gen
Gold ini.
for Gen
Nyok,
G. They have
emang.
so much real estate now to work
Nyok.
with.
Bisa.
Gua 1 juta kan Nyok.
Yuk, day trade ganggu dulu ya kan. Culik.
Real estate to work with,
Tarik
but
kaki
that
dulu.
circle
Day
is looking
trade.
so nice for
Orangnya
Gen G.
Genji
Ada, ini
tapi.
satu
They've
pengen,
got to
satu
clutch
pengen.
out,
Map
don't
ya
they?
Gen Gold ini.
These are good nades from
Mana?
Venotsky. Now whether or not they do much with it, there's a tag. There was
Lagi
a
deh Mayora.
follow-up.
Dor.
Oh, yeah, there is.
Aman, masih bisa. Nggak bisa. Kodenya nge-push yuk.
Day trade gaming and just
Bisa itu di-push, di revive Loki-nya.
And it looks like all eyes towards
Pasti
Gen G.
dibuat smoke jalan sama dia.
Towards the east. They decide
Ya,
to
ya.
better
Ionic
approach.
jaga
Nggak
satu
bisa,
tim.
Geared up,
Nggak bisa
looking on point
di
for this.
revive.
Tuh dipegang tuh.
Still be laughing here, but
Tinggal.
Loki being knocked. Is there a
Bisa,
recovery?
bisa.
Yes,
Masih-
F has
masih
gone
knock
for that. They are
satu.
committing on this.
Jalan
And
masih bisa itu.
E36 aren't close enough by yet to be able to capitalize on the player down.
Ionic jaga satu tim, Pio jaga satu tim.
But sneaking their way forward here.
Kuat ini Gen Gold.
Cautiously playing through. Satu
Iya
still
dong.
looking for anyone to peek that ridge.
Nah,
But
Nyok, sejutanya
Gua
ya.
nih, deg-degan nih.
It's a good play from Anonix. I think E36
Aljin bot di mana, Ri? Mid ya? Aljin bot ya? Aljin apa? Oh, ini ARK apa? Arangel kan?
Karena yang menang nih.
Wah, day trade ke kiri dong. Ngapa lu ke kanan, cuy? Jangan ganggu 36.
Gen Gold ini back to back.
Asia udah 13 match menang ini.
Round the circle, maybe better the devil you know.
Back to back udah Gen Gold.
Nautica was the better approach.
Solo.
Try and force
Gen
them
G
to
yang
fight,
siapa?
maybe sweep them through.
Iya. Ini karena gurun deh.
You can avoid it. Just try and make sure that
Tiga-enam
plateau
megang kan?
view. Again, Gen G
Nggak ada,
being
nggak ada.
proactive, he's
Tiga-enam
making
ini.
circles.
Tiga-enam
If they
bisa.
fall,
36 ditarik cuy kakinya sama Fanatica.
direct center, if they keep clearing like this. And it
Udah
does
satu
look
Discord
like
ini deh
E36 are
sama
very
36 ya kan.
passive in a weird way about
Iya,
this.
sini
They
sini
haven't
bantuin
been
gua
taking
sini.
proactive
Timin dulu
fights.
kita.
They are down to
Lihat,
3, I guess that
Jojo
is
mau mati, Cok.
fair. I don't know
Jojo
how
mau
much
matinya
this
lama
is.
nih.
Again, I'm just
Kejadian
waiting for
TSG
Gen G,
lagi
but they
kah?
are doing a strong close here. This
Jangan
is
dong.
TSG.
kind of in the
Wah,
making.
TSG cu, GG keren anjir.
I do like what Gen G did. They've taken that ridge line and they've done a wide
Lagi
spread
tangan yang
around. They're
tremor mah
not
hayu.
over peaking. They're just kind of looking for information right
Enggak,
now.
Fanatica nggak bisa chicken coba mau kemana dia?
Assuming that E36
Turun ke bawah
maybe
open
will
begini
try to
tuh kan,
reposition,
buka smoke.
or that they're going to continue trying to push around. That's why they've got Loki just lying prone right there, listening for footsteps. He's not peeking. He's just trying to gain information about when E36 is going to try to make their move. And so far, E36 is just waiting for the blue.
Nah,
Oh.
E36, I don't think we got many smokes either. If going off the
Nah,
assumption,
nah.
it looks like they
Loki mendengar, Loki udah mendengar. Kiri, kiri push.
Uh-oh, this
No,
is
dulu, bro.
trouble. Waiting
Oh,
for
sini,
the
bro.
corner, Sato. As soon as
Oh,
they
Loki
show,
masih belum
they can
ketahuan.
push this one. Gen G responding accordingly. Gonna lead
Sabun
this way.
bis, sabun
Day
bis
trade
Loki.
still out and about. Venotica gonna try and use this time to move up, but sprayed away at on
Loki
the
belum
other
ketahuan,
side.
masih ngepron.
Gen G ready for the fight still. Both these teams playing the long
Wah,
game.
itu lihat
No
ini.
one wants that first fight.
Weh.
See if they can get rid of that snake first.
Wah, sepi.
Looks like they will. Venotica's
Oh.
gonna be
Loki,
ready to
Cok.
make their push, and they do. Loki patiently waited. Surely this is Korea's
Gila,
time to
kan,
get
dulu.
themselves through.
Wah, bom.
Granatnya cu.
They don't see it.
Gila.
This could be a disaster. Gen G.
Wah, konyol.
Will they get it done?
Gen Gold kan.
Oh my
Gen G
God.
akhirnya cu sekian banyak game
Finally
gagal.
is the
13
right
match.
word. I mean, look,
Dari
we said
kemarin
it coming
juga
in.
Sekali
Out of all the
dapat
Korean
tengah
teams
kalem
that have
itu.
been
Iya,
making
Gen
it to the
bagusnya
top
di
five,
Miramar,
making good
Di Miramar,
position,
Bang, mapsnya.
Gen G and
Nah,
T1.
dari
are
kemarin
the
waktu
best
di
I've
Miramar
ever
gua
worked.
ngepick Genji
That
malah
was-
kalah ya.
Wah, gara-gara gue ini
I mean,
berarti.
it took a little bit
Kenapa
of circle
giran
luck.
itu?
It took a little bit of circle luck for Genji to
harus
actually
tengah.
finally come through and secure that one. But when it came
dua
down
setengah ya,
to it, when it came down to the final
Dua
fight,
setengah.
they looked
Main lagi,
just
main lagi,
as
main lagi.
deadly
Main lagi, main lagi.
experienced as we've come to
Sampai kering duit
expect
gue
from
nih.
this squad.
Gas terus. Masuk apa Gex?
I mean, the big thing for me
Sama-sama Korea
was
nih, nggak butuh translator nih.
them being able to sit so comfortably in that graveyard building got them such a position towards the end. And you're right, it does boil down to them kind of being in the right place for this. And again, no one there to really punish. E36 looked a little out of their depth, and that's no discredit to them. They seem to do pretty well, but they never looked proactive. They were never really able to define the
Tapi nggak dapat
scenario that they were fighting in.
duit.
So you could see that Genji's experience really kicked in. Loki's positioning was wonderful as well. As soon as he expected someone to make that push, he was already a while ago. So great work by Genji to finally get themselves through the first Korean team to join us on the weekend. And now we have to wait and see who else is going to make it through now. Not so many games left to go.
Not at all. We got 3 games left. You got to give credit to Attack all around. They make it all.
Ron Bos Los Santos 2 Nyuk.
What Genji has to say.
And the winning team of our 13th match was Genji. We have an interview here with
Pick up Nyuk, pick up Nyuk. Nyuk.
Siapa lagi nih?
Nyuk.
Genji, you guys made the Korean fans nervous. And we finally have the first Korean victory. How does it feel? It feels really amazing. It was the 13th match, and this was actually intentional because we wanted to show
Kita panitia nggak tahu untung berapa. Untung aja pokoknya.
more matches to the fans. Thank you for that. Thank you so much for the victory. During this process, I'm sure there were some difficulties.
What's bro?
What kind of feedback would you have for yourselves? Because the rules were adjusted for this tournament, I think our strategies were a bit missed towards the beginning.
Yang kuning jangan sampai lolos.
Urutannya gimana, Bit? Jangan milih, Bit.
Tahu ranknya tadi siapa aja?
Adjusted it to the way we've just been playing all along, then it would be better, and I think that showed today.
Oh, dari rank yang mati tadi lah.
You guys
Si
prepared a lot.
Minus tuh tadi tuh.
Any final words before we
ini berarti ya Jojo ya? Rank 2 ya?
We'll do our best.
Rank 3 apa Jo?
Gua ngapik dulu, nonton dulu.
Oh, Jojo skip, Jojo skip.
Jojo.
Aduh, udah mulai kendor nih.
Ya, habis duit ya kan.
Jojo skip. Apa lagi? AA nggak ada. Rank 5 NC deal NC.
Gua ngepikir di match terakhir aja nanti.
Sabar.
NC apa Kia?
NC rank 5, Cok.
NC lagi Bit.
NC lagi.
Song Jio, bukan lah.
Oke.
Metagaming ini namanya.
NC rank 6 tuh. Peru. Ari. Rank 7 lu.
Kill 6 loh.
Enggak, cuma rank pusing lah ngitung rank apa? Kill poinnya Gi. Ari.
Placement aja lah kalau ikut.
Iya, placement aja lah.
Biar gampang, Cuk.
Placement aja biar nggak pusing, Cuk.
Iya, Cok.
Apa, Bit?
Apa? Lagi ya, Beru? Lanjut main apa tidak?
Belum ada. Farming.
Tidak ikut kah?
Game terakhir saya, Bit.
Oke, Ari skip.
Berapa sekarang nih? Game ketiga?
3.
Yang keempat lah, yang keempat. Keempat sama 5.
Oke. Anang skip.
Game dulu, skip game.
Hilang skip Yogi. Apa Gi?
Kok skip semua sih, Cuk?
Apa Gi?
Gope gimana naik? Dikit nih.
Waduh, panasan deh.
Apa Gi?
Nggak boleh gitu dong.
Gi, apa Gi? Oh, bubar nih bentar lagi nih.
Bentar ini siapa aja? Masih sedikit, Cuk.
Gua ikut.
Bit di mana, Bit?
Front bawah 102.
Bit bayaran taruh dulu bit baru farming gua bit.
Oh.
Yang udah menang udah aja anjing kabur itu doang.
Jojo belum bayar. Aladin 50.000. 50.000 lagi tadi ya.
Ini dia.
And I think what he said
Berapa
about
2,5 ya? Berarti 4,5 gue kasih nih.
Besok lagi mah gue udah nggak mau lagi bit lah, banyak orang usaha anjing jadi nggak dapat serunya cok.
Iya perlunya masih seru-seru cok.
Iya.
Emang sampai udahan? Yang udah nggak mau?
Gak tahu, gue ikut lagi gue. Orang menang.
Bangsat emang.
Punya 3 lah.
Dapat compact granat launcher, langsung kita jual.
Oh siapa tuh kemarin tuh Sindro tuh 1 kali menang nggak ikut lagi tuh.
Bit saya ikut bit.
Nang dapat compact
granat launcher langsung dijual.
2,5 kurang. Berarti 200 lagi ya bit ya ini ya.
200.
4 beli compact kuning.
Gue kasih 4,5.
170 saya jual dah.
Gue di total udah 2 juta bit. Santuy. Cuma yang menangnya kabur.
Iya ada berapa orang nih yang kabur habis menang.
Utang berapa berarti deal?
2,5 kan tadi.
4,5 berarti ya?
4,5 nih. Kemarin udah 800 ya kan. 900 sampai 4,5 ya kan. Kalau kalah lagi.
Iya kan?
Iya kan. Jadi gua menang, kalau menang sih ya.
Gua menang berapa?
Bayar ke Morbid semua.
Apa nyuk?
Gua menang berapa?
Sabar Gi, bayar ke kunyuk dulu Gi.
Bayar bro.
Red nyuk. Red nyuk.
5.000 bayarnya. 200 dah.
Buat lu gocap bit.
Gocap itu berapa?
50.
Gue punya utang 50. Berarti gue ngasih 2,4.
Ya. Alhamdulillah. Biasa sih gue setelah tiap hari.
Duh. Mobil armor dijual semua dulu boy.
Perang pakai apa abis itu?
Kepler, jual dulu. M60 juga,
Apa nyuk? Pick apa nyuk?
Ada modal Ri.
Pick apa nyuk?
Yang menang
Lu baru menang.
Gede itu Ri. Yang berapa 2,5 itu nah?
1,6. Habis beliin Kepler, Cuk.
Apa?
Beliin Kepler habis.
Oh, beli Kepler.
Terus dijual lagi nih ya.
Pick DA.
Ya.
Goblok.
Naon? Untuk asal. DA. Gue bayar dulu ya.
Belum bayar.
Gitu.
Pin 2 juta.
I really like what I've seen from them. They only played a few games but still made it so far into every game.
Berapa betnya bet?
200.
200 lagi. Mana asesnya dong?
Dapat menang sekali kagak balik lagi ya. Kagak masang lagi. Dajal emang.
Makanya itu gue bilang blacklist. Yang
blacklist kah?
Blacklist kalau gitu-gitu cok.
Blacklist kah?
Gua yang menang itu udah rugi lagi ya, udah hampir rugi lagi.
Lah gua nggak pernah menang kemarin dong. Di hari pertama. Yogi deh.
Yogi tuh kasihan.
Ada minimal betnya nggak sih?
Minimal enggak kan ikut semua, yang winner take all semua. Jadi
tapi
ada minimalnya.
Panitia dong, ingat panitia ya kan yang udah jatuhin apa.
Lu ingat panitia cuma kasih 50.000 lu.
Emang biasanya berapa, Cuk?
Biasanya sih 10%.
Kemarin Morbid tuh kasih 300.000 tuh.
Manasin gua lu.
Ini bet 200 bet.
Bet bayarin bet M60 ku bet.
Mana? Sini. Berapa?
Kau
40.000 kah?
50 per each. Oh tidak.
Wah, boleh tuh.
Nah,
berapa biji?
Sabar.
Mana sini. Aku.
Aku juga beli.
Aku juga 222 berarti.
Berarti 222.
Gua 2.
Mana aja?
3 lah lu, berdua tuh.
Nih di
apa itu
mana nih?
Cheat 28 Match Messenger.
Di Blend Conti. Sini.
Di Blend Conti berapa?
Nah, ditmu udah habis Ri.
Blend Conti.
Oh, save itu band country.
Iya.
Kemarin dibeliin Kepler waktu menang.
Dibeliin Kepler.
Yogi chat di extension.
Oh, ini ada punya.
Bentar, gua itu dulu. Gua bayar
Udah
Morbid
menang
dulu,
kabur,
sabar.
kelihatan banget usahanya.
Berapa?
Iyalah anjing ngomongin di
Berapa?
belakang
50
nggak nyampe
ribuan
ke
ya?
orangnya,
Iya,
orangnya
50
juga nggak tahu, Cuk.
Beli 3 berarti. Ya?
Terbilang ya. Tapi langsung di chat nih enggak.
Di Save City Blend Country ya?
Ya.
Iya. $150,000.
Mana Gi?
Yang belum di-pick apa yang belum di-pick?
Asep.
Ih, baru balik. Kemana lo?
TO bro, tryout.
Mantap.
Nah itu.
Pak Jeki.
Ya, kan 3 gua.
Jack.
Kan udah. Nah tuh.
Yang belum di-tag mana? Bit.
Lu monyet langsung pergi, match lanjut aja nggak ikut.
Oh, Bit, ada lagi Bit. Apa ada Bit?
Ikut yok.
Ya ikut sekali waktu habis menang doang.
Makanya ini ikut tadi tryout Pau.
Apa Gi?
Lagi dong.
Unik bro.
Apa Gi? Gi.
Udah tuh gue itu aja tuh. Pabjeeeee, bodo amat. Pabjeeeee.
Yang
Ini Bit, gua Bit.
penting Pabjeeeee last match itu Yok pasti.
Bit harus ngebet berapa Bit?
100.
200 kalau mau ikut.
Ini Bit.
Winner take all pokoknya.
Aku.
Yang belum apa sih? Bentar, lupa gua lihat dulu dah.
Apa Jack?
Gua Buriram udah belum?
Buriram.
Oh,
Manang baru.
Kia udah ya? Kia. Oh,
Kia
belum
nggak ada,
ya?
Kia nggak ada.
Kia. Nah, gua tinggal farming sama sholat dulu nih, balik-balik menang.
Judi nganu nggak tuh tinggal sholat. Mantap. Ini Bit, gue ikut Bit.
Nah. Ada satu lagi peserta.
Gue ikut Bit, tapi ntar lagi tryout belum login.
Tryout aja dulu, Dap.
Ini
Ya,
masih
ntar gampang gitu,
sempet.
Pilih aja udah pilih.
Pilih aja dulu.
Ya pilih dulu makanya.
Ntar dicatat.
Yang belum apa yang belum?
Kita bukan orang ini guys, cuma iseng biar seru aja nontonnya.
Nah, itu.
Tiwan apa Tiwan? Udah belum?
Belum.
Dan ingat
Gua
lagi
pindah
ini bukan duit ini ya, duit beneran ya.
Buat Ici ini
game
duit Ici
doang.
dia kan.
Ya, duit ya.
Duit in game.
Yo gilas.
Duit hasil farming gitu ya.
Iya.
Lu lihat
Malah berjam-jam.
Yo gilas
Potong
30.000.
gue sisa berapa, Cuk? Dari 4 juta.
Sisa berapa, Yok?
100.000.
Dari berapa?
100.000?
Dari 4 juta 100.000 anjir.
What the fuck?
Ya
Kalian
kan
semua
itu
dong.
kan enggak dihabisin di semua.
Soalnya 2 juta aku beliin Kepler.
Gua sekitar 1 juta, 1,5 kayaknya.
Kemarin
Beli Kevlar di Karina kah?
Kemarin 4 juta. Kalau total 2M. Orang bodo amat, Mas.
Oh ya jangan dihitung dong kalau jajan sendiri.
Pokoknya
Kepler langsung laku dah tuh
habis main
dijual.
ginian 2 juta udah gitu. Dapat Iwan.
Berapa lama nih mulai rehat ya?
Rehat kayak kemarin lagi.
Udah play.
Kalau menang lagi sih GG sih gua.
Berapa orang ini?
Yogut anjing.
Marah-marah, Bro. Ya.
Ada nih. Ada Om senang nih.
T1 BRU.
Om senang.
Morbid Om.
Om senang. Halo Om. Gak ikut Om.
Ikut-ikutan Om.
Main GTA kemarin Om senang main extension pertama-tama tuh dilihat bisa lah. Main lagi. Farming.
Ayo Om. Farming Om. Habis itu buatin ini om.
Bet.
Oh 2 menit next match.
Mabet mah inilah.
Bayar siapa aja ya?
JDN nih.
Paladin, Anang, oh udah.
Drop tryout dulu aja dap, santuy dap.
Ah gua tinggal money dulu anjing.
Buat duit mah ke belakang ntar gampang.
Yang penting pick.
Yang penting pick aja dulu. Ntar dihitung.
Udah kan tadi gua.
2, 3, 4, 1,6.
Oh.
Ambil makan ya guys. Lapar.
Ikut ah sekali ya.
Hai.
Oh ya.
Ya udah pada maghriban dulu. Udah jam segini loh.
Ya.
Berdoa kan. Berdoa semoga menang.
Wah berdoa cuy.
Judi berdoa.
Santai guys.
Yang lagi ngecun siapa ya?
Bukan hidup dan mati.
2
Santai,
game. 2 game.
Gua jual roket dulu dah, habis itu ngebet.
Wah. Biasanya sih kalau yang las-las itu bahaya tuh bakal menang.
Yoi.
Kayak Anang kemarin tuh habis Julem 60 menang deh.
Mana Anang?
Habis itu kalah lagi tapi.
Yang aja dia masih ada napas, Cok. Ana.
Yoi, kasih napas kan.
Masih plus.
Dia pernah menang. Nah. Tapi kayak kalah terus lagi nih.
Mana? Kaladin ada berapa?
Enggak ada feeling ku defend sama dia.
Oh iya, pelur Magnum dijual, Cok.
Enggak ada feeling ku.
70.000 satu itu.
Mending ntar aja Ri sama aku Ri.
Udah itu bayarin bunkernya, bayarin bit. Magnum. Mana hilang? Salat ya?
Iya kayak.
Kalau pelor ini roket berapa tuh harganya?
Nggak mau balas Discord.
4.000 apa?
7.000 8.000.
Roket di auction
Jangan 4.000 terlalu murah, 5.000 6.000 lah.
5.000 kayaknya.
Iya. Terlalu murah.
5.000 bakal laku sih. 7.000 paling mahal 8.000 soalnya.
Iya.
Paling murah 4.000. Di tengah-tengah 7.000 bisa tuh.
Bisa 7.000 aja.
Yuk, Morbid ikut. Zenit.
Bah.
Wah, gua feeling gua sih Zenit tadi bit.
Ya
Feeling bagus banget ke Zenit gua.
Tapi biarlah stay NC aja. Yakin aja.
Ya masih ada slot siapa? Tim mana?
Slot apa?
Banyak, baru 9 di pick.
Yang belum di pick.
Furi
Yang belum di pick.
Banyak Mas. Masih ada Tianba. Tianba.
Gua tawarin gocap kemarin kagak ada yang mau, Cuk.
Tianba day trade 36.
Kaget kan lu?
Tianba belum, Tianba enggak ada yang pick.
Semuanya pada bengong.
Day trade enggak ada yang pick.
Itu kalau kianya kagak masuk ke lubang sel itu ke apa? Shooting range ini tuh kayak dia dah.
Nggak bisa tetep lu bawa gitu, kagak ada yang tahu.
Iya sih.
Game Battle Royale cuy, susah diprediksi.
Iya, this is Battle Royale istilahnya mah.
Salahnya si Kianya terlalu aman, main aman Gi. Kia diem aja jongkok di bawah shooting rank itu.
Iya masuk ke area latihannya.
Meja tuh, diem aja dia di dalam itu. Ngapain?
Main aman dia, pengen lolos.
Main pasif.
Main pasif ternyata rip.
Ternyata rip.
Nobar KYS kakak permana, gua kira kakak pertama.
T1's looking solid, especially Aqua 5 has been really trying to hard carry, but more so than anything else.
Gue pilih banget ya kemarin tuh Genji pasti chicken di Miramar. Miramarnya mainnya bagus dah.
Besok ada lagi nggak final? Apa enggak?
Sabtu. Nah itu ada selang 2 hari ya. Nah farming itulah.
Farming kalian, ya kan? Gua farmingnya nyari sniper, Cuk.
Ari mau bayar atau tidak? Nanti aku mau ya kak. Aku mau ya kak, mau mandi. Sholat. Mic siapa itu?
Ya, mandi dulu lah.
Dim mau ikut nggak? Jadi nggak Dim?
Mana Bit?
Wah. Oh ya udah.
Iya Tega.
Kurang plus 102. Sumpah film. Lalu, untuk apa gue punya oming? Gue beli dulu so.
Game 45 ada tidak ini?
Apanya?
Gamenya.
Oh, game ada.
Kayak begini.
Kurang
Ada.
3 game lagi kan?
Iya.
Ih, gue feeling kuat nih ke Zenit nih.
5 Bit.
Hari ini naga nyari.
Acap saya Bit.
Sembur kau, BRU ha? Gue sembur kepalamu.
Wah, BRU Cok. Orbit.
Yo, makasih starnya.
Dikasih star tuh. Kok sampai sini ya tembusnya ya suaranya ya?
Nah,
karena ini live.
Karena live Discord kan ngambilnya browser.
Browser. Yeah.
Oh, ngambil browser.
Iya.
Make sure that they can be a bit sneakier towards the end, and they will come out of their shell and start fragging out. So the play style for them so far.
Wah, parah sih. Unyuk kalau menang kagak mampir ke air mancur, Cuk.
Mampirnya kayak itu.
Kemarin dia mampir, Cuk.
Unicorn.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I have to say I am not going to be too positive for them.
Dil, zombinya kagak masuk apa di situ, Dil?
That much of an opportunity, not just because of the few games that they've played, but they've looked really out of their depth here. In fact, when you look at their previous performances coming into this event, they did get a solid third place at Incheon Challenge Cup.
HyperX.
But I think more so than anything else, that series for them was a lot of circle luck. Any other games that they played at top level international competition, they didn't fare too well, and I'm including the previous weekend in that. And so maybe they can come out similar to Day Trade and really surprise us during these last couple of games. But I'll be honest, I'm not holding my breath.
Okay, Froz, your thoughts regarding GA?
8 quit.
Keren, bro.
8 quit. Tuh berdoa tuh siapa tuh? Nah, mandi. Apa yang terjadi? Jadilah Zenit langsung menang nih, Yi. Tahu. Feeling gua kuat banget.
Kang pizza anjing, mana menang anjing.
Doski, Dos pilih Dos. Cepet.
Jangan lari kau.
Lari, mau lari dia.
Pilih kau harus pilih.
Baru cepet.
Udah.
Ah, yang belum siapa aja? Apa aja?
Zenit lagi bagus Zenit.
Zenit udah.
Diam kau aku.
Tianba, AF, Detrade, E36, Faze, Pero, AAA, DGW, Gex.
Faze aing Faze.
Faze. Oh, udah deng Yogi deng.
Faze udah.
Tianba.
Tianba, T1
udah.
Kia.
Cepat gua mau mandi. Cepat para belum buka circle ini.
Bingungnya sampai PS8 nih setan Doski ini.
Alah. Lah,
ambil Kia deh.
Kalau RPG.
Udah Ki.
Kalau homing ditawar 2M plus 15 MG plus 1 RPG lepas gak?
Enggak.
Jangan dong.
2M plus 1 RPG plus.
Murah banget MG tadi. Harga MG homing.
Murah ya?
Doski cabut.
30.000 ya?
Lah, Doski lari. Wah.
Lurus dari itu deh.
Tulisannya di mana? Morbid tulisannya.
Di itu PJ extension apalah itu. Cepat gue mandi, mau sholat.
Yang udah dipilih mana? Nggak ada.
Itu di astaga, itu di atas.
Di atas ada roll Pabjeeeee extension.
Iya, bodoh kali loh.
Aku main kagak ngambil rumah barengan 4AM.
Siapa?
Iya ya dia ya.
DA ya.
Iya.
Cepat. Astaga, gue mau
Dia
sholat.
turun mana?
Itu bro.
Itu dia,
di
Cuk.
atas, di
Bagus,
Oh iya
roda.
bagus
bener
Yomennya.
ambil situ deh Mas Pet.
Ayo. Yogi, BRU nih.
Kayaknya kemarin buat cuma pertaruhan harga diri doang.
Duel aja, duel.
Pala lu BRU monyet.
Ayo duel.
Siapa yang ambil Kia?
Anang dapat duit nih, Anang.
Jackie.
Aduh, Anang cair dah.
Cair gila kau. Kalah terus juga. Ya udah ada dana nih lagi buat 4 ke 5 bah.
Kasih Angel tuh baru arah banget kalau ada DA sama 4AM. Untuk early tuh
Seru banget ya.
Iya. Ini nggak tahu nih kalau misalnya lolos DA ketemu lagi di finalnya sama 4AM.
Udah itu.
Nabrak itu lagi ya kan?
Iya, kompon itu lagi.
Yeah, and of course on the left there you can see the survival status. That is just showing how many games they've actually played. So that's the part that surprises us, is that towards the top, some of the most games played are still those Korean teams. So you'll imagine that, you know, the win's got to be on the horizon soon enough. Beyond that, of course, the later joining EU teams kind of towards the middle of the pack.
Bisa
And then we've got
ngetes
a couple more just joining us now. So, you know, as I said, it feels inevitable at this point that it has to be another Korean
Yang
team
punya
joining us.
Pochinki.
But you know, those rotations, they've been catching each other on them. It's been very unfortunate for
Biasanya
Korean
era
fans
di
when it
Thailand.
doesn't happen.
Kalau di
But,
Pabjeeeee.
you know, for the sake of it, paper thing, we have a little channel.
Di DKD udah pasti sama semua. PUBG PC, PUBG Mobile mah.
He's a big fan. He's backing them here wholeheartedly. If anything, he said, "Look,
PUBG metanya sekarang split dua-dua gitu Mas Pet sama kayak PC.
Iyalah.
4AM tuh yang nerapin. Makanya mantep
Iya.
dia.
Basicnya emang ke PC-PC juga ya tapi Pabjeeeee.
Masih ke PC-PC juga basicnya.
But at this point, one has made it through. That being obviously Gen G. Now we have a little look at towards T1. One of the other teams that we kind of mentioned who are consistently getting towards, you know, a little bit of a dangerous spot. They again have been grinding away.
Wah, nekat dimasukin cuy.
Getting towards position.
Kenapa itu T1 coba Starlord? Tanya deh, mouse jelek apa gimana?
Mouse pakai Rexus Mas Pet.
Kemarin dia mau buka Vortex.
We might need a wellness check on Clinton after this.
I think just generally, but maybe after this we will have to. Yeah. We'll see how it goes for him. Hopefully, you know, fingers crossed, thoughts and prayers, all of that jazz.
Look, I have high hopes. I just don't see it from that. I think
AJ Gaming.
Pulang satu.
Banyakan gacha di AJ.
Orang lagi main basket, ya kan?
Goes well.
That's one way to throw your life away, I guess.
Jelas cuy, EJ emang.
Just gonna go right into Zenith territory.
Supply ke Pabjeeeee?
Well, stay alive a little longer. FaZe, interestingly enough, Buriram looting around that Milta power area, so FaZe finding into that, sliding over into Milta. And one thing I have been impressed about, in particular from the European team, most of the European teams, is the ability and not just the ability, but the
Jam 4:30.
what's the word I'm looking for?
Good Meta Power di si Buriram enak banget ya.
Drop spots. It doesn't seem outside of DA, obviously the notable exception, but yeah.
Ada Vega deh.
I mean, I remember last year even, you know, Liquid in Cloud9 fighting over Pachinki for almost an entire tournament because neither both of them just refused to leave. You know, now.
Tapi Cloud9 udah nggak ada ya Mas Pet ya?
Kabur cu. Deh.
Cloud9 udah bubar.
Cloud9 masih ada nggak Ri?
Bubar tim.
Sampai ke
Playernya juga
Korea
pun
kan
bubar playernya.
Kirim apa? Buff apa tuh?
Udah jadi streamer semua.
Player
player sisanya di ini. Di Sonic.
Oh.
2 orang, Win sama siapa tuh satu. Streamzy kalau tidak salah.
JMG.
Di Sonic. Streamzy apa namanya tuh?
Wherever they're going to be, you got to be quick on your toes. So it does make some, part of sense to that. Beyond that, though, we are seeing kind of down one in prime position, I'd say, at least on circle for now.
Hawin hari.
Ah? Iya, Hawin satu. Hawin satu, Streamzy. Bukan Streamzy kah?
But beyond that, this is mostly
Satu doang di.
Ada Rian itu.
land kind of divided by roads. It kind of leads off of Quarry, kind of up towards Pachinki. That whole sweep of land should be the main kind of port of call for
Buah apaan?
if they can get it for free.
Outside of EJ's unfortunate experience, everybody else seems to be avoiding fire for the most part, or any serious fire really. We see Kickstart. Early on the day, talking about Zenith Frost.
Hero lu hari-hari diomelin.
Shinboy and Punij as being guys that he would love to see step up from Zenith. For me, it's got to be Kickstart, man. Punij and Shinboy,
Rumah Sonic diaman ini siapa tuh hijau tuh?
Iya, hijau.
Maybe it's because I'm a boomer and I'm old, but those guys they're so young, and this is like one of their first big going overseas tournaments, and I wasn't really, anything that they were able to do, I was going to think was going to be great, because this is such a new big experience for those guys.
Dia udah sampai position ke
been handling it fantastically. But Kickstart, I was really kind of looking at as to be the guy for Zenith, the one that they kind of lean on, and he's done that, fulfilled that role so well in 2020, and so far during this tournament, it's his wheels have just been spinning right now.
Yeah, and I think it's a really good point, because some of these players, this is obviously a big competition to come into. Now, you'll see the experienced heads keeping their cool, still playing their game style, but some of the newer additions, it is hard to adapt so quickly on the fly and kind of keep your performance up. And here you're going to see that kind of weird pull-up from the Freak of Freaks players. EJ there, just easy between Roth and Shin.
Itu tadi, tapi perasaan nggak headshot ya? Kenapa sakit banget ya kena one hit?
Awalnya headshot Mas Fer. Tembakan pertamanya headshot. Orang yang atas.
Ini nggak ada logo headshotnya tadi.
Peluru pertamanya itu biasa headshot.
At this point, it's actually a pretty open circle with so much of the northern, territory in this. It's not too much of a big bother. I'm not particularly worried for too many of these teams. They should be fine, unless hardships happen. I mean, if this, slams over towards Quarry, or if it goes, all the way up towards School, if it, God forbid, goes towards the Millie Island. I mean, there's a chance in weird and wonderful, wacky ways that could happen.
Circle gimana sih ini? Gak kelihatan.
If they're being considered,
ini bukit ini nah.
Di tengah-tengah banget.
Apa Pachinki?
Iya.
To find a home here. Sound a bit Australian. I don't know what happened with my accent, but they haven't found quite like a place to be at the present. So it looks like they're going to go towards a freak. Yeah, they're kind of pulling towards that hill that overlooks Pachinki to the very far south. But FaZe aren't far from this. I'm seeing
dari Indiom datang ke rumah.
Wah, berak ini BRU nih.
Kena. Oh ya, leher bisa sih ya, kena leher.
Leher biasanya tuh tulisan itu leher.
Call over 8 and see if they can maybe get a two people looking down range.
Kia yang punya gunung.
Yep, there we go. The shot's going to come out.
Wah, berak tuh, BRU, begal. Dibegal balik. Dibegal balik.
Rencananya planningnya pengen ngebegal ya nggak sih?
Tapi kena begal balik nih sama Pero nih, udah setup. Whoop, whoop. Lah, kok narik?
Klasik itu aja.
Wah, kan 1, 2.
Wah,
3. Udah setup, cuy.
Sisa 1.
Sisa 1, Beru.
Astagfirullahaladzim.
Granat dewa.
Ini BRU kasih terus uang orang, bah.
Masuk.
Kepala dah.
Tidak kena. Tidak kena revive deh.
Wah, digangguin.
Oh, tapi sempat kena. BRU pulang deh. Back to lobby deh.
Z 200.000 boy.
Binatang ke BRU.
Binatang ke BRU.
Masih M2
jual mobil, ya Allah. M66 saya jual. Astaga.
Ini guys dari mana? Cina ya? Gex.
Taiwan.
Oh,
DA
Taiwan.
bubar.
Dia pulang jauh.
Ngotak dong DA dong, gue bayar 200.000 nih. Wah. Kalah.
Apa-apa nyok.
Oh masih ada 2 match lagi ya Mas Pet ya?
Masih.
Wah DA udah.
Yuk, rematch yuk. Rematch yuk.
Kok gitu nyok?
Sisa 1 match. Napas dia Mas Pet.
Udah menang.
Zenit ini dibilang.
Tadi feeling gue si Jenny tadi cuk.
Zenit tuh lagi konsisten nih.
Rematch yuk,
Konsisten dah
rematch.
salah.
Konsisten tapi no kill.
Nah itu.
Alah di rumah ini pula berempat ya. Matian di ujung mata.
Udah dipantau ya kan?
Makanya.
Sedang kami pantau.
Kode.
Gag chicken ini.
Your voting coupon in for this one. Remember this will be the last
Yang
day.
mana Jeki apa Jexi?
The voting
Gex.
coupons.
Oh, Gex.
Oh Gex, gue kirain Gex.
It'll be all EP. You get 1,000 per coupon. So make sure you keep your eyeballs watching. Get all your
Gag
presents.
pertama-tama udah ngeratain DA gimana nih?
Everybody loves free stuff, right?
Match awal lagi ya.
Look, what can't Poro do? Is it car salesman? Is it the coupon king?
Oh God, you
Who
saw
knows?
that.
Everyone saw that, and if they didn't,
Gex sebenarnya alien nyari ya, tapi kemarin lagi jelek aja dia main.
apart from a freaks who are like on the struggle bus
Bero sih
here,
pan jago.
Nah, itu dia. Screamnya jago di.
Kenapa yang saya selalu pikinnya 16 terus? Sial dia.
Iya, Ari tiap kali ngepick 16 yuk.
Apa yang mau dijual sekarang lagi, Ri? Compact kah?
Apa lagi Ri?
Udah compact udah jual.
Oh, compact udah jual.
Kevlar
Oke,
ya.
coba lihat dulu. Kevlar 5 tadi udah.
Sini gue jual beli lagi, jual lagi.
Udah cukup. Udah cukup. Udah.
Udah
700 lagi.
Kayaknya nih foto galeri nih pada screenshot foto locker semua nih. Duit.
Wah, Zenit kemana ini? Matian nih Zenit ini.
I'm not sure how much scouting they were doing on AAA, but you can see already some Mad Max
begal balik.
on here. Is Damwon going to be pulling right by Afrika, who's pulling right by AAA,
T1.
pulling right by T1.
Dikejar sama Ader, Cuk.
Teams on their way past each other in these fields.
Kena kah?
Gonna be leading
Replay.
out, taking the shot, not gonna get anything just yet.
Wah.
Trying to let some of y'all know what he's gonna do.
Akuarium. Wih, dua.
Aqua5 has been an absolute
langsung.
beast.
Up, Kia siapa? Jeki ya?
Tabrak.
Jeki.
Just managed to get
Disampaikan
to the late
T1
game
oh
yet
iya
again.
benar.
Lah, disampai T1 gimana ceritanya?
Again, lost two
T1 yang kena,
early
T1 yang kena
in
sama.
game rotation.
3.
Absolutely
Bisa 1.
devastating.
Jeki.
No.
Padahal bukit dia masih aman loh.
Lah Kia udah mati ya.
Iya.
Ini masih aman
Mana aja
padahal.
lu bro.
Hilang 250.000.
Habis sholat guys.
Lu nggak doa sih, nggak usyuk.
Iya kayak gue.
Nggak usyuk, Cuk. Wah, Gex lihat Ri. Emang alien. Dalam hard bertiga. Berempat malah.
Nah nih fase sekarang yang
1-2-1.
Kalem, relax, Ece. Bisa yuk masuk bukit. Oke, mantep.
Wah, Kaile kematian nih satu
Tadi
lagi.
Fanya perasaan di bukit ini dah.
Ya, Kia udah
Narik,
tinggal satu
narik dia
tuh.
tuh.
Apa nih Kia, Tian.
Ri, udah aku bilang tadi Tian, Ri.
DA
Kok
tuh
mau?
sudah DA, ya ampun.
Sama alien Gex.
Apa lu DA chat?
Diajar.
Aku gak ikut. Gak ada duit IC.
Udah jadi nasi goreng nggak? Ah, sorry.
Belum. Lagi cari pembeli. Hai.
These two do seem to find each other a couple of times now. Similar rotation theories and paths potentially, just kind of understanding where they want to be. But both these sides aren't within, they're not danger close to each other. They're still at somewhat of a distance. But this does mean that FaZe can't progress if they wanted to head that way.
Please tarik yuk, NC satu yuk kakinya yuk.
Looks like they've secured a spot on the roadside there. They've left Gustav.
Narik. Yang Faja kan, Bit? Bukan aja ketarik kan?
Ence dong ditarik sama Kyle.
Wah, kok lo gitu, bro?
Jelas.
Lu lihat kan Gek ngapain kerjaannya.
Ini zone-nya ke dia, Mas Ed. Buang air. Tuh.
Wah,
Tiwan
menarik
saya,
ke Iwan.
Tiwan saya, Tiwan.
Matian udah Zenit.
Tiwan
Dadah lah.
siapa Tiwan?
Gua.
Oh.
Udah selesai nih, udah habis pusing, nanti kalau hilang ditambah pusing.
Now, yes, you can build a bit of cover with, you know, vehicles and what have you, and there's bits and pieces around.
Connect yuk.
The kind of X on the
Wah,
map,
connect yuk.
Wah.
is pretty much all
Kok
open.
gitu?
It's very
Enggak, dia di
little
balik mobil,
playable
Cuk.
space, so this is going to be the culling, if anything, in this round. So already gonna have to
Ya
look
tetap
towards
sih
the
jantung sih
extremities,
sempat
really the
jantung
first
tiba-tiba ada
people
granat.
At this point, you are seeing LG Divine finding a little bit of work towards detonation, but again, they've got a bit of time limit. Do they want to stick around on this fight? Do they want to look further in? Or will they just simply claim this? Zenith as well will have to crest that hill against
Tiwan open kill banget ya.
Tiamba, a name I haven't had to say too much today. They haven't been in the spotlight too much.
Oh,
You're gonna have to shuffle across the
Samping
field, which is
jalan,
very
Cuk,
open.
Tiwan.
Ence diffus.
Pretty happy here. Ents are gonna be pushed some pressure.
sama
You can see
Face.
Face already
Sama
in
Gustaf, wah, Gustaf sama Fast Face juru kunci deal.
Fastface taking all the attention,
Iya benar
all
tuh.
the
Yuk,
flak.
kelihatan dong.
He tries to build up the hill, but FaZe are somewhat in the
Itu
open
kena
now.
tuh si
Si apa udah kayak.
Ya, ditembak jauh mereka.
Oh, nice.
Oh, tahu deh, tahu mereka. Ence tahu di push.
Beres gitu tuh, stuck kedengeran gak sih?
Wah. Baje.
And honestly, I really wish
Kan dia
Flash
bikin itu ya.
to go down to the cliffside.
Tinggalin sama
Now,
dia.
obviously it's not
Flash mati nih.
I feel it's better than
Mati yuk.
this fight.
Gila SKS-nya.
Digger's gonna find Fast
Digger.
He was just moving up in the vehicle and
Net
ends up with
dong,
the
ya
ground
kan?
pocket.
Push
Looking
dong,
Yuk.
push.
Net,
Diteliti
lempar
pacar.
yuk.
a little one to get
Gak tahu
this.
yang mana seboknya, cu. Banyak banget itu.
Kali semuknya.
I'm not saying
Wah,
that's
defend
not
Dusun.
easy necessarily. I just think it was a viable
Sisa satu
fight,
defend.
but they picked their poison and so
Kejepit,
far
yuk.
it's not looking so good. Beyond that though, T1 a little bit of an exchange
Sisa
here
satu
themselves.
define.
That roadside that leads out of
Jack
the
define.
Squeaky gonna send this all day long.
Wah,
See if it does find anyone on the other side.
Divine pulang.
Spawnnya kebuka.
DGW pulang.
Divine. DGW nusunin Divine.
Wah, Tiwan ngajar, Cuk.
Harusnya Ence menang ya. Gak mungkin kalah Ence.
iya sih bisa jadi Ence nih.
Gak mungkin Mas Fed, gak mungkin.
Gak mungkin maju dia.
Gak mungkin deh. Zenit, let's go. Wah, meledak dua cuy. Udah tusun Faze.
Oh, mati.
Udah.
Bodoh, udah di bukit itu malah ke belakang.
Gaming. Gak ada fase.
Yogi, Cuk, fase.
Oh iya kan?
Oh iya Yogi.
Kunyuk. Emang Yogi ya? Oh iya Yogi. Nice try.
Baru hari mas.
Apa lagi Yogi marah nih.
Gimana ya?
Tiba-tiba ngajakin semuanya war anjing.
Wah, anjir. Kali 3 barilnya, Cuk. Serem banget.
Dia harus jauh gitu lu bisa connect, Cuk.
Sangat lurus.
Gina sih. The best emang.
Yang punya game, Bit.
Apa sih otak sih?
Yang punya game Korea, Cuk.
Yang punya game Korea.
Korea lupa.
Punya game Korea.
Tapi bar Cina keras-keras.
Tusun ini Zenit, Cuk. Udah tadi.
Perang dua apa ya? Dua tim ya. Sama Tianba juga diperangin, Cuk.
Tianba ngikut. Soalnya dari rumah. Yuk pulang ya Zenit ya. Anjing maling gak tuh mobil? E36 maling mobil cu. Pulang Zenit pas.
Asik bete banget.
Kebet sama E36 Cuk. Yang mobil kebet.
Udah gesek mana-mana lagi cu. Zenit mau kemana dia?
Bawahnya Tiwan
Atau
lagi.
Tiwan tuh.
Dua orang kebet sama dia.
Nyok, tim kuning nyok, gimana nyok?
Nggak rematch ini, Cuk.
Aman ya, aman. Bisa revive.
Wah ngapa di semua pegang aja cu. Ada kunyuk.
Gara-gara mobil.
NC deal.
Tiwan di push.
Yuk bokong yuk, bisa yuk. Oh, untung aja begitu.
And staying strong in the northeast here. I've got to say, AAA are the
Netnya
build for me that I'm looking
alien sama
forward to,
alien
as
yang
they
ketemu
are
nih.
quietly in the compound, and it's
Dari
the
trade
safest one so
satu.
far.
Bit tuh pilih Janet, Bit.
Iya.
What, the second, third game for AAA, and they once
Santai
again
mah,
have great,
morbid dapet panitia.
great compound.
Tinggal
We'll see if they
satu.
can make it to the late
9 kills,
game.
Cuk.
I
Iya.
imagine the circle's probably
Ngayur.
going to pull away from this. It usually does.
Apa,
Looks
Cuk? Tim
like
dapat.
it might go over to this area
Pulang
where T1 is
Zenit.
hanging out in. And T1
Ini
is
siapa yang baru main?
fantastic
Dah,
at
Morbid.
this point, but now is starting to pay the price as Zenith will
Ki ada
get
pulang juga.
eliminated by
Halo, Morbid.
Ayo tarik
got eliminated by
KNC dong.
Pureboy.
Circle-nya yuk.
As,
36 di kill, jangan pada kill dah.
might be
Chicken.
almost
Ntar
up
T1.
there.
Gila, Cuk. T1
Kill bro.
terus full.
Udah
T1 now.
mampus.
T1 down
Nice.
satu, down satu.
Look at him pushing from the
Mantap
south side.
tembak.
Satu.
Rusuhin, nice.
Yeah, and they're
Nggak,
not doing
T1
too badly
nggak
on
bisa
this,
nggak
honestly.
bisa
Day Trade Gaming with a quick wipe towards the opponents. They're going to
Gek,
contain
pulang,
that
Gek.
territory in the south, but Tiamba...
Tian ini Dil.
Insane.
Gua gua punya predik Zenit sama Tian tadi.
Sending some shots downrange, but
Ayo gua pilih apa Zenit.
Star-Lord's not really recoverable, I feel here.
Dan nggak bisa tuh di mati satu.
Nah, saya enak NC nih.
T1 off confident banget tuh.
NC masih ada.
NC nih.
Masih enak Bit.
Agak. Tian. Fix.
Kalian gue pilihnya NC.
Day trade.
Harusnya NC dong.
Ya, gimana ya?
Kan gue pilih NC bro. Masa gue pilih yang lain?
Day trade harus jalan.
Tinggal
Harus mikirin jalan nih, day trade.
Beautifully for ends here. They can just kind of
Kalian bukit kanan, bukit NC diisi pasti.
Itu
Mau kemana
ada
lagi?
sama Afrika sama bakal masuk harusnya tuh ke bukit.
Wah, Lurena mati nih. Kok nggak kelihatan ya? Kalian jalan 10 detik.
Still outside of the circle.
Tembak terus.
Knocking satu Bit baru ngeras dia Bit.
Leads me to believe that this is looking like a spot that they would love to crash into.
Akan mati masalahnya Gi.
Susah, Cuk.
Kan jalan kan.
Oh, in the vehicles, you might be bang on about this. Let's see where they take
Kena
this.
belakang.
Maybe they do want to head to
Wah, ngapus sendirian. Numbalin temen dia.
Kan
di jalan dah dia berhenti tuh. Tempat Mbak.
Ini zonanya coveran dikit ya. Open field semua.
Tian. PR lagi.
Cekungan doang.
Cekungan doang. Susah ini kalau nggak.
Yuk, day trade. Open Mbak yuk bisa.
Maybe send 2 down to kind of keep an eye on
yang masih circle itu triple A.
Tim Indonesia.
Enggak, jamur. Itu masih untung masih ada smoke ya orang Tian. Meledak cu. Wah, Ming emang cooking dari GGF jadi begini deh.
Palming.
Malah skill 3 cu.
Langsung
How deal Tian Badil how?
Tian Mbak itu ya
main
Gak ada.
stabil aku lihat dari kemarin.
Stabil lah nggak chicken sama kayak
Nah itu dia.
Harus chicken.
Tapi dibandingkan lo main ketemu tim yang tabrak tubruk tapi ngapa-ngapain,
Mending Tian Mbak dari kemarin kayaknya banyak loh.
Tian Mbak bener.
So it looks like T1 is starting to wane
Tigzu tuh, komen kah Tigzu.
Udah amat, Bapak.
Di push.
I'm kind of
Klik lagi T1.
would devote a little bit more attention down to this.
T1, please jangan.
Culik satu lah minimal nih.
Keeping eyes on Tiamba, keeping eyes on T1, but neither of those teams
Mati nih
are
Afrika nih.
really legitimate.
Culik satu ini kayaknya.
Meanwhile, AAA, if they can finish off Afrika here, they're going to be.
Wah, kepala cok. Nggak jadi nyulik akad nikah.
NC bit.
Zona
ke NC.
Dan bakal lawan T1 harus buat ngambil tempatnya dia.
Linsun.
Tian Mbak udah habis.
Di end.
Now the update going to come
Mantap,
through
NC.
soon on this, and you can see the circle's going to put Tiamba
nice,
in a bad
NC.
position. They're going to have to move towards T1. Tixu is still keeping track on this. That SLR sitting pretty true for him. And
Keluar
Hikari's
dia,
going to be a
bawahnya musuh semua.
problem for AAA because Hikari knows he's done for. He probably can't win this game. But can he maybe avenge his fallen teammates by making it tricky for AAA to leave? Absolutely. And if they don't have a need to clear him out, that's a
Tinggal timnya
problem.
siapa nih?
Tixu gets to bide more time over here.
Iya, nama T1 doang ini yang belum lolos nih. Harus siapa lagi ya? Belum lolos ya? Divine ya?
Ya Divine.
Divine nggak masuk 16 yuk kemarin siapa le?
NC.
Oh iya deh.
NC nggak NC?
NC nggak 16, enggak 16, enggak 16.
Oh enggak ya.
T1 nggak enak banget posisinya, sumpah T1.
Iya.
Oh kondok satu ini T1 nih.
Oh, orang doang.
Kulik M200 ya.
Mantap.
Gokil, Cuk.
Culik terus bos. Gas terus.
Mati di
kanan. Wah, gak enak banget.
Enggak tahu. Agak tahu apa-apa, Cuk.
Yuk bisa yuk. NC yuk.
Triple A lihat apa?
Ini sudah full kill cuk.
Triple A baru nahan, dia kagak ikut perang dari tadi.
Triple 4-2 ya.
2 game ya apa 3 game?
2 game.
2-2.
Ke revive ya.
4 game itu ya 2 game.
2 game.
Wah, NC.
Tadi gue predik 3 tim tadi cu.
Yuk, bisa yuk rematch.
Gue Wikipedianya gue biruin deal. AA Tian
pasti ke Tianba nih.
AA Tianba Zenit cu gue pilih.
Ini AA pasti ke Tianba. Enggak mungkin nih
Tianba, yuk.
kanan.
Perang dulu yuk, versus
Mungkin deh ke kanan cu open kanan.
Rematch.
Triple A atau kejepit aja.
Pasti ke kiri. AA nih tempat Tianba. Yuk NC yuk bisa yuk.
Bokong dia about before, but this roster
Nah kan ke kiri.
is very experienced PUBG players.
Ini kemana nih
They used to be
sebenarnya?
Q confirmed.
NC di
They won
tengahnya nih.
PCS1 APAC going away.
Udah,
I mean,
perangnya
they
di
were
sini.
just dominant.
NC muter kanan NC. CNC masih atas sama si aman.
Signed by attack all around. They ended up
Satu ngeflank tuh.
Kiri nih, ke kiri. Si AA ke kiri.
AA ke
They
kiri
come
pasti
back
ke kiri.
and They look like they have not lost a step as they are
Buka kali kalau
making
Ke
the
kirinya
most
open banget
out of their
soalnya. Ke
limited
kirinya.
opportunities
Juga.
here.
Iya, gambling.
Gambling itu. Ke kirinya.
Ming, wah hampir pala botakmu ketembak Ming.
No smokes. AAA, it's gun at the side and the skill they have.
Tian kill berapa?
That's about it. Now the circle did
Tian
move up, so it did
14.
favor the team.
Ya itu match.
Kok ini
A
match ya,
little bit
match
more
ya.
play to work with Tiamba, still using that low ground.
Wah,
slowly
Triple A
encouraging
sih
AAA.
baru
And this is
nokin 2 ya. Apa baru 2 game ya.
Rata,
Menang nih.
rata nih Tianba nih 8.
8
dot.
kill.
I mean, you see the new circle. I mean, they can afford to just sit here and wait. There's no reason on earth for Ents to overpeak this or try to push into this to try to get these
Wah,
kills.
NC
You don't
tuh
need
si
'em.
Ken ini
You
fix.
just need the
Siapa
win.
nih yang megang
Right
Tian
now, the
NC?
other
Nggak ada.
grabbing the triple A.
Tian
Cuman
Ada,
NC.
ada.
Cuman NC doang.
Sama
with the
AA,
needs
Bit.
regardless
siapa?
here. Now they just need to wait for Tian
Ada
to
yang
make
pegang
Nggak
tuh.
ada.
Oh,
Kaladin.
Oh ada kali.
GG Gaming.
Berarti sisa gua sama kali ini ya.
Iya, dia lawan ini.
Apakah Yogi akan minus lagi
Kayak
atau rematch ini?
Yok,
Minus
kalau
ini.
bego, sniper 5 juta gua ada Yok.
Udah fix. Udah fix kan?
Halo.
Halo,
Ya.
Max.
Hello.
Salty Gaming, you're zombie.
What? Oh my god.
Anang TV.
Thank you bro, thank you bro.
Keep it dead kah sotoy?
Always die in here, fuck.
You don't know.
Keep it dead kah
Ini
sotoy?
yang kill gue nih, tinggal luar nih.
You want to obviously try to clear them out,
Tianba
but
fix sih.
if you peek over at the
GB
wrong
dead,
time or you get
Sama, saya
that
juga
one
GB
player
dead.
gets knocked, all of a
Dead
sudden,
udah
now you're
nurun
in
terus
a
ini.
disadvantaged position, and
Udah fix NC atau AA ini nggak mungkin Tianba.
for them to, but the
AA,
longer they
cu.
wait, the
Nggak,
longer
NC.
it's where they're going to eventually have
Beru,
to
cu.
Kita lihat
come
aja.
over in here.
NC udah megang circle.
Perfect time to strike here.
Circle-nya udah.
AA setup nggak megang tengah circle, setengah circle NC
Tianba
cu.
udah nggak ada utility nih.
Nggak ada utility Tianba
Akan
tadi
paling-
specnya udah dipakai.
Palingan nebeng AA ini. Nebeng semua ke AA.
Tapi nggak tahu juga soalnya tadi
Ngebus jamur ya? Ngebus jamur ya?
harusnya minim juga.
Minim utility.
Akan kah? Tian bisa melawan 2 squad.
Jangan kecelik bro.
Tarik dulu NC-nya.
Yuk Tianba bisa yuk.
Ah, mantap.
Tianba jadi perusak yuk.
Jangan rusuh Tianba yuk please.
Wah.
dulu ini.
Kita nunggu ini.
AA terakhir, Cok.
Kan semua kan tetap kan kan
Tianba bisa nyolong 2 orang nih. Hati-hati.
Molotovnya bawa 4 biji atau molotov itu deh.
NC megang utility masih banyak sih. Tian dicari cuy sama NC. Oh 2-2 ya, ngekelirin 2-2 mereka. Wah ketahuan Tian 1.
Yuk NC bisa yuk.
Yuk masuk smoke yuk Ming. Masuk ke smoke dong botakmu. Kepala botakmu yuk masuk yuk.
Oh di mana ya lem itu ya?
Gak ada cu.
Gak ada.
Oh perang duluan nih.
Waktunya net kalian keluar.
Wah Ming ketahuan. Wah NC kenok 2. Knock 3. Wah
ini cu.
adil lah. Satu lagi.
Anjing.
Bisa yuk, cut yuk.
Wih.
Terus smoke, come on.
Ayo Tigzu.
Kaladin.
Kaladin tay. 2 game cu.
Masuk.
Aduh kenapa gak aku pilih ya?
Kaladin cair.
Wah, match lo mas. Ya. Wah, ngerti lagi cuy NC.
Cheater cuk.
Total poin berapa bit? Minim kill bu cuk.
Sabar ya.
Enggak
Total poin. Kita kan total poin.
9 kill.
9 kill ada
Deal
Bet dulu bro.
19.
Adil.
18 deal lu 18 deal.
Berapa?
12 kill tambah 6 poin. AA 9 kill. 9 kill tambah 10. Udah deal.
Kemarin Doski juga gitu deal.
Udah deal. Ya. Let's try deal. Last game yuk. Last game yuk.
Ini last game Pak.
Last game ini.
Last game.
Siapa aja yang main bit?
Emang last game?
Last game ini.
2 game lagi.
1 game lagi maksudnya in last game 1 game lagi.
Maksudnya abis ini last game Bang Yok.
MCG belum main.
Dua lagi, Cok. MCG enggak main tadi.
Oh, enggak main.
MCG enggak main. 2 lagi, Gi.
Di 300 yuk match terakhir.
Penutupan kah?
Kita selesai ini
Berapa?
PUBG kita abis ini ya kan. Berarti rank 2 tadi berarti deal. Pick apa deal?
Sabar. Berapa ini ya? Ramar.
Si Kaladin di ban kah? Si Kaladin.
berapa kali itu cair?
Kaladin sekali.
Sekali kah?
Ya, why?
Sekali.
Ya, all guy going to airdrop.
All guy.
You know airdrop time. Only 50 minutes left. Airdrop.
I don't know. I watch tournament PUBG. I don't play. Ya.
Okay.
We watch PUBG turnamen bro.
Iya, PGI tournament.
Yap.
Ya.
Bit day trade.
Oke, bro.
Stay dengan day trade kah?
Aduh, day trade apa NCL lah.
Berapa nih?
200 lah.
Bebas.
Dapat basket cu, lumayan modal lagi deh.
Dapat basket kah?
Gua ikut, ayo.
Lumayan.
200.
Zona hijau kah ya?
200.
Zona hijau.
200 ya?
Iya,
Zona hijau basket.
Ayo 200.
Gitu dong.
Di mana, Bit?
Ini bit NC lagi bit. NC kayak lagi bagus nih.
Sabar gua ngasih duit hadiah dulu nih.
Kayaknya si NC lagi.
Kaladin potong 450 berarti main lagi nggak boleh nggak main.
Menang harus main lagi dong.
Iya,
Jangan kayak Dil dong, jangan kayak Doski
Doski
dong.
dong.
Ya kayak
Oh,
Doski
iya,
dong, ya
itu
kan Nang?
bener.
Doski menang kabur sih.
Asli menang 3 juta dia Mas Pet.
Woi, pick lagi woi.
Nice trick Blaga DC sih.
Gimana Bit?
Doski kabur Nang.
FRLS 2, iya.
Bro. Ah, sakit palaku dah main kabur-kabur.
Ari udah jual senjata berapa kali nih?
Santuy Re, aku dapat basket nih modal Re.
Kan lihat dapat bukan Ari.
Apa?
Second match, oh 2 match lagi Mas Pet.
2 match lagi.
Dua
match.
Ya emang 2 match lagi.
2 match lagi.
Ah ya. Ayo siapa nih? Yang jelas Kaladin dulu.
Spek Kaladin pick dulu tuh.
Ya merah gua. Baru nge-trade
Kalau
Morbid.
weekly final bisa dong 5.000.
Ah.
Pas mau 500.000 tapi ada lawannya enggak? Itu cuy.
Jangan gitu. Nih, kalau mau weekly final gitu arisan yang 500.000 cuy. Arisan jadi dikocok. Enggak. Bagian ini nih, tim ini nih. Kocok bet.
Kabar.
Pakai facecam bet, ya kan?
Pakai facecam.
Elang masuk lagi nih Elang nih.
Gue berani jamin pasti pada milihnya Sonic semua cu.
Iya, nah makanya itu Mas Pet arisan gitu loh Mas Pet kan bagian Yogi nih. Nah ntar Morbid pakai facecam terus pakai kayak arisan gitu.
Nah kalau mau
Kan ada random ORG, Cok. Ngapain pakai arisan itu? Kan ada random ORG.
Ah ya itu.
Biradil apa Bit? Apa namanya? Band. Sonic Band.
Tuh. Si Kaladin
Apa yang Ari pilih?
Enggak sia-sia jual peluru tuh.
Nanti Cok saya pick Sonic biar rank 16 dia.
Gak akan sih kalau itu sih gak akan sih.
Gua pilih
Kaladin apa Kaladin?
Sabar lu.
Habis yang anu gua bukan ketiga.
Kaladin apa nih?
Diperhatiin tadi ya main angle-nya bagus.
Miramar.
Miramar. Wah gila sih attack all around sih, kagak bohong gua. Dia OP banget.
Infantry udah itu ya.
Main 2 game chicken gitu.
Iwan di Miramar lumayan enggak Mas Pet?
Iwan kata di Miramar anjor sih lagi kemarin-kemarin.
Dil, kau mati Dil.
Kok minta pendapat orang lain kok.
Ya kan gue kan enggak begitu nonton Pau.
Gue juga sama, Cok.
Oh, ada tanya Mas Pet jangan sabar live streaming nonton.
Oh, Tian tuh si Kaladin Tian.
Kaladin Tian.
Ya mau gua pick tuh.
Yang kedua Dil.
Aku ya bentar. Udah zombie bentar.
LGD Vico nggak DA sih. Tapi nggak ada yang tahu ya.
Gua DA Bit.
Yanba juga oke kok di Miramar.
Sabar. Yanba. Apa?
Ece lagi. Jangan lepas. Jangan lepas.
Terus langsung dapat.
DA.
Dapat siapa nih?
Saya apa?
Saya gue lepas ya kan. Enggak mungkin
Saya.
gua lepas.
Apa namanya tuh?
Apa kau Buriram Tusun?
Sabar, Cok. Tim apa yang belum di-pick? Saya mau random apa tuh?
Iya, saya juga sama mau random.
Defense siapa?
Define belum, Define.
Nah, gua defense.
Lu keberapa Kunyuk?
Sabar dong, ikut.
Kunyuk lo kagak sabar lo. Hari-hari lo.
Kunyuk lu.
Red Kaladin.
Bookingnya dulu tuh.
Emang lu ya.
Timnya.
Panitia bingung nih.
Morbid
Lama-lama.
Gua terakhir.
Morbid kabur dah.
Terakhir ya, iya.
Yang belum di-pick apa?
LGDV DA.
Wah, si
Tianba.
si Kevin udah beli duit itu tuh, si Kevin.
DA gua Bit.
Dea. Yogi dulu kah?
Masih dapat DA ya, dapat dulu DA.
Berapa DA udah itu?
Apa gue ya?
LGDP Kok nggak Tianba?
Miramar.
Dari awal sih gue nge-pick defense ya.
Miramar.
So who were you looking
Tianba
at?
udah sih
Tianba
kalah
udah Mas Pet.
Oh, Tianba udah ya?
Detret siapa
Aman.
Detret?
Aku Buriram. Bet.
Belum ada.
Belas.
Katanya beriran tusun jok.
Yogi Buriram. Siapa lagi?
Gua berarti belum.
Saya juga belum.
Habis.
Gua juga belum.
Lu tadi apa Gi? Faze Gi?
Glodok pride anjing.
Faje ya Faje.
Sebelum lu ada dong Gi.
Iya lu. Kia itu siapa Kia?
Kia tadi siapa Kia?
Kia gua.
Nah, Jeki dulu. Apa Jack? Apa Jack?
Apa ya? Defend udah belum defend?
Oh habis. Jeki gua.
Kan udah belum.
Defend udah belum?
Define belum.
Udah defend aja gua.
Wah, defendnya.
Ya, defend gua dipakai.
Bentar lagi berantem sama Yogi nih.
Oh Yogi udah Kia. Gua apa ya?
Apa lagi tuh?
Gua.
Yogi Kia.
Orbit.
Liquid udah lewat guys, sudah lolos Liquid. Liquid udah lolos.
Itu Kepler masih 160 tuh. Jualnya tuh si Patton itu.
Aduh.
Ikutan tuh. Si Kevin tuh.
Gua T1 dah.
Ayo dong.
Saya fase.
Nanti kau.
Kau terakhir kau Setang. Tapi si Kevin si terakhir, Cok.
14.
Oh gitu sih ya.
Define tadi siapa?
Defend tadi.
Jackie itu.
Jackie.
Jeki udah tadi. Mil defend lagi kau ya Jeki.
Iya, defend ya.
Punya Jexi, Define, punya Jexi nggak ganti, lagi scrim dah, mager ngechat dia.
Gua apa ya?
Gua lupa Jexi nggak lepas Define.
Berarti ganti dong itu.
Tiban udah belum Tiban?
Iya.
Tiban udah
Morbid.
Oh Morbid.
Ini meta gaming kosong ini.
Iya meta belum.
Kan baru omongan Aspet bego. Nanti
Terus gek belum, DGW belum.
Ya udah gua pilih acak apa ya?
Ya udah ada pesawatnya Morbid buru.
Ih cepet ini Jeki.
Gua meta tuh makan tuh.
Gua
meta.
Aduh gua die bit.
Oke, kunyuk die.
Saya fase.
Sabar, die.
Ben.
Elang. Faze. Elang apa lang? Anang.
Iya, Anang dulu, Cok.
Anang
belum, Cok.
Ari.
Wait. Enggak nih. Random name picker.
Kepin, kau apa Pin? Iya. Kia udah kayaknya. Yogi apa? Baru.
Iya, Yogi Buriram.
Buriram aku Buriram.
Yogi Buriram.
Apa Anang tinggal? Udah tinggal Anang.
Saya kah?
Mana Pin?
Tim yang belum dipilih apa?
DGW.
Gex
tuh, Pero, E36 tuh. BMW tuh belum tuh.
AF. Zenit udah.
Zenit belum. Dari NC ke atas sudah di-pick.
Detret udah.
Naik gua udah.
Oh, udah.
Tuh, BMW 36 tuh
Wih,
belum tuh.
nge-freeze yuk.
Dah DGW.
Oke, hari DGW.
Siapa tau meta baru main langsung chicken nggak kan?
Ya, Ronaldinho Cok, main Cok.
DGW.
Ke 6 9
LGDV udah LG
11 2,2 nih.
Berapa bit?
2,2. Ya kan 11 kali 2, iya. Kapan kit dulu? Biar jaringan nyaman. Yang belum siapa aja nih ya? Iya, Tian, T1, DA, Divine, BRU. Wah.
Gila
gamenya.
Itu yang 15 sih. Lagi try hard banget deh.
Yang
LG nih.
Yang lolos
masuk.
Dia baru nih ada satu matchnya. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. Dia doang yang ngelangkahin, maksud gua. Dia doang yang langkahin.
Iya, dia cuma 2 game doang.
Yang di atasnya sampai 11 tuh hitungannya.
Korea, this is a
Ini feeling gue sih kalau nggak DA LG.
here from the very word go, trying to win.
Wah, ini Pero sih. Pero ini fix. Ari, Pero Ari.
That's on you. But I guarantee you everybody in here is feeling the pressure right now. They want to
Pero lagi baca doa, Cuk. Jangan diganggu.
Pero ini.
Sends a message, and I think so far it's showing the strength. I'd say it's been a little unfortunate for DA and maybe Ents today to an extent. A couple of other teams, but maybe Buram you could throw in there.
Bisa ganti tidak, Bit?
I'd say most people come in and looked.
Mau ganti apa?
DGW, Cuk. Pengen ganti Pero.
Gimana yang lain? Setuju?
Udah nggak bisa.
Nggak bisa.
Fix menang berarti saya nih.
TGW udah dari.
Kita butuh.
Ada peluangku kita anjing. 16 lagi deh, Cuk itu.
Aduh. Kita butuh orang yang buat kekalahan, Cuk.
Melayang lagi, Ari punya 200.
Udah 200 dah. Mata, Bit.
Belum login.
Mobil armor udah dijual-jualin sama Ari lu. Lu jangan kaget ntar Ari perang pakai jakal.
Masih mending jakal. Ruiner.
Ya, kasihan, Cuk. Udah.
Deluxo tuh.
Gantian.
Nah nih BJ Excel nih. Yang dipakai Buriram.
Balik pula.
Has seemed to be going pretty well. I mean, Ents their first game they got 4th. Enterforce 36 their first game they got 4th. Day Trade got 3rd.
Hari-hari lo judi online. Nah judi nih.
Something about coming in fresh and knowing that you
judi mah duit real, ini nggak duit real. Game haram terus. Ya kak manis. Jadi pucuk siapa? Nggak ada hitungan pucuk-pucuknya.
Ini nih seru.
Selamat cabut deh. Dapat 1.
Dapat
2. Satu lagi di Mayora.
They're committing to this? Yeah, they are. Okay,
Gila, Cuk. Daytrade. Kalinya, Cuk.
They really didn't expect that pull up. Noren's just
Pakai ini loh.
He's got smash on the run. DA are getting down to 9 to start with. If not,
Dia nge-push gitu juga.
Nothing tulus sudah tuh.
I mean that's the thing that so
Lamaan
many regions have
cabut ya
said
deh
about
ini.
these SEA teams in particular that they just
Mikir tuh Mas Petnya mati. Dipus nggak kita nih? Dipus nggak? Tiba-tiba Dibas baru naik dah.
They will send all 4 in and DA that time not looks like they were
Lagi di luar rumah lagi baunya.
I think they maybe put 2 and 2 together, but it was just a little bit too late, and he ends up getting picked out of the vehicle as they were trying to make the run. So unfortunately for DA, they lose 1 early. They still have 3. They still have a good 2-1 split in the center of the circle, so it's salvageable. But once again, Day Trade. I mean, this is another game. I think the second game in a row now that they've just crashed right on top of somebody.
hey, look, if it gets them the space they need and they see a vulnerability, if someone's being a little slow, a little sloppy, take it. If DA are sticking around trying to loot late, sit in 2-2 splits, you're going to be punished for that. And I think that's something we might actually start seeing more of. You can't kind of
salah gue
weaker splits or, you know, being
gue
slow
coba
on
aja.
having to consider the people who crash.
Wah, ketemu Tian Bari di hari.
We saw that in just the
Good luck, Ri.
Tetap dong, DGW. Tetap dong.
pretty much everything.
Good luck, Ri, ketemu Tian, Bah.
If you're not
Meta
Lagi
kemana
ditembak
meta?
sama Meta.
you're gonna be
Meta
punished.
Brazil.
This isn't the traditional
Oh,
format.
Brazil.
Bukan.
Nah kan,
Being in
oh,
one of the
Meta bukan
best
Brazil.
Belanda,
potentially
Belanda.
get you a gateway through to very late
Apa,
game, which of
Ini
course.
lagi Bang.
Mana Meta Brazil, Ri?
Ih,
Bukan
namanya
Brazil.
ada Dinyo gitu.
Bener, lambang negaranya aja bukan itu. Jadi
Meta
enggak Brazil.
Ntar gua lihat. Paraguay, Cok. Paraguay.
Brazil lah, salah ya kau, Ri.
Yang sama Zimbabwe.
Nah, Zimbabwe juga ada itu.
Tapi satu playernya dari Korea tuh.
Oh ya, si week today.
Udah pakai bahasa Portugis kah dia, Ri?
Everybody that's made it to the inside has found a spot that they want to play from, right? The only teams that are really even on the
Meta
move right
Paraguay.
now, LG Divine, Petrichor coming in from the northern side by Power Grid, and then of course Ents just drifting by El Pozo right now. But everybody else, for the most part, looks content to just kind of hang out and do a little ADR farming.
Yeah, this shouldn't be
Wah, ngeri kayak
flushes of this
Pargaya,
unless the
Cuk.
player makes a big
Yeah.
mistake. Most are in compounds, most are comfortable. Some wider splits than others, but it's not
44.000 paling
a
murah.
massive
Rotasi bawah
advantage
nih, Ence
in
nih,
this
monyet emang.
aspect. Ents are still on the way. Keep in mind they
Oh,
will
lagi
arrive
rotasi
late,
bawah,
player as they
ternyata.
do. for now, we have to wait and see where the circle goes. Of course, the road that leads west out of Los Leones is traditionally where this seems to head towards, and then down the line, you get the north-south divide on it. But for now, that's probably where most teams have kind of gravitated towards. You'll see them kind of polarizing in that manner. DA have done it, Burr, Ram, Day Trade, FaZe, Zenith, T1.
Ini kalau
GX,
sampai Kia kagak gua pilih
they're all
chicken
there.
wah
You know,
parah
Dam
sih.
1 as well, not far from it. So that's normally the critical area to grab hold of right now.
And there you go. See, Roth almost found himself in the same place that DA was moments ago as Petrichor Road pulled up in the position that he was holding. Fortunately enough for him, he's able to get to that vehicle and get on out of there before he gets spotted. Well, you can see Afrika. Where even are they? Okay, I see them there just to the north of Damwon, just off to the east side of Picado. Damwon doing a 3-1 split. They've left under behind inside of Picado. I guess just in case this circle decides to cut hard north, at least they still have some kind of foothold inside of the city to play. Lin Shin looks like he may have spotted out Wicked, or he might just be doing a little bit of scouting here over on Los Leones.
Langsung dipajuin nggak tuh?
Tiamba gonna bully at least one of the players away from metagaming. Quick 2D is
Yogi batch apa Yogi
Wicked,
sekarang?
I guess.
Buriram.
Buriram. Oh.
Not a 3, man. I mean, who uses a 2 for an E? Who's done that? You know, I'm calling you Wick 2D. I don't care if your name is meant to be Wicked. If you didn't use a 3, you don't get to pretend that's an E. Screw you. For now, Enso have made their way into the circle themselves, heading in over towards Montenuevo. Exactly. I'm miserable. What can I say? Send it up. Would be.
Gue pilih yang chicken bird gimana?
I don't think it's going to go Los Leones. That's kind of unlikely. The hills towards Chumacero.
Biar nggak datang ke situ, Mas Bet.
Unlikely. Power Grid still in. San Martin still in. Okay, so.
Kalau ketemunya Detroit tuh, apa juga ditabrak.
On it, but more towards the east, I guess.
Yeah. I think a lot of teams were thinking, you know, maybe
enak sih Ri, Frank Ri, TGW Ri.
Circle, but you know, still hedging their bets.
Di rumah Logren deh, tapi
this one
nggak ngekill apa-apa.
Just off to the southeast Picado, where pretty much right on top of Afrika in their compound here. We'll see if
ada kurang
can get out of Picado and rejoin the rest of his squad. But we do have a few teams that are already in.
Tinggi mau kemana Tinggi?
Zenith being one of them, Ents obviously being another one, but I feel like Ents is always in their vehicles, aren't they?
Yeah, just chugging along. Right, let's look at these rotations, because this will now start to kind of pull everyone back together. So this is going to be a very kind of a lot of moving parts here. Teams that are in maybe 1-1s, 2-2s, gonna have to kind of pull themselves together in the same sort of spot. And it looks like we're seeing, at least for now, GX on their own. This is a big compound to hold in this circle. FaZe want it. They're going to send their players towards it.
Tekanannya gede banget, Cuk.
And it looks like maybe there's some other
Iya,
team on the
kenok
horizon. I'm not sure if
satu.
they're going to go for this as well. But GX, will they back their man up or leave him to die? That's the question.
Wah, Kia
Oh,
pulang.
Faze.
Looks like they're gonna at least send one over here. Yanli gonna make his way, and it looks
Oh,
like
Faze cabut.
scared Petrichor.
Faze lari.
Takut. Yanli.
Main aman nih.
He's gonna take a few in return from Atzi, who's still holding kind of an anchor position back at the compound, overlooking this. So FaZe now, it looks like the compound that they wanted has been taken. Where is going to be the backup? Looks like it.
Goblok, morbid kill satu.
They're good. They're safe. They're fine.
I mean, they didn't lose a player, which is, I know it sounds kind of BM, but they've been struggling on rotations and their sends have been a bit here and there. So at least they have that next spot and they didn't lose a player in that process.
Mau kemana yang cedil?
Yeah. I mean, it's
ngeker ya, ngeker tempat
the
ya.
argument that you can make. I mean, they've just been finding themselves chasing circles all the time here early game. But one thing that you can chase is a nice promo code.
Kode.
You don't have to chase it. You caught it. Go ahead, enter that in, and get yourself a voting coupon. You got one more to give out today before we get to the weekend, and these coupons will be worth 1,000 EP a piece. So make sure you get those in as quickly as you can. You get all your free stuff.
Free things. We love it. That's why I'm in esports. It's just for the free stuff. Sometimes I get like a water bottle or a bag, a t-shirt. It's fantastic.
Mouse pads.
I stole some hand warmers recently because I was in a studio and obviously no players are in a studio apart from we've been very lucky to have this on land, so I just helped myself to a load of the hand warmers that they have there. Very nice. Consider it's cold, man. It's cold in Europe right now. It's like, wait, what temperature is it?
I believe it.
-2 right now. That's actually warmed up a bit. It was a lot colder, but you know, let me have my very
freedom.
I don't know your freedom language. I have no idea.
Because it's starting to get a little
I don't know how
cold
to
here
convert
too.
that.
I mean,
It's chilly,
like 20,
and it's
20,
almost
so
like.
it's like 26 right now.
And this is kind of what happens when you have these more centralized circles. It's unless someone makes like grave mistakes.
Wah, nabrak Pekado ini, Cuk.
Not coming in.
Pekado.
Gaming obviously saw DA being
36
punished a little,
nabrak
but
Pekado nih.
beyond that, it's actually been pretty much smooth sailing. Now the issue then becomes with the next circle that could come in is where does this go? Los Leones again.
Ari udah pesimis Ari.
So it's more about
Iwan
where
mau
does this
kemana
force
ini?
go, and it's right towards Picado. We're going to see a lot of teams starting to get into their vehicles.
Oh, nabrak motel ini fix. Pergerakan Aqua 5 udah nabrak motel.
Di L kah?
But beyond
Iya.
that, I'm looking elsewhere. This is everyone now starting to pull forward. You got Metro in the vehicles, T1 as well.
Bukan? Bener kan?
Freaks and down one aren't moving. But here we go, pull-up sign happen. Aqua 5 towards the hotel with Star-Lord joining.
Meta.
Hotel. AT
But
still
T1.
punishing day trade there.
Wah, Ader keculik nih.
Ya, gua keculik satu.
Ader. Wah, daeng cae.
Lah. Hah? Kok ada Edgan 6 di bensin satunya?
Lari nggak tuh? Lah,
cabut.
Ya Allah, Hari.
Kan dia cabut.
Ya ampun, lawan lah. GG malah lari.
They do manage to get 2 inside the gas station,
Nah,
but
mental,
T1 is so close right here. You
Mental
can see
breakdance.
Petrichor
Berarti bukan Eagle itu, Ri. Entok, Ri, namanya. Entok 36.
see some more teams trying to head over into this Picado area. We got a number of teams off to the south.
Wardra.
Slowly starting to make their way in. Buriram being
mobil
under fire from
Naik
Don
tayo
Juan.
Yogi.
Does not look like we've seen
Ini
him
begini aman.
through just
Kan
yet,
pencil
but
kalau nakan lu.
enough pressure to make Buriram want to pull up and stop right here.
Pawang Yogi Cuk.
Nih lo lihat Eddie Guerrero nih. Hah?
Moving into uncharted territory. Beyond that again, still 16 teams alive. You've lost out on some bits and pieces here and there. Buriram getting their last player through if they can. Looking at
lumayan
Day
jauh
Trade,
ya
they've probably got the
Day
furthest to
Trade.
go right now. I guess Tiamba are also outside at the moment.
Aduh, belum masuk
They're both
zona
on the
dong,
south
Dai.
side, which is obviously very busy. So traditionally the
Mana
circle
dia
doesn't
nih?
really go to those cliffs up towards the north side of the circle above Picado.
Rotasi Buriram,
So
Cuk.
again, that's why a lot of
Buriram
teams
harusnya.
are down here. But this could go any which way, really. Most of the teams are banking on the south hit, but
Nggak jadi. Nggak jadi, ditembakin. Ada orang.
Nggak jelas Cuk, tim gua Cuk.
Yeah, this is
Udah hadir doang.
rough stuff here for day traders. They're gonna have to do the long wraparound.
Katanya turnamen dunia, kenapa Indo nggak ada? Kan ini invited.
Wah,
Ubah cu yang punya mini cu. Emang udahlah.
Kalian memang.
Kalau itu udah biasa udah. Kalau itu udah biasa kalau ubah.
Limpet lagi monyet.
Kalau ubah nicknya yang keluar udah biasa. Ubah Pio udah.
Oh, ketabrak nih Ming nih. Sundul dikit. Punya pabrikan ini.
Aduh, kenok 2.
Jangan kena mentalnya.
Enggak, Ding. Yang tadi tuh ya.
Kok nggak ada yang nabrak? Nggak ada yang nabrak Pekado ya?
Oh. There we go.
Udah
That's what we were waiting on.
Ya, udah.
Tetap dia sama
Ram nih masih santai.
Now there's still a pretty good chunk of Picado that's inside this, but
DA
many of
enak
these
itu
teams
posisi
that are
DA.
outside really consider going there when it's on that close to the
AF
edge.
tengah nih AF.
Might not have a choice. We'll have to see.
Ya, tim masih
Yeah, I want to see
16
what
tuh.
GX
Ada
do,
yang
'cause that FaZe, I guess, are a little bit closer, but okay, so FaZe is DA to worry about. GX is Zenith.
Fazul mikir keras nih kemana nih dia nih.
T1 a little. Looks like FaZe are on the move,
Yuk,
so
nabrak
DA
rumah DA,
gonna be
yuk,
able to get
biar-
some shots through. You can see Uber's
biar
waiting
enak.
behind.
Ya kan?
Oh iya beneran nabrak rumah DA dia.
FaZe and Gustav
Wah.
move up. Are they gonna crash this? Yeah, FaZe are pulling up on this. Okay, pre-nades are out. Gustav gets there, but Fuzzface on the ground. Here we go, Code Marco.
Dapat satu.
Gonna send that out and
Dua.
hope for the best. Does it find anyone? Yes, one of them did. At least Gustav now
Dihujanin loh.
smash. See him do the open
Bangun
side of this.
bangkrut loh.
AC is there, gonna try and play
Jack.
bodyguard for now.
Awan Jack.
Keep in mind Uber will be
Kalau
late
nggak scrim,
joining
Jack?
this. He was one to provide some
Lagi
sort of
main.
cover on the pull.
Lah bangun-bangun.
Udah main segame.
As far as
Baru
crashes
gua
go into compounds, that was about as
Gila,
well as
dia
you could hope.
Bangkrut 4,5 Jack, lumayan.
On the perfect side of this compound.
Gila,
where
AA
there's no lines of sight
Iya,
forming
satu
in
game, Jack.
to
Adin, Cuk.
hold. Meanwhile, Code Marco
Oh,
try to hold
sumpah.
this gas station building. You will find 8C, but Fuzzface going to try to go in there. He's going to find him in the butt, but not enough to get the knock here. Marco, you can see how low he is, 13 HP, pulling up to the side, or up to the top, try to get a little bit of defense here from Metrelius and the rest of the boys.
Ini mah sama DA.
2,5, 200. 400 berarti bit-nya baru ya, Bit?
2,5 dong.
Baru 200 sekarang
sama
kan?
ini 6,5.
Wah, DGW nih.
Kan OA remake. Genji dapat 2,5 dong. Genji 2,5.
Kan Kunyuk menang.
Lagi 200.
Itu belum meledak, Cuk, mobilnya.
OA ada yang pilih.
Wah, hatian, Mbak.
Game 1.
Mobil belum meledak dari
Game 1 on, Cuk.
Oh no.
Nanti.
Oh dear. Well, looks like we're out of nades and we've moved on to
mati satu dia.
that is
Nice, Buriram nyampah. Itulah memang.
For Tiamba once again.
DA mati satu.
Mati satu yang awal itu Mas Pet yang di gereja itu nah.
Enggak. Mati satu lagi maksud gua.
Iya benar.
Siapa,
mati satu juga.
Just Code Marco and Metrelius. See, it's a nasty little angle for Code Marco to be holding here.
Yeah, it's kind of drawn a line that going up's going to be tricky. Metrelius is in a spot of bottom. He's got an angle he wants to commit to. Might be good for 1 or 2.
Lama dong, Yok.
Ditinggal padahal. Wah, udah lodong dah.
Alright, breaching clear, bud. Let's
Iya, 6,5, Jack.
But keep in mind that off angle is filthy. The Code Marco has.
Game 2 win, game 3 win.
Yeah, Gustav looks around.
6,5
but out there, he's still waiting.
Iya, main ini ya.
Gustav, that was a little dangerous on the way back down. Smoke was in play, but you know we don't get to see how much they're covering at the moment. They are the spectating smokes, but out the side, Metrelius catches 80. Oh no! That was a good trade eventually for Gustav, but now it's just Gustav alive and Code Marco's going hunting. He wants to find this Fuzz.
Marco,
Got flushed as
kita
well.
lihat Marco di sini, Marco.
Ada Kia
DA as well. EU just battering each other. This is not
Itulah
very
dia.
pleasant.
Rata, Cuk. Elang.
Anak kau berantem sama saya, Ari. Lihat, Ri.
TGW dong.
TGW lah, kalau lawan Beru, tenang. Area.
Relax ya, NC, relax.
LGDP, NC.
Siapa pick NC?
NC, relax ya, NC.
Deal.
Udah sampai di situ.
Kok tadi lawan berapa lawan NC? Bukan lawan NC.
4-3. NC full.
3 lawan 4 kalah.
Yeah, the sad fact
Kena
is
culik.
Nice deal.
they still get left with absolutely nothing. So again, it's compounds are king. It really matters here. The fight's on the way, really equating to not much.
Wah, rotasi kemana tim gua? Ya ampun.
Kemana day trade?
Ya ampun, 2 orang lagi tim gua.
Dari meta enak.
Dari metamu.
I mean, it sucks for day trade here. I mean, they pull up just to try to see if they can maybe take care of E36.
Yo, rematch ya,
Deal,
bisa yuk.
deal ayo, deal, mati yuk. Ayo, deal, bisa ya.
You don't get points for killing E36.
Kalau gitu monyet.
Gue define.
Inside the circle, but meanwhile, Ents
Yaudah lu yang mati
has
kalau
this
gitu.
high ground position, trading back and forth with LG Divine. We'll see if
DA bukan punya bagi ya tadi.
Wah, meta kena lagi dong.
Mati masuk tuh.
Wah,
udah satu.
Oh, dia ke situ loh.
Lah, dia bener temen.
Lagi nge-spray di lewat kali. Biasa, tipe Yogi.
Tipe Yogi.
Tipe Yogi.
Orang nge-spray dia lewat dong. Buka, Cuk.
I guess the ridge
Kanan 2.
it's not ideal.
Oh, bangun, kura-kura bangun, bro.
Bro,
bisa yuk.
Udah di refresh lo.
Dah meta bunuh teman.
Mampus lu.
Wah,
Ya,
yuk.
Oh, 3.
Yes
dong. 6,5 Jack.
Yes dong.
Ya, meta keringnya.
6,5. Habis ini lagi. Last game.
You can see just shredded down
Yes
they
dong,
go.
yes kan Jack. Yes dong.
DGW hari cu.
Bit, gue mau ganti tim, Bit.
DGW pro sama bro tuh.
Gue mau ganti tim.
Pabjeeeee.
Petrichor Looks like they are content with just hanging out below Afrika, and Afrika's content to let them be there. Meanwhile, Day Trade somehow has managed to make it inside the
Buat chat sih ya.
six.
Bet.
Looks like they might be looking over in that direction to make a push. And long. Well, guess he wasn't trying to stay below.
Antara DLG rata ya begitu.
And this is a tricky scenario for Ents because they kind of need to hold this
Yo, jual
bridge
Kevlar yo.
until the blue closes in, but it means they're slower than to
Nggak
get
enak
to the
gitu dia di bawah soalnya.
There's too many teams, there's too many players down there, and they even know
Serang
that.
aja dia,
So you're gonna just gift that? Oh, catch. It's not bad actually. That's really
Wah,
good.
nyayur
Yeah,
udah
nice.
gila.
Boy.
Whoop.
Perfect placement on
Saatnya,
that team.
boy.
I'm gonna try and dive in a little.
Saatnya Anda bersinar, boy.
Is gonna be found for this one. Squeaky's gonna found Sato. This is
Sudah
good
2
for
kali
Ents.
lo
Again,
NC lo.
we're seeing Ents playing
2
pretty
kali
well so
lo.
far. It does feel like that win's
Top
just
4
been
lo
evading.
NC ya kan.
They're in perfect position right now, and as you said,
Apa kabar sama DA cu?
To clear off this
Masih ada Gex ya?
it's not so much the kills that they're worried about. They just want to make sure that they don't have to worry about their backside. They don't have to worry about any of these snakes coming through Norins.
Wah, mati gua.
Gas NC.
Gonna stay alive.
Gas yuk NC.
Not gonna let
Mantap.
that happen. Okay.
Dai belum
The
cuy.
boy is on fire right now. As Ents now has control over that
Apa
north
mata
side.
lu
They have
enggak?
that
Delay mati.
For their
Mata
part,
gua
they're gonna
delay sih,
avoid the
sorry.
rest of that by wrapping around Zenith, though. Send it in the three-man car. That looks like good for them.
Okay, so we have a bit of a divide here. I say that. I guess Ents is the outlier. Let's kind of leave
Nice.
him
Nice.
of this kind of circle
Nice.
with the east and west divide, and Burram are sadly in between
Lu ada bit
a rock
apa
and a
enggak?
hard place. They've got names
Bro
being
Riram,
thrown, they're on the low ground.
anak
They
yang
have a way out of it. Team have
Riram.
finally made their way
Okay,
around, but they're
Riram.
just going to be arriving to another party. Afrika Freaks are in the compound. They've been happy here the entire
Revive
time.
dong,
Not
DGW
really moving
cepat.
too much. This was
Dapat
just where they
3.
put their post down and they've stuck to it. Again, compound equals king. Punaj gonna
Yogi
find
pulang.
Ganaxi.
Satu lagi
Guys,
ke
it's
North
down to
ya.
looks like Burram are on their last
Yogi
legs.
pulang.
I think they might have one player alive.
Buriram
And Edie's been fantastic as an
Buriram
individual, but
bisa
now too many players gonna come his
Wah.
way. Destination
Yogi. Yogi.
Yogi
Yogi dia. Yogi dia.
Afrika Freaks towards the west.
DGW ko nih.
T1. And I think there's another team just
Ah,
kind of hiding
cu.
at the bottom of those
Bodoh
rocks.
ketulang susah ngepusnya berdua.
Udah, itu Buriram dah skip dah.
The two that they do have are Mill and
Capek, Rik.
Ixlef, two of the
Udah capek Cuk,
big
ngomong
big
dia tuh
frag
Buriram.
names on that
Asli.
squad. Let's see where the next circle decides to go. Is it going to favor Ents?
Wah, kemana nih?
Pulang dong, DGW.
Good control
Wah,
from where they're
pusing.
playing
Dah
from.
meninggal lah DGW
That
ku.
is about the least
Ayo AF
favorable
chicken.
move there for Ents.
NC kemana nih NC nih?
Siapa AF?
Fortunately for
Pilih.
them,
Nggak ada,
I
nggak ada.
think
Yes,
Nggak ada,
AF
nggak
dong.
they can still
AF.
push onto
AF Pero nggak ada.
Biar rematch kan.
White here. I mean, you see the
Wah,
really
udah
Round
ini.
terakhir
Sama
ditambah
Zenith.
200 lagi.
Zenith
Beuh.
nggak ada kan Zenith?
might be able to send Diggory
Nggak ada.
to play a little bit of an
Oh, iya,
angle.
nggak ada.
Yeah.
So
Berarti
they've got 30
sisa
seconds to
gua,
clear
Morbid.
past Destination White, at least until the blue
Mari.
starts moving. So maybe
Ah.
40, 50 seconds. And then they have to deal with whatever's in front of them, which is Zenith. Now,
Morbid
lucky for
Dindon.
them to...
Zen siapa Zen?
Oh,
Nggak
kind of
ada,
split,
Cuk.
and I think they're down to 3,
Lupa
so it's
Zenith.
not the biggest challenge.
Karena
I
Miramar
guess,
ku lupa.
But that's assuming they don't lose a single player on this fight, potentially. We need to look at this. So
Iya,
Ents
sisa
sending
berapa tim?
Diggory
3.
forward, and I think
Maafin
Squeaky
Yok.
with him. And look at the positions that are being held by
Diledekin viewer
Destination.
gua, maafin Yok.
They're waiting for this. They're just going to sit this one out and wait until they have to push across. Petrichor Road on the other side as well. They're going to have to deal with T1 coming their way. So 2 separate fights on 2 separate fronts.
And meanwhile, Afrika just gets to hang out inside their compound and listen to all this going on. There's no reason for them to peek anything. They just want to make sure that nobody pushes onto them. Ixlef going to be the anchor spot right here. He gets knocked to about 50% HP. T1 looks like they would love to try to make their way past this rock, see if they can find angles onto anybody, really. Star-Lord going to find Ixlef, and it's now down to just Mill. Hiding behind the Murado, take a few shots, going to find Adder. Star-Lord sees him. Can he get 2? Yes, he
Anjing
can.
MIR.
Mill turning it alone here as
Wah, kebakar menang-menang. Ozoyoy.
burn him to death.
Yeah, and look who's pushing.
Ya, AF-nya turun, tidak.
Pretty good idea. Ends on the low ground. If
AF keluar dari kompon, Cuk.
there'd be a miracle.
Udah rata ini T1.
Play while it can, bit of an A trade out. Tixu did find one for it though, so a bit of a blow for blow trade. T1 on the ball foot here, kind of on the back lines. We're down to our top.
DGW hari, Cuk.
Still have Zenith in this.
Ente pulang.
Ents
Ku
and
jago,
Afrika
Cuk.
Freaks.
Ah,
Now Ents
baru
are
dibilang.
holding this
Baru
together.
di ngomong.
Barely
Cuk.
on their back. There's a team in front of them. Tixu's knocked, it's Squeaky and Rustam off. Now, if the Freak of Freaks will start pushing out, trying to claim territory, I don't blame them. But Zenith are going to be keeping them humbled here. They will not be allowing them to push too far.
Wah,
I
jadi
wonder if
alien.
they're involved. They're
Memang jadi alien.
AF gak ada yang pegang.
Dewi alien.
Zenith.
They're trying to keep tabs on the Freak of Freaks now. So, Ents make it out with
Sisa satu Ents.
Ah,
mati tuh, Cok. Dah next game.
He's heard all these steps. Another circle. Well, it keeps in a Freak of Freaks. They are gritting ear to ear. Finally, team joining the circle.
Okay,
How did you do that? Just like hip fired it? Okay, fair enough. Wait, and Punish.
bodohnya Afrika, tolol,
Just found two of the Freak of Freaks. They had no idea they were
Yuk,
Maybe they're still alive enough to the Freak of Freaks.
Saatnya.
Nah, di revive,
You do
Afrika.
not close this out. Surely you had four
It's
alive.
time, bro.
Revive dong, cepat.
This is your
Astaga.
game to lose, if anything. A res comes in, a cat a little further away.
Ini waktunya kamu, Ence.
Low ground, just trying to stay low
Ayo,
in this
Ence.
scenario.
Apa orang isi AF sih,
just
Cuk?
turtle up a little here. Ents can hold that ridge line, but Poonage is a
Time,
problem to
Ence.
get past.
Udah sabaran.
As you can see, you can see on the circle on your mini map there, Ents can hang out on that top of that ridge line
Apa tuh,
for at
ngelempar apa
least a
tuh?
little bit longer while the circle closes in. Meanwhile, AF, they should be able to get this res onto a COD and bring them back
Zen nggak
up to
mungkin,
full
Zen
strength
dijual.
here. Poonage, unfortunately for that great
Yuk,
double
Ence, yuk.
knock there, it's not going to get
AF sih harusnya.
not gonna get any kills for it, not put themselves in any better position.
Ence
But
11 kill.
you can never discount that solo
Jangan
player.
blunder aja lari open ya AF. AF lari open mah udah dapet dah.
Vest is broken, helmet screwed. No
Walah,
utility.
ini yang poinnya paling tinggi ya. Kupikir yang
Iya,
placement
paling tinggi.
Ence sih harusnya.
Harusnya sih Ence nih.
Poonage might get
AF
spotted
6
soon
kill,
enough, which
Cok.
is the problem. His position.
Mana? 6 kill 3 kill, Cuk.
AF 3 kill, Zen yang 6 kill.
Ents can see it. But Ents moving up to this. They want to get a little
Yuk,
proactive.
bisa yuk,
And
Ence, yuk.
obviously when that circle closes,
Si Ken sih lebih bagus
Freak's
Ence.
gonna have to leave. Oh, Poonage, you are barely alive. Keep your head down low.
Udah
Luckily,
biarin
he's got two
Zenith
first
biar
aids,
narik
but
Kill
Ence
dong.
kill
AF.
him. A strong breeze might kill him.
Biar
But now
apa
look
ya?
at the circle.
Walaupun AF
Biar
menang,
rematch
at
lah,
that
Yok.
central point, it will cause a Freak of Freaks to have to leave this compound. Now, Ents have already moved up. They've been proactive.
Oh,
while
Ence
Poonage was getting all
Ence
that
butuh
attention
1
from the
kill
Freak
nih.
Freaks. This is a pretty good
Buat
idea.
Dia
But
kill
the problem
Zenith
is,
lah, cukup lah.
outgunned.
Buat kill 1 kill aja sih.
Oh, di-clearin sama AF. Di-clearin sama Afrika.
Yuk, 1 kill aja yuk Ence yuk. 1 kill Ence yuk.
Dadah deal.
Tiga kali. Tiga kali loh setan.
Dia abo banget loh Mas Pet.
Yang menang apaan ini?
Binatang kok ini.
AF.
AF.
Kontra, Cuk.
Kontra hampir mirip AF tadi tuh.
Kanal tambat deh, nggak jadi AF.
But they held firm, held strong, got the reses back up, and pushed onto Ents.
Yang masuk tim apaan Bit ini Bit?
Itu
ya. DSG.
Berarti yang milih pertama siapa? Ence tadi siapa?
Deal.
Nah itu pilih pertama.
Managing to do it just fine right there by holding that compound till the
Gak bakal
game
lepas
and
Ence
then
nih.
clutching out when
Lagi
they
bagus nih
need to.
mainnya.
Jet.
Itu DA aja sih, aduh.
I loved how they played that. It wasn't good enough. It wasn't enough to get them to win the end. They made the right moves. It looks like everyone's getting themselves ready here for a nice interview pretty soon.
2,5.
Last game ini ya? Last game ya?
We can hear from the winning side of Freak of Freaks.
Gue Ence
And they certainly needed the win under the belt. I've got to say, the positioning was everything in that one. I mean, there's not too much to kind of add to that. I know that sounds somewhat
Berarti match yang
underwhelming.
ini kan
Obviously, not
rematch kan
making
ini.
the errors is the important factor, right?
sayang banget sih
Yeah,
Ence.
absolutely. Well, I am
Yang
very
punya wilayah
interested
menang,
to
iya
hear
Cuk.
what the Afrika Freaks have to say about this one.
Afrika
This is
Freak.
one of their Korean teams that came in from the bottom 16.
Wah.
So let's
Sayang
hear what
kali
they
sih
have to say.
DGW ku. Bit saya Dex Bit.
The PGIS Weekly Survivals Week number 1 with Intel and the winning team.
Abis deal tadi siapa? Rank 2, rank di rank 3. Oh, Ari ya.
DGW Ari.
Saya Dex G.
Ari DXG.
Habis DGW siapa baru ya?
Ah? Waduh.
Habis
Basri.
DGW Morbid.
Basri.
Yuk, last yuk.
Morbid Iwan tadi.
What kind
Timnya
of
Morbid T1.
attitude did you have to this tournament?
Kabar.
Because we won the previous championships.
Oh ya T1, gua apa ya?
Confidence coming into this, but during the ranking decisions and the weekly survival
Angel.
matches, we really learned a lot. You finally made it
Morbid
to the
juga
weekly
ikutan
finals
tapi.
out of 15 matches.
Modal udah
It was
cair.
quite a long process. What kind of conversations did you have
Laku
amongst
berapa
your
Yok itu Yok?
Tian, Mbak.
Basket Yok.
Morbid Tian,
We
Mbak.
talked a lot about different strategies that we could improve on and the mistakes that we made. And so we really worked hard on
Rank
improving those
rank
strategies.
5.
I think you guys really made
Rematch
it strong towards the
Rematch.
end. We want to hear what kind of final words you
Rank
have
6.
for the weekly finals.
Pero nggak ada. 7. Beru siapa tadi Beru?
Just as we have until now.
Yogi.
So much to the
G apa G?
Bebas gitu.
Cuma nambah DXG. Ulangin. Keluarin AF, masukin DSG itu dong.
DSG kan juga udah di-pick kan?
DSG udah diambil.
Congratulations for your victory. Thank you.
네, 이렇게 해서 아프리카 프릭스의 이재희 선수
마.
인터뷰 나눠봤습니다.
Apa G? Jejet.
Tian Mbak.
Gua ambil.
Eri.
In the weekly final here for our penultimate
Kalau
game
Stone
of
Hatchet
the
itu combat
weekly
mode enggak kan?
Brilliant stuff from Africa
Combat.
Freaks. They held on to a position for all game and were able
T1,
to
okay.
secure the win towards the end against the encroaching Ents and Zenith.
Kia nggak ada Kia ya?
Belum.
I've got Froz and Cameron with us here. Froz,
Iya, apa
for all
T1?
intents and purposes, very chill
T1,
game for
okay.
Africa Freaks. They got a few kills here and there up until towards the end, and then they had to hold on to their spot.
Gua kasih ke lu berapa? 2,5 beda.
Iya. Day trade tadi siapa day trade? Bunyuk ya? Nyuk apa Nyuk?
Belum ada. Yang tadi barusan belum ada.
Rematch berarti.
Iya. Apa Nyuk?
And it's very unusual and
Nyok.
it shows
Nyok.
that it's getting more and more tense. I mean, we're only
Alah,
one more
kunyuk
game now.
menghilang.
Ya, kunyuknya hilang. Aduh.
Going into the weekly
Bit aku
finals,
ganti bisa nggak Bit?
Udah pikan sebelum tadi aja dia ya, berarti dia pikan tadi apa ya? Day trade.
Anything, any risk if they don't need to and stuff.
9.
Cameron, of course, Africa Freaks
Gex-nya
now
ada
loses hands.
10.
I do think they probably feel
11.
very relieved.
DK, Kia tadi siapa? Kevin. Apa Pin?
Yeah, and as
Yeah.
far as
Udah.
mentioning,
Oh,
the fact
masih ya?
that they were in that compound since
Ya.
virtually the very beginning.
Sabar.
This was, we've said this multiple times, but this was the game for Africa Freaks that it was theirs to lose.
12.
I think it would have been
Meta
one
nggak
of
ada,
the bigger
13.
upsets if
Meta
they were
gua Bit.
somehow lose this previous
Oh, lu ya
round.
apa?
Though, gotta say, Punich did make it a little, maybe a little nervous for them at the
Belum
start.
login.
That, or I guess rather at the end. The
Sabar
start
nih, menurut
2K.
menurut random
Fortunately,
picker gua
Zenith
sabar.
were already too scattered and disparate at that point.
Menurut random picker gua BRU Bit.
BRU udah diambil belum ya?
Udah.
Oh, belum.
Oh, belum ya.
JK BRU.
Jack, lu berapa Jack berani ngebit yang aneh-aneh Jack?
Juga tinggal
Divine tadi. Divine no Jack ya?
Si Jack sih tadi. Katanya dia itu chat Steam lu.
Gak di chat sama dia? Biasanya Divine berarti.
Keplar gua tinggal 4 dap gua jual ada.
14.
Kepar gua 32.
Dia siapa tadi dia? Apa dap?
Apa? Data. Yang belum apa ya Bit? Yang itu kah? NC udah NC.
Dah, tuh. Yang belum tuh. Ah, Tiki
Siapa
apa
tahu
Tiki?
pakai random picker menang ya kan?
Dia lagi, Dia lagi Bit. Kalau ini rematch lagi gimana Bit?
Apa dap? Enggak, ya balikin duit lah. Ya, oke. TJ.
Gua belum milih Bit.
Udah lu dai.
Nah,
Kelak Nyok. Dai lagi.
Iya.
Saya PES lagi.
Oh iya Elang ya.
Di WG Kia nggak lolos suruh main LOL aja. Weh, LOL di Korea tuh
Aku
gede
terakhir
loh.
kan bit.
LOL di Korea tuh komunitasnya gede loh. Jangan salah, guys.
Oh, nyetor berapa bit berarti tangku?
Sabar nanti dulu itu.
Aku bingung tuh. Duitku berapa?
Jangan bingung, cu, sediain aja duitnya, cu.
Iya.
Indah hitungannya sama Morbid. Nggak, Bit?
Oi.
Nih, gue liat-liat panitia dari menang udah dapet apa nih, Bit?
Wah,
ada
potongan tuh Mas.
Yang ada rugi gue udah.
Kenapa tuh?
Baru kalau 200.
Enggak, dari yang menang nggak ada gitu.
50.000 kunyuk.
300 kemarin deh.
300 mata kau, mana ada yang nyetor 300?
Gua 300 kemarin.
200 slot, 100.000 gua. Kau bocil.
Gua 500.000 kemarin, Bit.
Gila loh.
Bit berapa? 2,5 bit ya?
Gimana lu, Bit?
200 kan?
50.000 ya kan?
Apa cubu, sabar satu-satu ya ngomong.
Kalau orang yang baru datang ke live streaming gue kaget tahu, disangka kita judi beneran live streaming.
Kagak guys, ini IC duit ini IC.
Ada ngechat gimana Mas Pet?
Enggak maksudnya kalau viewer yang lain
Mana
lebih tahu.
Sabar cu, duit nanti pusing lah.
Oh ya udah ntar aja.
Kaladin belum, Bit. Iya, Bit.
Kaladin belum tuh.
Lah Kaladin. Lah iya.
Kaladin apaan, Cuk?
Sebelumnya apa sebelumnya?
Ini
Aku belum Bit.
Biar kita dukung satu-satu gitu loh.
Iya.
Tadi Kaladin Tian, Mbak. Tadi Kaladin Tian, Mbak.
Baru dateng.
Tadi Tian lagi apa gimana?
Mana nggak tahu.
Oh Zenit kan Zen.
Oh Zenit toh.
Ada adrenalin itu sendiri.
Aduh, tinggal baca itu Dimas, pusing gua kalau lu bacain. Kontra DGW.
Tiji apa Tiji? Wah ini nih semua kepik nih, seru nih.
Apa aku
asik nih.
Tesnya udah.
Apa?
Aku
Tesplan udah hilang.
Udah hilang.
Ya yang belum apa tuh?
Ya itu. Lihat aja.
Dai udah, defend udah, NC udah, BRU udah, jadi
Division udah ya tadi ya. Meta tuh belum tuh, meta tuh Gex.
Tar dulu. Lihat. Perlu menerawang dulu.
Lagi jadi dukun nih. Tinggi.
Tukang baca circle nih.
Sabar tunggu Digji baru deh Mas. Ikut semua
Dimas meta.
3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 Gex.
Tinggal meta sama Gex kan?
Tiga slot Gex, meta, satu lagi apa ya?
Apa?
DXG udah deh. Pero. Meta, Pero, Gex.
Aku Gex, udah.
Oke, Digji Gex.
Ya.
Si Dimas meta tuh.
Dimas.
Wah, ini
Meta.
pasti nggak bakal
Pasti nggak ada
rematch
rematch ini, last ini.
Nggak ada rematch
Tuh si
Om Nyinyo
mau ikut tuh.
Om Nyinyo apa?
Mas Bet baru gabung.
Tinggal sisa Tibit.
Sisa apa yang sisa tuh?
Nggak ada yang judi.
Bilang nggak ya?
Gex.
Mau apa enggak? Sisa Pero.
Pero.
Sisa Pero.
Coba tanya dulu mau apa enggak dia?
Enggak Pero tuh kalau mau.
Sisa itu. Iya semua kepik kalau sama Om Nyinyo. Udah 15 tim yang kepik.
GG Gaming.
GG Gaming guys.
Cari banyak nih bro.
Wah ini masih kata-kata
4 juta nih. 4 juta nih. Cair nih misalkan
yuk Iwan bisa nih. Yuk.
Nah, udah ini sih ke kata random picker gua BRU sih Yok.
Yok ayolah Yok. Cuan Yok, kapan kamu cuan Yok?
Lah cuman kemarin LPMK 2.
Yuk NC yuk. Lah itu kemana
kan
cuan?
Beda cowok.
Sama dong.
Yang mau bayar dari Kunyuk 50.000. Mau bayar sekarang Nyuk.
Gua antar
iya dong. Kau di mana?
Gua antar Bit farming Bit.
FRLS 2.
Zona merah, Cok.
Ini gua LS 2, Cok.
Gua lagi farming jauh nih, ha. Tinggal lu.
Udah ngumpulnya yang mau bayar sana.
Tuh si Om Nyinyo mau tuh deal tuh.
Mampus kepick semua.
Oke, 16 tim bro. Kali 250.000 berapa tuh? Totalnya gue hitung 250.000.
4 juta, 4 juta yang menang nih.
4 juta cuk. Homing
4
satu
juta,
nih.
cair apa?
Wah.
Dapat homing, Cuk.
Satu homing cuk.
Wah, bukan cicilan homing berarti nih. Homing launcher.
Satu homing
cash, langsung cash. Ya kan?
Ya kan. Yuk, homing gua yuk dijual yuk.
Satu homing ini.
Yuk, BRU sama dengan homing cash nih. Aduh.
Sorry DSG yang ngambil kata Anang.
Lu masih loading bit.
Ah, yang belum bayar nanti langsung bayar ke ini aja ya, ke yang menang. Oh, pusing. Duit gue yang ada ini kayak nombok nanti.
Oh ya udah bentar gua bayar ke Morbid dah biar gak ribet dah.
Iya cu.
Iya.
Sumpah.
Gitu
Mau beli Deluxo yang ada dapat homing nih, duit gue lama-lama.
Semangat.
Bit.
Oi.
Mana Bit? Saya mau bayar Bit.
FRLS 2.
Oh, belum ah.
Rampal 102. Oh ini.
Belum bayar saya. Berapa Bit? 200.
Banner kita udah datang. 250.
2,5.
Wah,
16 tim nih, Eri.
Wah, itu dia, Cok.
16 tim nih, Eri.
DXG di sini, Bro.
Bener,
ada rematch
Konyok dulu ya. Apa? Mas Pat?
Ternyata bener yang duit paling banyak dia yang menang.
Iya kan.
Ngumpulin duit paling banyak.
Kunyuk. Jegzi. Sila ada di sini enggak ada ya?
MJ tuh. Item will win tuh.
Jeki ada enggak sini Jeki?
Ada ini nih.
Mana Jek?
Salah trade.
Sabar. Jeki 50.000.
Berarti gua 2,5 ya ke lu ya?
Paladin ada enggak? Ada. Yogi 2,5.
Saya juga Bit 2,5.
Anang mana? Trade Nang.
Anang nih. Anang kah?
2,5.
Tolonglah DXG.
All in boys.
Apa kau ngetek
It's now or never.
NC ayo. Sudah 3 kali
Sabar,
nih, NC,
nge-freeze.
ayo.
Mau jadi scammer, Cuk.
Ayo dong NC.
Wah, final lebih seru sih, Ri.
Dapat mana di sini enggak dapat enggak ada ya? Nggak ada. Oh, ada nih, dapat.
Nanti, Cuk. Wah, kumpul duit dulu.
Aku berapa bintang?
Farming hari-hari.
2,5. Tadi ada utang kah?
Ada kah? Enggak ada ya, 2,5 doang ya berarti.
Iya, 2,5 doang. Yuk, yang punya utang bayar dulu yuk, biar nggak pusing, bener.
Bener ya pusing, Cok.
Biar nggak nombok.
Kan udah plus banyak, Cuk.
Elang. Mana Elang ada sini enggak?
Iya.
Oh, enggak ada. Yogi.
Itulah kerjaannya bener. Pusing dah.
Ya.
Harus terima kenyataan.
Ya, adalah duit untuk duit capek nih.
Iya lah, harus ada.
Nah, iya, Kaladin nggak ngasih loh duit capek.
Lu kunjuk kasih 50.000 parah banget dapat 3 juta.
Mana lah 3 juta anjing. Tai 3 juta.
Kevin. Kevin.
Yang minus.
Wah, ini tadi misalkan hari ini itu enak sih.
Apa tuh hari ini itu apa tuh?
IG trade.
Hari ini rematch semua, ini gede banget nominalnya.
IG trade IG.
Mau?
Wah.
IG.
Nih, last team, last match.
Ya.
DA si ini mainnya ngedon ya.
Ya ngedon.
Last match.
Dia udah gini, udah apa namanya, menyerahkan diri ke yang maha kuasa sih.
Ya bisa lah ini, gue liat-liat lagi pada nonton kayaknya tong kuning tuh.
IG.
Yang minus.
Yang minus bisa tong kuning tuh.
Yang minus harap ke tong kuning.
Hah? Tong kuning bisa farming kah?
Emang zona merah tong kuning?
Nggak tahu.
Aduh.
Zona merah.
Iya cu, beneran cu, tong kuning zona merah cu.
Wah udah dah, tong kuning dah, TW dah.
Yang merasa mau minus nah.
Ini sih aku sih mau
Minus
plus sih,
ini yakin
jelas
gua minus.
banget.
Aduh.
Yogi tuh minus banyak tuh.
Weh, masih ada, Cok, dapat basket. Slow.
Oh iya dapat basket ya lu ya.
Sumpah homing 4 di zombie langsung
di saat
jual.
Dimas,
miskin bisa dapat basket ya.
Peran Polo Santos 2 Dimas. Peran Polo Santos 2.
Ah, tong kuning rame sih ini kayaknya. Berapa orang sih playernya? 169.
Ya bandar bangkrut.
Bandar bangkrut. Cok.
To perform, but it looks like we are ready to go into our final game of the day here, the PGIS. And of course, as a reminder, this is presented by Intel, where the gaming happens.
Abis ini PUBG kan, iyalah gas lah. Ada alien maan cu. Wah. PUBG nggak Ki?
Gas Ki. Oi, apa?
Pero.
Ya.
Bentar. Anjing dapat yang busuk-busuk aku, Cok.
Enggak, ini semua tim bujuk semua, Nyok.
Oh, gitu kah?
Iya, Cok.
Oke.
Yang bau-bau semua ini.
Ya, dai siapa
busuk biasanya wangi nih, terakhir nih.
Bah. Last match yang tegang nih.
Yang minus langsung bergabung Julun Pai.
Cabut Iwan. Yo,
area aja seru. Tewan muter.
Balik
Circle
Iwan.
sih.
Muter.
Tewan muter.
Yang minus harap. Balik.
Yang menang yuk bisa sedegas sama yang minus.
Circle-nya cuk.
Circle-nya laut kah?
Nice. Iwan
SMB.
Mana.
Wah, NC gua di atas, circle-nya di bawah. Nice guys.
Alah, Tianba di mana ya? Tianba farming. Farming. Lut ya?
Wah, OTW tong kuning gua nih kayaknya guys.
Tianba kalau di Miramar
OTW
pusing
tong
tadi
kuning.
ya. Ini di Erangel
Tian. Wah,
Mau ngapain?
target gopol dia.
Astaga, nyolong kapal dia monyet. Butiran.
Butiran sampai nih butiran.
Tim gua kan nggak bisa rotasi.
Oh iya, 36 nggak ada, cu.
36 udah ada tuh.
Lah,
oh berarti 15 tim doang dong berarti.
Ya, cuma 15 tim.
Iya kah?
Ada yang double kan nih?
Ada yang double
gitu.
kayaknya deh. Tiga, 6, 9, 10. Oh 15 yang 15 yuk.
Berarti kalau udah E36 eliminate, wah udah tegang deh.
Nice Fes. Langsung ngambil tengah.
Begal dulu dong, Pero.
Waduh. Ah, disikat sama Fes. Disikat. Mau kemana kau deh?
Mati lu.
Kejar kau.
Di VDM.
Mana kau deh?
Wah, diklaksonin deh.
Sikat. Ya.
If they can scare
Ya, Face-nya pergi ya.
Berarti 3650 ya? 750.
3750.
E36 nggak ada yang pegang guys.
Ternyata dia yang chicken, wah GG.
That's fine as well.
Ram, gampang lah yuk, guys.
We don't really know where the next shift is going to go. Obviously,
Last game yang sangat membanggakan ini.
To the west. This time could be different. We'll see. Day Trade, meanwhile, making their way over pretty early on. We've already got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams.
Semua tim bisa kebegal ini.
Military Island, with 2 more heading towards the bridge and 1 in boats. There's your 1 in boats.
There we are. Nice little cross for them. And again for the likes of Ents, Tianba, DXG, LG Diviner Touch, and DA2. This is quite a long rotation. Now, I guess the one bonus of this format is it doesn't really encourage too much potentially bridge camping or anything of the such, because, as I said, sometimes you'll go for kills and you grab a couple of points here and there. As that's not the case, most teams will opt to try and get into position first. Now, this could be an issue.
Ari, long kiri. Ari, Ari.
Dia tahu. Tahu. Longki tahu itu ada orang.
It's been looted. Now the problem for GEX is that they've got 2 here.
Saya tadi ngintip dulu ada mobil sama pintu kebuka.
Oh, MG mau dead pinggiran tuh MG tuh.
You gotta ask yourself the question, okay, is this both worth fighting over?
Orang Thailand.
Oh ya, orang Thailand.
Iya.
Siapa mau nampung no MG
Lang. Bad day tuh dia ada pinggiran. Tapi jelasin bahasa Inggris sama dia. Good luck.
They've made it in. They've scared Pabjeeeee out as well. Pabjeeeee, for their part, doing a good job of avoiding.
Ari defend, fokus Ari. Ari fokus defend dah.
At least in the early game here.
Ari jangan defend dong, Ari.
Oh, kontra sama Jeki, Jack tuh mau ikut tuh. Kiran.
Kind of on that coastal side, but it could definitely work out. That position's really nice to utilize on the hill where Damon were.
Wah, di-clearin 4 orang.
Monyet lah. Clearing down the lower floor first.
Luck sudah, Jack.
When they go up top, it could be a problem, but so sneaky.
Wait.
Quickly turns around just in case someone came through with a free fire.
Wait.
Now he's in trouble.
En aja.
Lah.
Coba cuy. En aja. Nah gitu dong.
Wah. Pagi kecuali 1.
Gex. Wah, kena drive monyet.
Ari.
To get the quick drive-by shot.
1v1
nih.
Masa DSG baru main pulang, cu. Baru main 1 game.
As well. Let's see, one of the GEX boys has.
DSG dihidupin semua nih.
Satu nih mati nih DSG.
While CC and Yami decide how they want to approach this.
Keep in mind, DXG can get reses, GEX can't. Fergus, okay, now.
Oh, udah kira semua.
Satu lagi dihat.
Again, just kind of get that galaxy brain on the go, the free fire on the cross. No one ready there. CC's found MBK, and now the natural born killer.
Wah. Tulang tinggi.
Aduh.
Tinggi.
Siapa yang milih Gex?
Gex siapa Gex?
Baru tadi dikatain sama Texi, timku nggak bisa rotasi rata.
Bener tuh gara-gara kapalnya diambil tadi.
Ya Texi kalah Texi.
Latihan nih kayaknya mau begal DA.
Military Island right
now. Lihat bro, masih looting server nih bro.
All the hills completely empty. Everybody kind of drifting south.
Iwan siapa Iwan?
Or kind of posting up around the military base.
Tadi siapa yang ngambil?
Nobody really.
Gopinnya lah, panjang banget chatnya.
Iwan Yogi. For our teams that are coming in late.
Iwan Yogi.
As you see, we still have 5 teams that have yet to make their way in.
Saya team will win.
Including DXG.
MJ cuy 555.
Now I think just because the circle is
MJ tadi ngepick siapa?
Jadi dia mau pinggiran, mau ngepick Day. Nggak tahu nggak? Yang main pinggiran, yang main pinggiran cuman kontra sama Jeki berdua.
Kalau sama MJ jelasin tuh pakai bahasa Inggris.
Bahasa Thailand juga bisa tuh. Kap, tenggelam kap.
Bahasa Indonesia juga bisa Mas Pet.
Tenggelam kap. gagal dan terjatuh kap. Nah, ngerti dia itu.
Pak. Nah, udah.
Bahasa Indonesia ngerti dia Mas Pet.
Bisa nggak?
Bisa.
Dikit.
Toksiknya doang diajarin Om Jinyo nih.
Emang di Thailand kita belajar bahasa Indonesia dia katanya.
Oh, enggak, dia kan memang kerja di Indo, kerja di Bali kalau nggak salah. Ngerti dikit-dikit bahasa Indonesia.
And now we have Tiamba and DA on the western bridge.
Kalau aku ngomong kadang pakai bahasa Indonesia dia paham.
Tiamba doing a little
siapa yang tunggu nih, Cuk?
Iya, jangan mutar dong, DA. Iya. Kelihatan.
Lihat. Ada anak jenglot kata dia di pinggir jalan nih.
Anak jenglot. Kalau lewat mesti di spray. Dah mati bener sih dia.
Kata Ilham GG Gaming, guys.
Ya langsung cabut udah.
DA not fancying their odds on that. Tiamba are leaving. Maybe they don't want to stick around too late either.
Tiamba
Once they see
nih.
that next circle,
Dia
which is in a
Rengel
couple of seconds, they
serem
can
nih.
adjust quickly off the back. Probably nice rotation timing actually. Let's see where this goes. Wow, okay, very southern still.
Jangan mbak masuk rumah pinggir.
West here. So there's a lot of rooms
rumah
on the
pinggir
compound. You know,
yang
those
dekat
cliffs can be very
itu,
playable.
dekat
But
Pabjeeeee.
Day Trade is laughing. They'll be really happy with their position. E36, they will want to
Jago mana nih? Masih ngelut kah?
in a very good
Tuh, masih
position
ngelut
as
di
well.
posisi gitu.
Phase T1 will probably ideally
Jago
shuffle
tuh.
across, but not as bad as like
Kalau nggak bisa lewat situ lewat
Buram
mana?
and LG Divine,
Apa?
DA, and now have a tricky entry to this.
Jembatan samping palingan. Atau enggak nahan circle.
Eventually it will move away from
Nah,
water.
circle bentar kayaknya.
Nahan circle bentar, balik lagi ke jembatan.
Because you know that eventually you'll have to
Tuh balik lagi kan.
Tuh balik lagi tuh.
Nahan circle dikit doang deh.
A lot of teams looks like they're gambling on this thing.
Gambling.
Out of military base. There are still a few teams that are inside of military base that are kind of making their way over and across, but for the most part, you can see everybody just kind of hanging out on the hills. As you said, Day Trade in a fantastic position to kind of figure out what's going on
Kalau
around
naik
them.
kapal nggak ada mobil ya bisa
Firefights starting to pick up though here on
Kapalnya udah
the
diambil
eastern
semua.
side of the military base. Petrichor,
Kapal tuh paling
Zenith,
dikit.
gonna be trading back and forth between these two ditches.
DA, where'd you
Wah,
go?
ketemu di sini dong Dea sama Tian.
Tiamba's already over there. That was the kind of avoided
Sama-sama
bridge
nabrak
fight,
rumah,
but now
nggak jadi.
might have a chance
Nggak
to
jadi.
around
Wah,
smash,
Tian
getting up towards
spray
yes
DA di
into
spray.
Andre's territory. So that's gonna be a couple of shots coming out their way. DA
Udah
probably
di-spray
gonna
kan?
continue
Udah,
forward,
nggak
but
bisa.
into the unknown.
Itu mau belakangnya. M200.
Looking towards this, who else is there? I guess you
Pegal dong yang belakang dong. Kepala cuk. Satu hit lagi. Itulah.
Anjing. Wah, keculik satu.
Itulah. Ya dapat lumayan enak deh ya. Ya lumayan enak lah.
Not bad lah.
Untuk nahan 2 circle kalau zona. Aduh, rumah cuma 1 biji. Wah, Kia sama Zenith terang awal.
That's okay. We'll take that. Meanwhile, Zenith looks like they've elected to go into the ditch just off to the east side of the Damwon compound. You see Damwon holding that 2-2 split across the road that we see so often. This is such a
juga bahasa
strong
Indonesia.
split.
Deal, NC deal.
They managed to get
Jet, Jet.
Kok tahu MJ?
Nggak
tahu lah.
Apa Mas Ed?
Muhammad Iqbal.
Masih ngelut.
Kan
Single bal bocil mungkin.
Itu bal bocil.
Bal bocil. Muhammad Oh iya, Muhammad Iqbal ya kemarin gue panggil ya.
Wah.
Wah,
Tuh.
NC.
Tian.
Wah, mati loh.
Yuk NC bisa yuk.
Salah bro, kau open fire gitu bro.
Mati
Ya,
loh.
kalau kanok satu.
Nah, mantap. Mantap, Bro.
Ini cover jauh yuk, yuk. Ming Ming. Wah, kenok 2, cok.
Mantap. Mantap NC. Mantap.
Ah.
Udah beat, cabut beat.
Mampus kenok 1 lu tinggi.
Dari belakang bro.
Yes, mati.
Wah, LGD juga belakang nih. Pegal dong. Yuk, pegal
Udah lah,
yuk.
udah ada harapan Tian dah.
Hence might be able to take
Dia-
a few shots
dia
over
dapat
the
nggak
top
nih?
at him. Where's this next circle going to take us?
T1 Jo. DSG masih di Novo tadi, Ri.
Kira lu di pen fokus Ri nonton Ri. Dia habis bakar menyan lo ya.
Jambi-jambi.
Lagi berdua.
Jambi cu, Ari bakar menyan nih.
Meta nabrak kok enggak.
Unless they go for a greedy slice of the pie, that's when you can get punished in this. Meta are on the move, they're going to try and find their home for now. Not sure how
Wah, zona
much is
T1
here
nih.
still. If they go down towards that compound,
Wah,
that's ridiculous.
Meta kemana nih?
Terserah sih yang lain sih kalau
There
aku
is a
langsung.
little bit of room to be had. Maybe they can scout
Oh, PNC. Oh, PNC, Bob.
them getting away with this. Zenith and Damwon are both down here. So if they go for that, that could be the death of them. I don't think that'd be a great call if they do, but who knows? Now Burram still working on the outside.
Meta Jo, mental.
Tabrakan sama Meta.
Panas. Panas.
Want this that bad. It is a 2-2 split, which is pretty bold.
Iya rata.
But for now,
Ah,
Meta
metanya rata.
down to only one standing.
Siapa
Quick
Meta?
flush, but they did cost Damwon a player here.
Siapa tinggi kayaknya deh.
Enggak, tinggi udah tadi.
Oh, Gex ya.
Iya, Gex.
Lu tau gak nih? Lu liat deh.
Meta Dimas.
Muka-muka yang kalah, lu tau gak berharap sama apa? Sama E365.
Ada kapal lewat.
Sama E36 cu. Berharap cu.
Lose 3 there to Damwon. They do keep sparking up.
Kapal.
We'll see if maybe Sparking can hold
Pengen
his
nyelong kapal nih.
position into this late
Oh, Tian sudah menunggu di sana. Halo DXG katanya.
Bunuh mereka nih, Bit.
Halo,
kata Linsun. Wah, Linsun nggak denger. Linsun, ada kapal di belakangmu, Linsun. Mati dua.
Kena karma kau, hah?
Dia bilang deketin dulu dong, Mas Brandon. Mas Fed balik.
Mati dua.
Udah lagi.
Karena
matang-matang cu.
Belum cu.
Belum satu. Wah, bomnya gak kena.
Longki di dalam air loh.
Kenok dia.
Oh, they are in absolute
Bagus.
Habiskan duitku terus kata Ari, ini tim semua.
10 besar saja di sana.
Ini tusun terus rank 15, 13.
Memang DGW paling bagus tadi.
Oh iya DGW cuman bagus.
Sama STK dong, Ri.
STK orang dalam, Cok. Udah dikasih tahu saya dia chicken.
Waiting for this next circle to pop.
Yeah, now remember, eventually it'll shift away from that water, so the mainland towards the north, of course, seeming the most
Tenang,
optimal.
DXG chicken nih.
E36.
Whoop.
There we go. And
Udah mati. Zonanya narik langsung dia mari.
Coba diambil situ.
Kok apa Ri?
Ini lagi memanjat gunung.
Bisa naik nih.
Bisa gila.
Iya bisa naik dia mau kemana? Mobil nggak punya.
Iya mobil nggak punya.
Narik satu orang dong, bisa dong.
Apa gunanya? Tetap kalah kata Ari.
Ya,
Fungsinya apa cuy? Narik satu orang juga.
Defense mau nabrak rumah kayaknya. Wah cabut lagi Ri. Wah Ri.
Wah mau kemana dia Cok?
Oh ke situ bisa naik.
Bisa naik Ri.
Positif dong Ri.
Oh iya.
Nomor day trade kah?
Enggak.
Nabrak Ens.
Nabrak meta ini. Nabrak meta, ya kan nabrak meta kan.
I guess Meta's building is probably the easiest place to crash.
Waktunya ente nyampah yuk, bisa yuk.
Dah.
Wah ada Zen juga tuh.
Oh, ada Zen juga.
Dan kebakar tuh. Wih 3 cu.
Lihat meta.
Tiga kenok.
Mobil meledak
Sampah bro. Ente sampah nggak ada sampah. Ente nyampah dong satu ya enggak.
Is he the Terminator?
Wah, si Meta
Is
masih
this
hidup.
T100 coming back?
Masih.
Kan dia ngeratain 3 deal.
Iya makanya wah.
We said
Gila,
you will
Cuk.
know by the end of this tournament. And he is
Parking
proving
kan?
why
Gua
here.
kirain yang
Great
Zen itu
grenade.
Bit yang ngeratain.
I'm not sure why Zenith tried to send it across there.
Wah.
It's such a
Faji
weird
kemana
call
nih?
considering they have the
Wes,
compound.
waduh, Fazeku kemana
FaZe
nih?
meanwhile
Waduh.
now trying to
Ke Linda weh.
Tapan dong.
Ke Linda.
run over Malova.
PDM deh mainnya nih.
Done. FaZe
Gue
finally
suka
Ada
banget
hari
kalau
ya.
ngeliat rotasi di
as
PUBG
Detonation
sumpah.
Gaming
Meta baru
One
pulang.
is
Seru banget.
well, looks like they might
Iya.
be about
Iya,
done.
rotasi
Corey, the last
turnamen
one.
besar gini nih itu seru.
Divine juga pulang.
Valiant last stand though from Sparking. Loved that. Compound now is
Sama
actually
Divine ojek ya
available.
Divine
That's
ya.
a crazy thing. That
Di
with
GW
him
pulang.
removed,
Rip
that's
duit
a
Jack.
big game. Now whether or not they go for that, gonna be on the point. No one else really knows that's available.
Itu 700.000 Jack.
Kadang-kadang.
Punya
Nah, kadang dia.
Kiri kanal.
Reds finally going down. Mings
Nama doang IQ
pushing up
500
a
nih.
little bit close here to
Haikir 500 deh.
FaZe. I think he's taking some shots
Ini-
over from day trade still. Maybe
Wah,
a few from
dibakar dia.
Alah, hatian.
DA.
Pulang kau deh.
We see the lobby has cleared out quite considerably.
Morbid
These last
pulang.
few circle shifts. Now we've got the
This
next
is the
one
killer.
getting ready to reveal itself. Yeah, this is going to be
Wah.
the one, isn't it?
Ya,
Best plan chicken
You
ini.
look at the
36
teams, whoever
sih
gets kind of put out of
lucu
place
deh.
here, you
Oh,
can
best
get in.
masih
There is
enak.
still room, but it's
Lang,
really a
bisa,
crash.
kasih
bisa.
lang.
Plan.
Okay,
Wah,
so
best
DA,
plan sudah
Day
fix.
Trade, and E36.
Lah metanya
Bagus,
mana?
bagus,
Gonna have
bagus.
to
Udah
kind of
mati meta ya.
decide
Meta
what
mati,
they
mati.
do.
Wah ya 36 sini rumahnya.
I don't know where they'd go on this.
Nabrak
one.
Pabjeeeee
E36
36,
goes to the
bisa
compounds,
yuk.
I guess, yeah, so they must have seen
Nabrak
all
rumah
of
Cok,
that
udah
happen.
kosong
Not
rumahnya.
a bad shout to pull up here,
Wah,
honestly. It's
banyak
a
utility
pretty
tuh.
decent choice. This compound
Oh
is
iya
actually
cu, utility semua
load
itu
of
isinya.
boxes to pick through,
Utility banyak dia
and
tuh.
it's also free of
36.
any players because of, you
Udah
know,
lah, mobilnya.
Sparking over there. But outside of that, Day Trade now have one option less to go to, and DA, plenty of cars, but nowhere to drive them.
I gotta feel like Ents has to have their heads on swivels right now. They've got Day Trade above them and DA just off to the west, and their spot is looking real tasty right now for both of those squads. We'll see what happens. T1 still has their compound that they can kind of hide out in. Gotta imagine that they are keeping very close tabs on FaZe. They know that they're right across the street, but no pushing out from T1, not taking the risks just yet. Meanwhile, FaZe is going to keep trading back and forth with Buriram, make sure Buriram doesn't get too ambitious with their peaks here.
I mean, Buriram's ability to survive so far is actually pretty impressive. Mert now in the vehicle, code Marco and his. It's time to see where DA go, but Day Trade Gaming are up on that hillside. You've got Ents just that little bit lower. There is no real easy route on this, and you can see them going kind of up the hill line towards Day Trade. That's a little sketchy. Back on towards the road we go, swinging around, and smash straight out of the vehicle. Norins is going to find him. That's a quick flash for Aqua 5 too. DA, good luck finding a home here, boys. This is not pretty.
Oh, it's not. The one thing that they've got going for them, or had going for them, really was the fact that they had their vehicles, and now they're going to run right into FaZe. Gustav going to take out Code Marco. Now Mert's still alive, but he is in a very precarious position, hiding just behind a rock.
Lu disampain bodo amat dah.
He's got his vehicle with him. He's going to stay alive now because of the smoke.
But
you can see Day Trade taking shots over in that direction as well. Day
Nah,
Trade
ini tempat
still has
Tian mati
not
kan nih?
left yet, though.
Iya.
See where they are
Tempat
going to
yang
go.
mati
They've got
tadi.
vehicles as well.
Dipakai.
Got to try to make a decision here soon, and like I said, that end spot is looking real tasty.
Yeah, where does Petrichor Road go on this? They're kind of back to the blue, and then the rest is facing Zenith. If they go across the road, that's phases or maybe T1s. Day Trade on the move now. They're going to try and maybe move towards ends. We said they had to be on a swivel, and now it looks like Rustamar is, but a quick trade.
Mau ngepi ini SNC-nya cu.
Splash now moves forward. Diggory going to get the flush, but there's still dangers aplenty. Squeaky on that low ground trying to work around. Gets Flash to fall back. This is a scrappy battle between both Squeaky and Diggory, the last two for Ents. Now there's a res available if they get
nice flash too.
Quick. Diggory slowly but surely creeping up. Nurin's taking the back there. Squeaky though.
Sampah sama T1 juga tuh dia.
But not before they were able to flush Rustamar.
T1 join the party deh.
Wah, T1 juga
And now everyone's
join.
piling in towards Ents. They are in a bad spot here.
Oh, tidak, jangan.
Five just rolling out
Tidak,
there by himself on his
jangan.
lonesome, trying to clear up all this stuff. I think he was just the rest of his squad said, you know what, go on there, see if you can third party, see if you can pick something up.
T1.
Just stay alive.
Pergilah ke setan. Pergi ke kawan kau weh. Datang kau. Nah, begitu bagus.
Baik, gua diretain sama siapa?
And now T1 has to decide where they're going to go next.
Tim gua diratain Mas Yova, Cuk.
Tim lu apa emang?
Just kind of holding down that little ditches and
otak lu.
trees there.
Tim lu apa emang?
Been
Tim lu
paying
apa ya?
very close attention to Bury
Dai,
Ram, but they
Dai.
have not had an angle
Oh,
up
Dai.
on
Ya udah, bye-bye.
onto T1 up
Dai
there.
Itu namanya. Dai pulang. Hari-hari
Udah
pulang.
recover konyol.
Emang
Oh, well, that's gonna be under finding Mert.
pulang.
Ya,
Real
pulang
thin
dia.
angle to
Pulang.
work with, but very well
9
done. there.
kilo main ya
berdua ya.
kan.
Lovely stuff, and
Ya,
honestly,
bisa
they're
lah,
in still a
berdua.
fantastic position here.
Iya, bisa lah
Looks like
36 yuk.
Ini
options
yang
are
itu
so
tim
Clan
aja nih.
nih,
team.
last
Everyone
match.
else is, I guess,
Last
if
clan
I'm looking at
ini.
T1 where they head to, maybe Ensel.
Tapi
It
nggak tahu
seems
kemana
like
lagi
it's
nih,
vehicle
Ensel.
design.
Ya, nggak
Ends
Fast
we go,
Clan
and
ya.
away we go.
First clean.
Full send for Ents. It looks like they're heading
Momentum
up.
Ah,
Iyo
baru
nih.
kematian.
Iyo,
Eropa.
Wah, kematian,
The remainder of
Cuk.
DA pulled up to, so
Wah,
we're
binatang
gonna hear the
ece.
bike squeak. He knows there's someone been here, but you know, where are they? Look how open that potentially could be. So Ents are gonna be prone down here. Where does T1 go now?
Banyak kali mobilnya.
That's the problem, isn't
Wah,
it?
dibokong.
The
Wah,
additional
dibokong
vehicles
T1
that
nih,
Ents provide
Ence.
make that a little bit more of a secure location than it was when Mert was hanging out
Wah,
there.
dibokong, Cuk,
God, you hate
T1
to
nih.
see DA go out
Tidur
like that.
ketiduran.
Unfortunate as
Siapa
they will
itu?
not make that weekly final despite having a fantastic
Ya Reja
performance
hilang dari tadi ya.
these past 3 days. But as you said, T1 needs to
Satu orang-
find
satu tim
somewhere to
lagi ya?
go.
Ya.
They're going to be playing around the roadside right
Pa-
here. Ents is
Paje-
going to be
Paje
the
masih ada
first
Paje. Oke,
line of
Paje, let's go.
defense.
Faze chicken nih. Faze sama Kia nih. Udah lah.
Iya, Bro.
Yeah, and look at the
Faze.
angle that Under has
Apa Kia
again. He
Kia?
was able to punish DA from this
Iya,
before.
Pak,
He's
ente.
still getting away with it.
T1
Very
pulang nih ntar
fine
lagi.
margin to work with. Yeah, he is playing
Wah,
pretty spot
weh
on
mati setan
overall.
kau, aku mau nembak
T1's
binatang.
options is quite open now. It's barely in, but it is
Gue mau nembak dia
So,
langit,
I
Cuk.
mean, I don't know how much
Ya
they can
orang.
sustain here.
Lah udah nggak ngebet lagi
Still
nih.
being a problem.
I wonder how much
Ini lagi.
utility they have.
Masih ja, masih lanjut ja. Bet lah, ja 15.
But I mean, this is perfect position
Last team.
to
Weh,
just
Melati.
grenade the hell out of if you're team one.
36
But
masih ada
I
ya.
think that they're
Hari-hari
wanting to try to
kagoreng.
save as much as
Ini
they
Iya nih
can.
masuk.
This is
Ada yang nge-play lagi ya 36.
how are they still?
Ya udah 36 sih bagus.
Somehow enter alive,
Gak
man.
Mati
netral.
satu ya 36 mati satu.
Yeah.
Apa?
What are these fins made of? It's just I
Ayo
don't
Kia
know.
bunuh
Mana tuh?
T1 dulu
Into
Kia.
the snow. I don't understand.
Faje
but
bantu
these guys
dong.
are just
Enggak,
insane.
Faje.
Jangan.
Faje.
Tucked
Gak
down.
Bante kan,
Bro.
Bante
Faje
kan rank
bantu
1
boleh nggak?
bro.
Now, so far
Faje
they
bantu
Faje
dia
rank
buat
1
cuan
bro.
dong,
for
iya.
all these teams.
Faje.
Nah tuh kan,
Wah,
Faze.
circle-nya.
T1 right in the middle of it.
circle
We've
mendukung,
seen
bro.
some teams
Circle-nya.
gifted
Itu
with
pasti
some
ada
circles
di
here,
itu kan
man.
ada heal gitu. Masih
Genji
Iron.
had
Ada
the
lekukan itu.
happy to
Masih
see
ada
it
Iron
almost
ya,
late
Faze.
game,
Iya.
very comfy. Ends were just
Aduh,
outside
itu
of it,
Buriram
just outside
sumpah
Ah,
of the
udah.
game.
mobilnya enak banget ya.
It is gonna be under 20 Squeaky. He's been
Oh,
working
udah
that
nggak
angle
ada
the entire
harapan
time
NC
here. So
tuh.
Ya, ya.
Squeaky, it felt
T1.
inevitable, be
Mati.
it T1 to find it or potentially under.
Lang bantu dong, Lang.
Jangan, kau yang
See
bantu kita.
FaZe just playing
Iya,
it cool,
makanya.
calm, and
Bunuh
collected as
T1
well. They
dulu.
know all this stuff is going on over here, but they
Kepala lu meletak
have
semua
not
ya.
been able to strike just
Ya oke,
yet.
mulai emosi,
Now
Bung.
Magic Ants is able to do a little bit of damage here, but T1
Berapa, Gi?
a knock or two.
Yogi apa,
FaZe
Yogi?
might make a
Iwan deh.
run, but the problem is they have to worry about Buriram
Ya
as
oke,
well.
T1.
FaZe tries to push
Iya.
into the T1
Iwan waktu
fight.
itu kalah
They
gara-gara
have to worry
Yogi
about
itu.
Buriram taking a shot at their
Buriram udah
guns,
mati
so
belum nih?
Buriram has to
Ah,
find a way
nice
to get
nice.
into the
T1
next
T1
circle
bunuh
as
T1.
well.
Ya, kita kan teman ya, Lang.
Iya,
Kau
bunuh.
juga
Lu bunuh
bantu
diri
dong.
aja udah.
T1 is
Ece
getting
kucu.
stronger here. No one's gonna crash that compound. I
Ah,
feel
nice
it's
ya 36 nice.
you
Bunuh
Wah,
Kia.
dia
I
nge-push.
don't know which
Tabrak T1
side you
apa
go
nice.
to
Tabrak
here.
T1.
Zenith can
Ah,
kind
di
of
mana? Ngapain di sini?
corner. It's not ideal, but
Wah,
it's
pun kecil satu
it's
dia.
feasible. Whereas
Ini
these
orang
ends
aduh.
and
Mabok
you
kan
know
ya?
Buriram,
Pohon
FaZe,
langsing,
T1,
bro.
they're just taking chunks out of each other.
Ya, kenapa itu ja? Ya, ja.
Just holding themselves
Pun kecil
accountable
lagi.
to anyone who's going to be trying to
Nice,
work out.
nice.
the
urus,
angle.
Bet.
They'll have
Tabrak.
T1
Ri,
fight.
Kia
jangan troll, Ri.
banyak ya.
Squeaky still
Ah,
fighting
oh,
for
iya,
it.
iya, iya,
He's
itu
gone
dong.
down with the amount of
Tidak,
space.
Ece.
Ya.
Tidak.
Almost nothing.
Oh,
As
no.
soon as
Wah,
T1
Buriram
down,
kena dong.
and
Ya,
again,
Buriram
taking
kena.
kills now.
Oh,
Faze
tidak.
masa nggak masuk nih?
FaZe, though,
Ku.
coming
Ayo dong,
behind
satuin
with
lagi dong.
Buriram, looking
Sudah bukan
to
kastanya,
hold
Faze
on,
ya.
spinning
Waduh,
around
waduh,
behind
Faze
T1,
waduh.
gonna try and
Kia nih,
push
Kia
this
ada
phase
T1
next to the
nih.
chopping block, though.
Wah.
Using
Wah, wah,
this
wah,
wall
wah.
to
Tuh,
hold
Faze
Paje itu kena tuh. Wah, Buriram kena lagi dong.
Ayo dong, Paje dong.
Ayo Paje. Kiri.
Lah Buriram berdiri. Kena gerak sendiri Buriram.
Paje siapa Paje?
tumbang.
Wah, elang ya.
Iya, tumbang juga. Ya, Buriram kalah. Udah.
Wah, gila.
Wah, Kia rata.
Come on, Fes, ayo. Fase.
Wah, ayo,
Bisa
ayo,
masuk
Fes.
final, paling enggak.
36 yuk.
Ayo, Fase bisa masuk final lah.
Gua sih Faze sih.
Pasti.
Masuk
Fase
final,
ya?
ayo. Masuk
Elang ya,
final,
Fase.
ayo.
Wah, pulang Faze.
Ayo.
Ayo, E36
Fes
yuk.
Clan.
Bentar diam dulu. Yang ngepick T1 nih. Diam aja.
Fase ini bos. Wih, Fase.
Yang ngepick T1 diam aja nih.
Yang pick T1 siapa emang?
Yogi.
Tadi Yogi udah gua bilangin loh. Fes Clan momen terakhir pasti nge-freeze.
Nge-freeze cuk dia cuk. Wah.
Yogi jangan begitu yo kalau kalah.
Wah, settingan.
Wah, remake.
Wah, remake cuk.
Bro. RTO dari sana, bro.
Rematch bro, rematch.
Ada RTO, maaf.
Fes Clan cuk.
Remake. Itu sih Sekdati sih yang main anjing.
Ay mati
settingan.
Ay manis. Kill 9 ay manis.
Wah, settingan. Lang. Wah.
Oh, masih cuk.
Itu streamernya.
Wah.
Ya, 36 kering ya.
Ayo Fes Clan. Masuk final Fes Clan. Let's go.
Ubah jangan terlalu barbar.
Jangan maksa ubah.
Ya, gue lebih seneng sih Faze yang menang. Faze dah.
Faze.
Iya.
Alhamdulillah. Fes masuk final.
Fase kah?
Faze.
Mas. Rengket. Ayo pindah. Ayo Mas. Mas. Gua defend dulu, tidur. Bye bye.
Bit ini bit. Duitnya lagi bit. Mininya cu. 2,5 bit.
Tar bagian.
Lang, kau di mana lang?
Yang dukung Fase siapa sih?
Elang.
Gaming cok, homing cok.
Berapa emang ini?
Wah, 3,7 cu. Elang dapat.
Total
37. 15
juga. Kok jadi tambah gede?
15 orang.
Bener ya Fes Clan, hati-hati. Astaga.
Wah, bisa dibalikin nih.
Gak bisa.
Wah, susah.
Bisa sih.
Wah, 2 lawan 2 nih.
2 lawan 2 bisa ini.
Semok Zenith masih banyak ini
Ayo
semok Zenith.
ubah.
Healnya Zenith masih banyak sih.
Oh, menang zone.
Menang zone sama coveran, cu.
Wah,
Gustav
jadi kena
kick.
lagi.
Gue spoiler mau enggak? Gue spoiler enggak?
Deal.
Jangan dong. Jangan spoiler dong.
Deal.
Kok enggak ada semok kill.
Yes.
Elang menang, bro.
Fes Clan.
Lang.
Come on, man.
Lang. Oke, gue mau spoiler boleh enggak? Lang. Lang. Wah, akhirnya ubah.
Tahu mereka dong 2 kali.
Elang tadi udah gue bantu nembakin loh, Lang. Masa gak dikasih, Lang?
Orang.
Wah, langsung di thread ID gua.
Dan ini udah mana itu T1 yang
Dua turnamen mereka begini mulu terakhir biar lolos. Wah, GG.
Mirip Liquid, Cuk. Thread lagi Lang.
Iya, kayak Liquid.
Lang, thread lagi.
makanya dia
Setidaknya cair 200.000 lah balik modal.
PUBG dulu ya Mas Fet ya. Mas PUBG ya Mas Fet ya. Apa ini manggil bentar Mas Fet. Ada manggil nih apa nih?
Tidur.
Weh, jangan ganggu gua mau PUBG.
Udah cabut bit F8 bit udah bit.
Ayo perang.
Masih ada uang bunker.
Woi,
kok main bunker tuh?
Oh, kau.
masih bisa jual hopping di bank.
Man.
Yogi yuk 3 juta hilang yuk.
Ayo bisa yuk jual snipernya yuk. Ayo.
GG bisa G.
Gaming.
Duit 1 juta lagi, Cuk, dapat basket tadi.
Ayo Yogi.
Jadi Yogi kena mental sih aku udah. Aduh.
Wah, kena mental apa itu Gi?
Aduh, 3 juta hilang sudah.
Asli.
Anjing duit gue sisa berapa ya? Dari 7 juta, Cuk.
Belum bayar.
Anjir.
Langsung ke sini.
Udah.
Deal udah.
Udah, kelang.
Deal sudah.
Sisa 5,5.
Gua belum bayar, Bit. Mana lu, Bit?
Woi.
1,5 bro. Udah ngelayang. 1,5 juta.
Jo, utang gua Jo. 300 Jo.
Komentar apa?
Cuk, gua punya utang di lu 50 ya, Cuk.
Kevlar sekarang harganya 45 sudah, Cuk. Gila.
Hah?
Sudah cair Kevlar, cair Kevlar.
45.000
Iya,
sekarang
yang
Kevlar
pinggiran.
di auction, Cuk.
Apa?
Jadi utang
Kontra 3,5.
hilang morbidnya.
Berapa sih Lang? Gua ngasih lo Lang. Mata kau, betubuh kita. Kontra ngutang tuh, meminta kontra. Terus kau belum bayar 50. Aladin 50. Oh 300.
Apanya yang 300?
Kurang 300.
Belum dibayar. Oh.
Kontra, minta mau kontra 2,5.
Oh, kau ambil itu sama kontra 2,5 tuh.
Oke. Berarti aku berapa tadi?
Sama Kaladin juga tuh kalau mau.
Oke. Berapa sih?
100 Kevlar nih.
Udah. Berapa sih hilang jadinya dapat?
3,750.
3,750.
Oh, tadi misalkan Elang ikut pikiran juga lebih banyak yang dapat.
Mana ada 3,750 tai?
Iya,
Kan besar 15 tim kan?
Lah, kontranya kan belum bayar. Terus gua dapat apa? Elang tai lu.
Iya.
250,
Kurang 250.
Jadi 3,250 ya?
300, kurang 300. Kaladin belum bayar juga kan?
Kaladin tadi belum ditalangin
kurang
nama Morbid.
3,750.
Wah, parah pada kagak login sih.
Sabar. 300.
Panitia bingung.
Panitia pusing nih.
Panitia pusing ini.
Aduh, jembur. Aduh, jangan dong.
Panitia pusing. Kok
Ya udah.
tombok.
Nombok ini.
Yang udah minus sudah deh.
Berat Lang.
Jarum merah.
Tidur yang minus.
Apa juta jarum merah deh.
Cair 100 Kevlar.
Baru sekali ini menang, Lang.
Baru sekali.
Langsung pecah paling banyak menangnya.
Pasti ada momennya tuh Pesklan.
Duit gua 3.500.000 doang ya.
Si Jack kan berapa kali tuh?
Kan si
Jack
Deal udah bayar
600.
langsung ke
Jack. Oh iya, deal kan
udah bayar langsung.
Itu
Udah bayar langsung.
Ini 2,5 duit gua.
Udah bayar langsung ke Elang.
Wah, Lang belaga gila lu, Lang.
Wah,
Langsung nge-mute Lang ya.
belaga gila.
Berat Lang. Kau
Lupa.
deal udah bayar ke kau.
Pura-pura diem dia bit.
Pura-pura gila. Duitku 5.400.000. 400-nya ngebet kan. 5 juta lah duitku.
Gila.
Ya 3,8 kurang minus 1,2.
Aduh, Yogi langsung FK nih, aduh.
Nanti duitnya gua kasih Elang aja. Mana, Bit?
Ah, kok kasih Elang? Mana lu? Main nggak?
Iya, belum bisa masuk.
Alah.
Jang.
Ini aja, Elang kasih lu 2,5, nanti gua kasih Elang 2,5.
Cok, lu di mana, Cok?
Kan sudah tadi dikasih semua.
Enggak, Jojo punya utang ke aku. Aku kan nggak main. Nanti Jojo main, kasih ke kau. Apa Roset?
Enggak dipilih tadi apa emang?
Gua kalau di round pertama,
Jojo
round
pick
kedua
apa tadi?
Round kedua, Day.
Jojo di mana, Jojo?
Kenapa? Kasih morbid aja duitnya.
Oke.
Berarti utangmu 2,5 aja sampai.
Yoi.
Apa Roset? Gak nombok nih kayaknya. Itu bener.
Ada yang cair tuh, OPMK 2 tuh.
Tadi Kaladin kan kamu talangin, Bit.
Tuh ada yang cair tuh, OPMK 2 tuh siapa tuh? Hilang lagi, kau punya ini, menek.
Nanti Ji, Red.
Apa?
Ini, Red. Punya Jojo tuh 50.000. Tuh.
Yo,
lunas.
8 MQ P6.
Ora. Jack utang 600. Apa kontra?
MQ P6. Udah belum ya?
Udah. Lu bisa masuk server nggak aja?
Nggak bisa.
Ari, kok udah bayar kata dia Ari? Udah Ari ya. Ari udah.
Di gua offense masuk ke
Tidak tahu lah saya.
Nanti aja.
Oh, pas deng. Kok balik semula sih duitku? Nggak tahu ah, bodo amat, tai.
Wah.
Pusing malah aku. Udah bandar yang bangkrut udah kalah Yogi. Apa?
Kan dapat 300 tuh.
Kan ada dapat 300, duitku 441 sekarang. Duit asliku 54. Ya.
Ini kita PUBG yuk, Jo. Jo.
Ini gua PUBG Mario.
Ayo, Jo.
Ayo PUBG.
Ayo.
Hari-hari loh.
Cuk, mikir duit mulu.
Iyalah.
Apa?
Ada. Siapa ini mau main ini?
Gua enggak. Gua mau tidur.
Reja Warti udah fix ya.
Mana aja?
Tidur.
Cuk.
Ketiduran.
Gua mau tidur.
Berarti begadang nih Reja Mas Fet. Udah tidur dia. Udah tidur.
Lagi daily Genshin, Cuk.
Wah, lu area Genshin wibu bener.
Daily doang.
Ih, ini bagus dah baju yang ini.
Kalau dijual ntar lumayan, kalian kejual.
Kalau kejual.
Iya, ada dialog.
Yoga coba.
Yoga mau main sama itu kan? Sabar, bentar lagi kok.
Oh, oke.
Daily doang.
Udah pas nih, tinggal lu yang masuk. Nah.
Aduh.
Nah, tuh timnya udah pas Sosmed.
Nah, udah.
Oh, Mistify ding. Ari, tolong login.
Wah, parah, Cuk. Maan AFK.
Udah skip dulu, Bit.
Hah? Apa kau skip?
Skip.
Udah. Nggak ada Ri. Nggak. Ri. Cepat. 1-2 game. Dapat baju apa lagi aku ala.
Nanti saya Bit.
Sekarang Ari.
Alien Ari. Bisa alien? Kita butuh alien.
Wah.
Nanti skip dulu. Mau dungeon kah? Right. Redness. Alah, right apaan? Naga boy. Dapat apa itu?
Mana Maan? Ini Maan.
Lumayan, bisa buat beli Kepler. Yang dicari Maan bukan itu. Bisa beli apa? Beli Kepler. Mantap. Tujuannya coba buat beli Kepler, Cuk.
Oh, kita bisa nonton dari PUBG-nya, Cuk.
Emang bisa, kan ada itu yang e-sport.
Iya, yang e-sport ya.
Ari.
Dua game kata Bit. Mencari uang buat Kepler tuh.
Main dulu aja.
Bertiga.
Bentar lah deal lah. Sebelum bobo deal.
Deal.
Iya,
Ada yoga, ada deal. Apa nih? Game.
Yoga aja, gue mau tidur, Cuk.
Dua game deal.
Ngantuk.
Nice.
Salman menghilang.
Langsung menghilang Salman.
Wah, benar-benar Ari loh. Jaxi di bawah nah.
Masih scrim dia bukan?
Scrim dia.
Masih scrim harus.
Ready dulu aja ya kan.
Yok, ikut nggak?
Berapa?
Main zombie. Scrim.
Enggak.
Scrim zombie. Hah?
Zombie enggak.
PUBG.
Iya.
Apa?
Bosan. Udah bosan aku main zombie.
Ikut main PUBG ini gak?
Iya.
Ikut gak?
Bete tuh yang milik Kia. Udah banyak padahal yang milik
Iya
Kia.
cu. Pulang.
Kok pulang?
Ya maksud gua balik ke week 2.
Makanya sayang tuh kupon yang kedua.
Udah ada yang depan mata padahal Sonic.
Nggak mau sabar malah.
Sudah 18 cowok yang nge-pick.
Kandidat juara cu. Sonic.
Stabil cuma Sonic.
Iya, stabil so Sonic. Stabil kali.
Jek hari-hari ngutang.
AF.
Oh ya AF.
Hek, utang lu 800 ya Jek ya? Jek.
Oi.
Utang lu 800 ya?
Oh, 2,5, 200.
2,5.
Limpit morbid, monyet udah full di sana.
700 Jek. 2,5 200.
Ya udah.
Bayar
Nanti
Jack.
dua game lagi, Bro.
Ayo.
Ada VPN kah?
Buat apaan VPN?
VPN udah nggak ngeliat.
IndiHome.
Mana ini high rec 21?
Bit, kau pakai VPN kah?
Udah aman. Sekarang nggak ada nge-lag lagi. Palingan Gulsar Gaming.
Ini Legacy atau Remix Thread nih?
Lu mau suara yang mana?
Yang lama.
Legacy.
Cair apa yang cair? Bangkrut saya.
Pam. Wih, Morbid udah siap turun nih.
Jelas, master.
Ari takut kena R. Wah, terancam punah nih.
Lagi.
Hah?
Weekend.
Nggak bener
Oh,
juga.
game
Kenapa
pertama.
harus game?
Hah?
Weekendi.
Cek masih scream tuh. Scream buat apaan? Bit.
Ya, scream aja latihan biasa mereka.
Oh, aku kira ada turnamen.
Scream aja. Karena hari kerja, Master.
Hari-harinya.
Hari kerja.
Mana Bit? Morbid DC tuh.
Hari-hari ya, Kak.
Halo bro.
Mana?
Halo Pak, halo PUBG Gamer Pak. Minum madu bro.
Anjay. Kosong.
Kosong. Kosong.
Kosong.
Ya.
Yoga lu.
Mati lu.
Jenuh nih. Udah jenuh kan.
Ada, weh, kanan.
Wah,
Itu kanan gudang.
Apa,
Gudang
Jack?
3 gudang 3 no.
Wah, last game lu ya, bikin itu gue liat.
Iya. Gudang 3 ada tuh. Gudang 3 jauh.
Cek.
Hah?
Masih
Gas nggak?
stream nggak, Jack?
Gas nggak Gi?
Masih 2 game lagi.
Gas nggak Gi?
Gas. PUBG gak? Gas.
Gas.
PUBG gas. Ada nggak?
Gas gak? Zombie gas. Gas.
Gas. Gudang 3 ujung sebelah gua.
Udah untung berapa Jack?
Bukan, itu yang tanda merah Mas Pat.
Oh.
Siapa? Untung lah, jelas.
Katanya menang kemarin.
Sorry, bit.
Apa?
Sorry. BTW nice shot.
Hah?
Yang orang mana SMB apa? Yang mati sama zombie gas lu bilangnya nice shot anjir. BTW nice shot. Kena zombie Mas Pet, bom, gas.
Zombie gas.
Dikiranya dibunuh morbid di spray gitu. Nice shot.
Kalau demo.
Vertikal.
Ya. Ada 2 ini.
Kutukan face clan kali ini. Di final di weekly GG nih.
Udah jadi, Jack.
Lihat tweetnya Fast West dulu.
Hoki kali mereka masuk juga. Ketawa-tawa kan sih pas menang ya?
Iya.
Emang kelihatan? Ada
Iya,
face
ada.
Iyalah.
Ah ini kok Petra, astaga.
Kenapa, Cuk?
Ngejar vertikal yoga. Ngejar kok Petra.
Wah,
Bin,
nice deh.
hari-hari.
Nice try Jack.
Emang 7 Europe udah ya? Ngelolos ya?
Emang ya? Nggak tahu, nggak gua.
Oh iya juga.
Gak ada saya, Cuk. Saya nggak ada kayaknya deh.
Ada AA.
Oh iya, AA aja.
Hoki banget tuh cuma main 2 game, Cuk.
1 game.
Navi Liquid.
Iya, dua.
Dong.
Liquid, TSM, OAT,
OAT NA. OAT. OAT kayaknya NA dah.
Ayo, enak. Gua.
Ada yang mau standar?
5. 5 doang anjir.
Ada 4.
Udah.
Sini Pates.
Ini nih
nge-tweet Cuk.
Apa?
Okay, we just have to throw for more game. Then we can come. Beneran anjing.
Anjay.
Apa?
Udah.
Ada kita
juga
enggak?
Deh.
Aku 1.
Buat nge-troll game 4 game aja kelasnya dewa.
Kamu masuk press time RB.
Wah. Mobil gua melayang tuh. Wah, bener-bener lu. Tandain dong kemana? Wah. Bener-bener. Mau gua kemen lu.
Kenapa kemen? Wih, berhenti tuh mobilnya tuh.
Enggak, Cu. Jalan, Cu. Cuma pelan aja.
Drop.
Di kiri.
Jauh.
Arah 55.
Gas. Halo moderator yang aktif sekarang. Bisakah mengganti edit ke mainsama?
Ngikutin dah ya.
Gimana cuy?
Gaski.
Pabjeeeee ya, warna hijau.
Woi, amat.
Mau naik ke high ground kah?
Mau diselamatin grade.
Ini nggak enak banget ya dari sebelah kiri, Cuk. Morbid nge-mute loh.
Udah ngomong tapi
Tanda aku tuh.
nggak sadar ke-mute.
High ground sini enak sih.
Yang kanan mana sih?
Ini.
Nggak kan udah ada yang nge-flank kanan kan?
Gimana aja enggak?
Nggak tahu. Kenapa aku? Ya udah, kayak di atas, udah di atas dah.
Oh, udah ada di sini nih. Di tanda gua satu ya. Mereka udah mau ke high ground itu.
Apanya?
Belakang aja.
Iya bisa gua makan.
Sama bukit tanda aku.
Kecene.
Jangan
260 sabar.
Ya. Tanda gua bit.
Iya. Gue nunggu kepalanya.
Mati
yang mana tuh?
Monyet.
Kiri.
Yang nembak si pertama ya? Si
yang nembak aku.
Iya. Gue takut temennya nge-flank dah dari kereta.
Tanda aku ada tadi tuh satu orang.
Itu lu nge-mute ya, Bit ya?
Oi? Gua nge-mute dari tadi ya?
Iya, cu. Ini feeling gue yang flanking nih, mau lagi ditembakin nih.
Satu lagi yang bit, baju Dino. Dari Dino Land nih. Baju hijau dia.
Healing up.
Di atas gua. Temennya nge-flanking.
Wah, jago banget cuy yang Dino tai. Alah. Itu siapa lagi? Dia nge-revive di smoke.
Ada semua aku lagi.
Sabar, cu.
Gak bisa aku ngambil. Tuh begitu.
Nggak aku.
Masuk kiri batu.
Ya, lihat gua lihat. Ada yang maju, yo.
Baju Dino kena.
Mati.
Berarti bener Bit ya tadi di atas Bit, temennya Bit ngeflank.
Allah. Aku yang kalah. Nggak bisa nembak pakai kali-kalian itu.
Aku bisa Bit barusan.
Ya kali 3 aja aku yang kalah.
Nah, aku pakai kali 4.
Gue ngelempar granat apa? Semoknya kena pohon, Cuk.
Kali 8 nih 2 biji.
Yang kanan berarti bukan teman ya dong yang jauh kanan. Sama kalian nembak aku.
Temen yang nge-flanking itu. Muterin.
Ya ada dari sini di atas.
Kompe nih, kompe AR. Saya lihat.
Boleh.
Apa yang boleh Mas Bet?
Apa aja. Kompe.
Dari sini ke tanda aku.
Kompenya di lu.
Udah.
Dari sini di tanda aku ya.
Belakang.
Iya. Ketahuan baru 2. Depan kita ini ada juga Mas.
Oh, di atas. NE.
Ngeliat
Di
gua
sini ya.
kayaknya barusan.
Bukit ya.
Aku lihat Mas. Bawahnya ada lagi, Cuk. Bawah 2. 2 itu. Agak bawah lagi, Jak. Di situ tadi satu, Jak. Batu itu.
Ngehil dulu Jak gua.
Tahuan gua, takut saya lah. Aduh, kesemutan.
Mundur lah.
Bingung mundur kemana.
Gue nggak smoke. Putarin lagi aja.
Tawar lagi.
Menokin orang itu dia. Di 145 sih makannya. Di batu.
Lompat yang batu. Aduh, nggak bisa lagi.
Mati.
Sip. Siapa yang bom?
Bukan gua.
Ngeri nih, ke kanan orang. Lu tuh nggak ada circle.
Wah. Mau ke rumah ambil mobil kajak.
Matang udah. Mau jadi alien lah, jalan kaki. Mudah-mudahan nggak dibegal.
Di depan sono ada mobil gak?
Jalan kaki cukup loh, bisa gua. Harusnya. Tapi nggak tahu kalau ada tim yang tadi nembak si Ogi nih.
Nah, itu dia.
Udah, kita berpencar.
Yang nembak aku tadi berdua aja.
Mati lo alien. Butuh heal.
Raja. Selamatkan gua. Selamatkan diri Anda masing-masing dah.
Kayaknya yang nembakin Yoga satu lagi mati deh. Ada mayat juga di situ.
Bagus kalau dia mati.
Yoga ini apa Yoga?
Apa Mas Pet?
Mobil cu. Smoke, gue butuh smoke. Ada mobil lagi.
Sorry?
Di sebelah kanan gua ada 295. Astaga.
Kok nggak mati? Kok nggak mati? Yok.
Ya.
Kok nggak mati? Harus berapa? Weh. Harus berapa hit gua tembak dia?
Agak
Weh, harus berapa hit gua tembak dia? Weh. Buta.
agak
Udah mati weh.
Kayaknya beda tim dah.
Beda tim dari mana?
Oh, Boogeyman ini, yang temennya yang tadi, Ja.
Yang bunuh Yogi.
Iya.
Yoga.
Yoga,
Yang tadi
Yogi lagi lah.
temennya gua matiin satu.
Aduh ya Allah. Kok mati tadi spray gua? Tes 3 kah?
Tenet, tereret.
Jing. Allah.
Masalah di mayat sudah lewat, yes. Kan tadi pagi main. Halo Rosni. Kabar?
Mana bro? Apaan?
Parah hari-hari kalau mau duit.
Hari-hari ya.
Udah jam ngantuk bro.
Tadi ngajakin ngereng.
Kan
istirahat.
Belum tentu.
Istirahat.
Mana ada istirahat?
Dekatnya Pabjeeeee.
Wah, kejauhan Ki.
Lah. Satu kemana tuh?
Wah, ada nggak tuh rumah kanan bawah? Ya aku ada kah?
Rumah kanan bawah ya? Rumah kanan bawah, rumah kanan.
Oh, ke rumah kayak? Oh, nggak jadi.
Enggak. Wah, rumahku tapi lagi diambil.
Ada, ya. Oh, itu lu ya?
Woi.
Gua kira ada orang parasutnya merah, Cuk. Kaget gua.
Jadi kaget saya.
Sama.
Alah.
Ya.
Wait.
Kayak beneran ada deh di bawah gua, ya.
Ya udah. Bentar. Mantekin orang rumah.
Poin aku itu udah musuh ya.
Open Jak, tanda aku Jak. Lari-lari Jak. Saya nembak aja.
Mana?
Tanda kuning. Nih.
Beneran kan? Parasutnya emang warna merah, Jak.
Oh, kelihatan.
Gua kayak lupa. Enggak ada gua kamera. Mana?
Nah, aku diambil.
Ya.
Dari batu atau lari terus di batu.
Tok. Alah, bete mati dah.
Teman kita nge-troll.
Lo kenapaan, Bit?
Mati Mas bawah.
Paling bawah apa gimana?
Paling bawah.
Oh, udah.
Cabut.
Dibokong, Bit.
Atang oh, kali.
Orang.
Kebeting, Cuk.
Menemukan Meta?
Enggak, lagi gua ngalut. Bener aja, Cuk, kuping gua. Kayak ada step lain.
Kok dia kayaknya anteng banget, kayaknya karena yang gerak nggak ada kali ya.
Dia nungguin gue turun itu.
Lagi ngelut sih tadi yang gue lihat. Hitung aja di depan jendela. Itu siapa, Bit?
Wah?
Kok dia ada di situ?
Itu yang rumah bawah Kak, bawah lu.
Rumah bawah ini.
Kok yang hijau?
Iya, lari-lari dia ke ladang itu.
Oh. Pajang juga. M4. Nggak ada apa. DMR gitu satupun.
Ini bener ada ini, Cuk.
Korela.
Suara. Mari.
Garasi.
Garasi mana?
Enggak, yang bunuh morbid garasi aja.
Garasi kiri.
Depan aku nih, rumah aku nih.
Oh. Ada orang masuk depan. Garasi.
Di rumah garasi.
Oh. Katanya sih begitu.
Enggak, yang bunuh Morbid
Yang bunuh Morbid ngeload garasi doang.
Oh.
Ada mau extend?
Boleh.
Satu.
Cek.
Pantesan gua pantekin rumahnya. Orangnya sudah menghilang.
Merah ya Mas Fed, lantai satu.
Iya.
Mana dia merah apa ya?
Ini mini ya.
Oke. Mana ya itu orang ya?
Udah kabur naik mobil.
Lantai 1 extend.
Cikpet tadi mau.
Boleh Jak. Ada kan Mas Fed?
Ada. Cabut ke belakang aja sih ambil mobil. Dibandingkan ke depan kayak nggak ada dah. Resiko.
Mau cek garasi ada apa enggak?
Enggak ada.
Tanda aku tadi ada yang turun Mas Fed.
Oh ya?
Iya.
Apa jalan tengah ladang?
Yalah, nggak ada yang lihat.
Tanpa semok.
Semoga disangka sampah. Dan terakhirnya apa? Face. Faze. Gue liat di atas pada main Pabjeeeee, di bawah.
Iya.
Tapi deepen semua gimana ya?
In game ngomong game.
Bener sih. RP banget.
Ada becak. Bocor ini kan anjing. Ini ada motor. Ke rumah
ada
gua.
motor di beca 2 biji.
Iya, becak lagi nih.
Nggak pakai facecam. Lagi enggak, Cuk. Oke sih. Kan belum di setting.
Hati-hati bro, kalian dibunuh bawah bro.
Hah? Maksudnya?
Hah?
Apa?
Maksudnya?
Buat bawah.
Oh, sebelah kanan udah di loot juga, Cuk.
Emang satu lobby?
Enggak, dia weekend.
Capek deh.
Weekly-nya kapan ya?
Sabtu Minggu.
Oh. 2 hari, 3 hari lah.
2 hari lah.
Kamis, Jumat, Sabtu. Ya.
Jumat nggak ada. Oh, Jumat apaan?
Ya kan Sabtu Minggu. Kamis, Jumat, Sabtu. 3 hari lagi dong.
Oh, 3 hari lagi.
Lu kira 3 hari main?
Iya, kalau dengar doang.
Bit.
Oi.
Ntar aja.
Kenapa ntar aja? Morbid sudah mati. Sorry.
Wah, gila sih. Baru juga jam 9, Bit.
Gue liat tuh kematian lu, Bit. Gak ada helm. Dia nge-spray.
Oh, nggak ada helm, Morbid.
First shot kepala, cu. Gara-gara itu doang.
Bau banget, cu. Rumah depan kayak yoga.
Itu open tuh di ladang arah 85.
Ya.
Oh, udah sampai rumah.
Gila. Rumah depan nih.
Iya, rumah. 2 orang di rumah ban.
Apa dorong?
Ya segala begini dong. Ada mobil lah ke sini. Dari siap. Dari ladang.
Atas kanan ya.
Hidupin mesin depan aku. Hidupin lagi. Jalan terus ya.
Jalan terus.
2 orang.
Ada motor dari ladang lagi tuh.
Iya,
ada pagi nih.
Ambil baginya dulu dah, yaudah. Yuk.
Ada mobil juga Mas.
Ya.
Oh, udah bocorin Mas Pet.
Kenapa lu drop aja?
Jalan pagi juga Mas Pet.
Wah, rese banget ya. Ke gunung aja lah.
Suaranya berisik lagi kan. Kenapa ada load drop di Verifier?
Area dong. Load drop pertama. Cuma 60 km, cuy.
Ada suara UAS ya? Oh ya UAS ya, belakang itu, Cak. Sendirian tuh UAS ya. Jalan sama Mas Pet ya. Oh, naik.
Mana dia? Mau kejar gak?
Udah setup ya.
Bukit kita tadi.
Udah, balik aja.
Ya gue bareng sama lu deh, nggak bisa jalan lagi, nggak bisa jalan. Yuk.
Tiap kelar game suruh pakai masker ya?
Iya. Berarti kita kelar game habisnya pakai masker.
Iya.
Disuruh mbak cuy, ini dia.
Tadi ada yang face disuruh pakai.
Ya juga nih, triple A. Lagi. Lihat plan lu, bro. Kok bisa menang Faze?
Orang NW.
Oh, hidup 3.
Tanda.
Oh, di batu tuh, Jak. Dekat UAS, Jak. Lihat ya.
Di mobilnya juga ada.
Knock 1 ya.
Kena, Dek. Di UAS-nya ada, di tanda oranye ada. Aduh, kemutan lagi.
Di sini ada nih, deket.
Sabar, Jak.
Yuk. Santai.
Ada gua.
Lagi fight begini. Mana ya?
Tempo cinki.
Pengennya sih begitu, mau.
Ya,
apa tuh? Yuk.
Motor buat dalam.
Awet banget ya, Bit, kalau kita main, Bit.
Pagi the best sudah.
Oh, Bang deh, enggak.
Oh.
Gereja ada. Ada nggak sih itu?
Bukan gereja. Belakang gereja apa?
Nggak tahu, kayak lihat orang tuh.
Coba.
Lihat ya.
Ada mobil.
Ada gak?
Satu.
Cuma satu apa gimana ya, Kak?
Nggak tahu, cuma satu ini dari saya tadi. Tanda aku dua, garasi.
Circle macam apa ini lagi lah. Wah, circle apa ini weh?
Tapi masih kenok ya di sini sih.
Ada helm baru nih.
Pemain cabut. Bertiga tuh di rumah, kena satu. Mbak temannya sendiri. Berempat rumah.
Kita mau kemana?
Oh. Kemana kita, Jak? Sini apa? Itu duluan.
Bebas.
Ada dari Sia sih.
Wah, dari belakang, Cuk.
Nggak kelihatan lagi.
Dari 60 ya.
Gua nggak ada smoke. Bisa revive ya?
Bisa. Cabut dia. Duluan aja, kamera dari Sia kok.
Heal lu keburu nggak ya?
Buru lah, Mas. Oke, setengah lagi.
Ada orang nggak? Mati instan, nggak tahu ada lagi apa nggak temennya.
Habis kenok tadi itu, Jak.
Tanda gua
judul apaan, Dik?
Yang jauhnya tuh. Ada lagi.
Aduh.
Yang belakang nih PR.
Naik deh sekalian, naik sekalian. Ini yang knock-in gua nih.
Gua nggak tahu di smoke-nya masih ada apa enggak.
Alamak.
Kenok satu.
Instan satu, lu instan satu.
Iya, kenok satu. Semua yang dekat pohon. Pohon tengahin tanda aku. Mati.
Instan itu gua.
Ada muka semua lagi ke bawah.
Mati ya, instan ya? Hati-hati yang belakang ya.
Iya.
Apa dia cabut naik mobil? Motor gua dibawa.
Wah, maling motor, Cuk. Curan mor. Ya, jatuh dia.
Ya,
oh, udah.
Weh. Pas gua 2 orang.
Aduh, nggak ada flashbang lagi di pohon, Mas. Persis 2 orang.
Aku kena flash.
Pohon dekat, yok, pohon dekat.
Oh, depan mas satu. Ngepush smoke mu. Satu lagi di aku.
Sabar, aku ingin.
2 kali nggak bakal bisa juga. Harusnya di orange, yok. Depanku nih. Nggak jadi ngeres dia.
Pohon jauh kanan tuh, iya.
Tandaku. Ngeres,
Ayo, arah pohon sana, yuk.
Oh, ngeres dia berarti. Oh. Ambil mobil.
Peluru gua habis.
Ya itu mayat di belakang kan ada.
Main ini.
Mesti di sini ada sih. Nah.
Tempatnya ngambil mobil.
PS5.
Nah itu dia.
Oh, itu puas tuh masih bisa jalan.
Lawan lah tuh. Kepalanya pecahin.
Wih.
Lagi dong, kena dong.
Habis. Ya.
Tuat.
Empat gimana gak mati? Yang nembak.
Aduh, sembok gua habis. Flash gak ada. Nggak, sembok gak habis sih utility granat.
Bobnya nggak ada sih tadi. Sabun lagi lah. Alah Jack, udah screamnya Jack.
Nice.
Lobby up.
Tuh, Sun.
Lagi gua mati awal, ditabrak sama Birit.
Nice. Nice trick sih Jack.
Aduh.
Oh, zombie kan lo?
Lihat live Vandal yang ditabrak motor.
Mana nggak ada?
Bit biru-biru hilang tuh, Bit.
Loot terus.
Biru-biru.
Kalau nggak ada loot nggak bisa itu.
Biru-biru lambang.
Biru-biru lambang. Tuh.
Tuh apa? Ih, kok mereka main weekend mulu dah.
GG Jack. Ditabrak deh.
GG gak?
Lu lagi di luar mobil kan, di pinggir itu?
Iya. Timing keluar mobil. Bensinnya habis, cu.
Oh. Kenapa harus lawan CMP mulu Jack?
Dia yang ngejar gua, cu.
Oh, selalu.
Iya. Oh, dia ada 3 CMP, 3 tim nih. CMP.
Ada
paling
dendam
yang paling ngejar yang di pocin udah.
Dendam apa dia malu?
Rata mulu kata Jack. Per ayam dia, bro.
Lah. Sonic Liquid, cu. Tapi dia nggak pernah kabur. Tapi kalau Liquid kan kabur. Selalu kalah ya.
Kabur karena kalah.
Iya, kabur karena kalah.
Tadi masih ketawa.
Kalau DA for Aim nggak bisa itu. Kalau mau menang.
Nah, besok ketemu lagi. Oh, nggak deng, dia nggak ketemu.
Nggak lolos ya.
Oh iya ya. Wih, for Aim tidak ada.
Aman school dia.
Tapi nggak dapat poin gratis kata dia.
Kosong.
Iya, cu.
Dukas.
dapat sewet off nih. Hari-hari shotgun.
Tidak dari tempat shotgun.
Nggak mau jackpot lagi.
Ini.
Bunyi ngingnya sampai sini tuh.
Emang ya?
Iya, serasa gue yang kena flashbang juga. Bunyi kali ini mah. Oh, enggak. Face yang menang, Faze. Match terakhir. Lodong. Wah, Morbid udah mulai diem nih.
Apaan? Mau ngomong apa lagi? Ngelut.
Fokus banget ya. Fokus banget, cu.
Udah capek banget.
Nonton doang, Morbid, capek lu.
Gila lu nonton aja jam berapa gua main?
Wah, gila. Kan gua bareng sama lu, Bit.
Mana ada? Lu istirahat aja gua masih main. Masih main sama Jack tuh.
Terus siapa main?
Mana nemenin temen, ya kan? Jack.
Maksudnya kayak gua nonton tidur ketiduran.
Hanya.
Parah, cu.
Gak denger suara gua nih. Gak rasa buat udah.
Nice.
Udah 3 kali 4 ya? Ada kali 4 yang mau?
Enggak.
Skip.
Kali 6 nih. Entah aku.
Kok. Kali 6 tanda.
Ujung DMR extend. Lebih.
Extend SR Rimbit.
Boleh, kanan. Mereka ada mau nggak?
Enggak. Kenapa selalu ngambil liquid padahal nggak mau pakai SKS?
Wah, banyak kan, cu, peluru.
Tenenet.
Coba deh, cemok di sini tempatnya. Cukup kayak bentuk.
Kalau ini ada yang ngambil kah itu?
Enggak. Mana tanda aku ya?
Biru apa merah? Merah.
Ya itu.
Super AR lumayan.
Kali 6 lagi nih.
Skip.
Udah.
Kali 8.
Sudah kali 8.
Ada extend SR lagi.
Suppressor air.
Kasih dikasih.
Oh, Mas Fed?
Suppressor AR. Yuk.
Tidak ada mobil.
Mana bedanya?
Headset emang enak. Enak guys. Beda nih cara ngezoom ya.
Ada kelebihannya.
Oke, cara ngezoom kayak instan gitu loh. Tapi kalau gue lepas tuh. Oke.
Woi.
Woi.
Biasa aja dong.
Tadi ada suara tembakan nggak tahu di mana.
Gas kan.
Mobil lagi, Cak.
Mau ambil?
Oh. Ambil.
Abstrak anjing jelasinnya. Ya Allah. Abstrak aku jelasinnya. Jangan sama nama PUBG Mobile. Nih, lihat zoomnya. Cara scroll gue sama nih. Tuh. Lihat baik-baik. Ini gue pakai. Lihat tuh. Instan kan?
Pak Dewa ada orang ya.
Kalau misalnya gue kagak pakai. Tuh. Tuh. Lihat gak perbedaannya?
Gak lihat Mas Fred.
Capek, totok.
Rumah Dewa tuh 2 orang di atap. Rooftop. Ada yang mau tua gapat nggak?
Mana?
Naik.
Itu di rooftop deh, rumah Dewa.
Iya bawa.
Oh iya.
Di sini kelihatan
ayo.
parah.
Tuh, 2, 3 tuh. Walah. Yang kena gua doang.
Tayo nggak tuh mobil lah?
Tayo di depannya ada mobil lagi santai. Dua. 1, 2.
Iya ada. Yok.
Belum lihat aku.
Iya lebih instan sebenarnya.
Pintu udah kebuka aja.
Sudah. Kenapa yang kena gua?
Kompe SR sama extender AR ada kok.
PSR boleh lah Mas.
Ada. Kompe AR. Sama ya.
Boleh lah.
Rumah yang paling dekat tuh yang kanan.
Capalnya semua.
Rumah kencil loh. Dua pecah
Kencil.
kepala.
Kencing. Kencing. Rumah kencing.
Kencil.
Mobil gua kelihatan nggak sih dari sana?
Kelihatan. Kelihatan nggak bisa aja kelihatan.
Bapak Elan apa?
Kesana sih kelihatan banget.
Ada motor yang begal di sini nih.
Kenapa yang ditembak? Kill gua.
Gua cowok yang ditembak. Gua manjat rooftop.
Oh.
Oh, pecah lagi palamu.
Apa banyak tuh?
Di rumah ini satu.
Pecah lagi tuh palanya tuh.
Kayaknya banyak deh stok pala di tempat dia orang.
Hanya. Ayo nyari helm lu, nyari helm lu.
Muter dulu nyari helm.
Rumah Dewa 15 ada ya? Tandaku.
Ya baru
Ini
tuntas.
kompe Yoga nggak ambil.
Bentar Mas.
Dapat load drop nggak tuh?
Apa tanya? Mana? Gak usah kau keker itu lu drop. Pecah palamu.
Kalau ada orang di atas mati saya.
Itu dia.
Bulan gua mati ya masalahnya.
Ke rumah kuning. Lah gua lebih open daripada
di lantai 2.
Lu bisa langsung jatuh ke bawah. Rumah kuningnya satu. Nyari helm ya bang?
Ya ampun, SKS susah banget.
Kau kena tembak dari tanda kuning Amit?
Ya.
AWM deh.
Coba nih 600 meter, gue zero distance. Semestinya sesuai titik. Buset naik banget.
Gak kelihatan tuh Bet di sana Bet.
Sini dulu kali.
Oh 4.
Kosong kali di sana?
Kan baru kelihatan.
Gua hit ya. Ngebom gak tuh dia?
Ngebom, bilang ngebom.
Mau dewang begal itu ya? Oh yang berbagi.
Bos.
Tanda merah ada kajak?
Nggak tahu Bet, nggak tahu.
Oh,
Nggak kelihatan.
gua kuning lah. Wah nabrak atuh. Dip. Gak tau mau kemana. Tanda hijau ada cu. Kebegal dia.
Itu pagi lewat aja Mit tanda hijau Mit. Pak cek ke rumah ini lah.
Ya, maju deh aja. Cabut yuk.
Kok ada mobil?
Wah,
ada.
Duluan ya. Gua mau belakang.
Weh, kepala gue hilang cuk.
Udah bukaan ya. Kosong rumah tanda merah.
Yang tabrak aja tuh kalau nggak salah. Belakang gua mobil ya.
Wah, ada nggak tuh? Di loncatannya ya.
10 juta orang menembak saya tidak menyadari.
Sampai spec ada di situ cuk.
Soalnya pagi lewat tadi Mas Fit. Lewat situ.
Di terjunan dia.
Apa yang bagi itu? Oi. Goblok.
Yoga.
Enggak bisa masuk Mit di rumah.
Kayak gaming ya guys.
Magnet tornado.
Kak. Nembak apa deh? Kena headshot nih, periode terakhir nih.
Dari mana itu kena ban?
Helm baru.
Hah, siapa yang kena helm?
Palaku ini sih merah.
Siapa yang kena helm?
Oh, ini.
Enggak ada kena helm, boy. Kena hit enggak?
Mit. Jerami mit. 2 orang.
240.
Wih, tempatku tadi. Orang Acenda.
Tanda kut.
Itu
Ada
ada
motor.
mas.
Aku mau ngepuk bang. Lah sedikit.
Ser mobil lah.
Ledakin mobilnya.
Yang kena kot maspet nggak semok tuh, nggak tahu kurang apa sih.
Tahu itu. Tempat gua.
Ngelut maspet paling. Enak.
Siapa bos?
Mobil gua.
Pecahin balik. Pecahin balik. Yoga.
Cuyuy.
Iya, siapa yang spec ada yang ngendok di situ, guys? Nggak ada, cu.
Masa gua harus ngerelain sama gua buat ngepick.
Ambil LM.
Ntar dulu sih, kayaknya.
Kayak
Sekali hit lagi bisa lah kalau darah penuh.
Ya Allah.
banyak jendela aja.
Salah rumahnya ya, Bos.
Tembakin pala.
Belakang. Mas sejauh itu bisa rusak ya, Bit?
Gak tahu.
Soal gua nggak bisa deh.
Bisa.
Kan bingung kan kau, nembak aja aku terus. Sekarang kau di push kan?
Ada di tiduran di situ.
Nggak mau jalan lagi juga.
Ada satu lagi Mas Bet di sini.
Iya, cu.
Cerat tadi darah ya kan?
Nah ini nih, kelihatan yang tadi nih.
Ya, nggak kena nih.
Itu motor gua. Kalian di push nih kayak. Enggak ya? Impala bakal maju sih.
Mbak, bulatan 3 di belakang ada, Mbak.
Iya. Baru mau ngepick itu tuh.
Pala tuh yang mobil yang lo tadi.
Pala miradonya.
Mati.
Dari mana itu, tidak tahu saya dari mana. Wah, di push dong. Oh enggak. Impala sih yang nembak aku kayaknya.
Itu kayak mau nge-smoke tadi mana nge-flash tuh.
Mana helm, Yok?
Masih baru pakai, masih 39.
Gak tau di push apa enggak.
Di 65 ada yang jalan.
Kayaknya di push deh di hill. Tanda
Belakang kalian nih.
Itu open dari jalan RSW. Kita semua tuh dekat taksi.
Di hat ada orang berhenti ya.
Iya yang bagi.
Nggak dapat aja.
Alah.
Tahu. Ditabrak semua itu sama dia.
Iya.
Satu lagi.
Satu lagi sisa yang tabrak.
Halo, habis ya.
Ke mobil kanannya, Bit.
Tanda aku AWM.
Satu hit pala. Wah.
Peluru hijau berapa, Mit?
100. Hijau semua kita ya?
Iya, kita hijau semua.
Gua nggak mau nembak.
Tandaku harus maju sih. Cuman di AWM. Batu pinggir jalan nih.
Soin kaki, ya.
Aku tembakin, Mit. Di sini deh, Mit. Tanda aku, Mit.
Iya, 2 orang itu. Helm nih, Yok.
Ya, ntar ya. Pindahin aja dulu.
Angkat tadi apa kabar ya?
Itu di belakang lu bukan pelor hijau aja.
Apa? SKS. Nggak apa-apa sih.
Peluru hijau. Tanda aku tuh.
Smoke arah 285.
Oh ya, turun ke jalan. Dalam 3, udah sampai tanda aku. Drop it.
Atau bunuh
mana mati itu?
Astaga, Alek atuh. Gak nyadar gua lag.
Allah. Hai. Tempat tabrakan yoga.
3 orang lagi tuh.
Ada minum nggak, Yok?
Ada. 3.
Flash baru sih Jak kalau ada Jak.
Di drop ya, kenok itu.
Udah di bawah ya.
Di bawah mana?
Dapat deh. Wah, susah banget.
Di airdropnya pas Kayok?
Iya kenok, udah kenok. Munyi dia di balik airdrop tuh, tadi sampah tang.
Oh masih, oh iya masih tuh.
Siapa pula yang nge-flashbang aku?
Oh masih ada Jak di lubang Jak. Tanda aku tuh. Itu lagi.
Sabar nih. Reja mau ngepron nyampe sono.
TP deket ya, dekat bawah gua nih.
Tanda aku nih. Sini nih.
Oh tuh. Lubang kiri aja kok. Nah. Kanan lagi. Nah, di situ tuh Jak. Tadi Jak.
Ini mana aja ya?
Kita ngelebunnya yang mana?
Itu kenok di drop.
Airdrop.
Tanda aku nih.
Ada mayat di sini. Wah, mayat siapa ini?
Ada mayat kejak.
Iya, Cu.
Ada pelarinya nih, pelarinya.
Ada kehidupan.
Aman.
Granat smoke.
Smoke tuh paling bawah, Yok.
Kanan sih kita.
Kau butuh peluru hijau Gambit?
Terus kanan.
Ya mau kemana kita?
Kanan sih ada satu nih Bit ya.
Ini Bit.
Helm lagi.
Helm satu ada di dalam. Sini di tangga.
Udah. Tahu.
Tangga tuh helm.
Tangga.
Ya, helm 2. 2 kita.
Mau jadi ngapus enggak?
Ayo.
Flash siapa itu anjir?
Wah, flash siapa, Cok?
Tidak ngapain.
Ada tuh
orang. Flash dia ya?
Iya, flash dia.
Flash dia.
Cir.
Yang Dino nggak mati lagi. Hokinya. Apa tahu yang Dino?
Kenok menjauh.
Wah, auto air.
PUBG Mobile ya? Iya.
Kok itu yang di revive?
Main.
Aku mau makan dulu lah, bentar.
Oke.
Lapar.
Masih mau lanjut ya, Bit?
Hah?
Masih mau lanjut kah?
Bebas prospek? Udahan kayaknya dah.
Udahan deh kayaknya. Ngantuk, Cuk. Dari pagi, Cuk. Gue sih masih kuat, cuma Marwit udah gak kuat, guys.
Ada Ari kalau mau ganti. Ada Jack.
Main Jack main? Udah enggak, Cuk. Dia scream.
Main dia mah. Jack, kasih Jack.
Apa, Bro?
Masih main, Bro. Selesai.
Main apa?
Pabjeeeee lah. Yang
Kejang-kejang dia.
Lah siapa yang mau dan?
Gua.
Hah?
Gua
Gua.
juga ngantuk, Cuk. Wah, udah gila.
Udah lah.
Disuruh duo kita aja.
Daripada gua Iya. Dua dong.
Kita ajakin.
Wah.
Udah. Thank you semua yang udah nge-like, nge-share, apapun itu yang berkontribusi untuk live streaming saat ini. Thank you semua, bye bye. Kenok nih besok kayaknya udah. See you.